Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1674. Ku Wei was Liu Yin's disciple, and he was one of the upper echelons of the Great Eastern Alliance. He was also the leader of the giant bloodline. Even an emissary would not dare to speak so arrogantly, let alone someone who had just become an enlighter. Brother Ku, what you said just now was too much. You and I are both sensible people. If Alliance Master Liu wants to monopolize the pool, the head judge won't be able to convince him, Wen Sanxi said politely. Ling Gong angrily rebuked, cut the crap and give up the pool. Ku Wei smiled at Ling Gong. You can go. Ling Gong was stunned, and everyone else was confused. What did he mean? I heard that you have an affair with my master. If you go, my master won't say anything. You're also one of the future master's wives, Ku Wei said seriously. Ling Gong's face turned red, then white again. His eyes were filled with fury as he stabbed out with his spear once more. Shameless! Why are you hitting me? You're one of my future master's wives. I won't fight you. Who told you to say that? You're courting death. Such a bad temper. Master's taste is really weird. Chen Jian, guard the pool well. Don't let those people dirty Master's bath. The rest were helpless. Chen Jian sat next to the frozen immortal pool, watching the battle between Ku Wei and Ling Gong with great interest. Behind him, several cultivators tried to sneak into the pool, but he casually slapped them away. One of them had a power level of over 400,000, but he was still defeated by a single slap from Chen Jian. There were also many giants around them, which made the cultivators panic. Although the frozen immortal sect's ruins were large, it was not difficult for cultivators to explore. In just a few days, the entire frozen immortal sect's ruins had been explored except for the frozen immortal pool. Aside from a few ancient natural treasures that had even reached the point of avoiding danger, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Everyone looked at the frozen immortal pool, and more people gathered in an attempt to force the giants to give up the pool. Many people clamored to go to the Interstellar Arbitration Center and sue the Great Eastern Alliance. However, Ku Wei refused to back down, and the giant guarding the frozen immortal pool changed from Chen Jian to Chen Huang. In Ku Wei's words, the pool was for his future master's wife to bathe in, and could not be contaminated. These words quickly spread throughout the universe. Countless people gritted their teeth and cursed at this damned lackey. In the end, Lu Qianjue and the others couldn't bear it any longer and came to the frigid immortal pond. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered around the frozen celestial pond. Those who were qualified to enter were not weak. Most of the cultivators had already been thrown out. The ruins were only so big, so everyone was an enemy. Beside the frigid celestial pond, Ku Wei stood on Chen Huang's shoulder, facing off against Lu Qianjue and the others. Brat, get out of the way. The mountain deity let out a loud, oppressive voice. At this moment, he had recovered to the size of 1,000,000 mountains and was about the same size as Chen Huang. Chen Huang glared at him. Step back. Don't go near the bathing pool. The mountain deity roared, bullshit. Get out of my way. Come and try. It's just a crappy mountain. A mere giant that has been eliminated by the times. Paushan wants to overturn the heavens. Watch as I smash you. Roared Chen Huang. As he spoke, he raised his right fist. The giant bloodline had once been suppressed by Chaos God Mountain's mountain range, so they didn't have a good impression of mountains. The mountain deity sneered. Suppress. The two gigantic creatures collided in the void, instantly tearing the sky apart. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions, and the surrounding cultivators were sent flying without even being able to resist. Ku Wei grabbed onto Chen Huang's hair tightly to prevent himself from being blown away. At that moment, Ling Qiu and Lu Qianjue appeared. Next to the frigid immortal pond, before they could even stand firm, willow leaves and flying flowers appeared, blocking their path. Lu Qianjue frowned, as these two were quite difficult to deal with. Ling Qiu coldly said, "It seems like this pool isn't simple. Lu Yin has 3 emissaries guarding it." Lu Yi replied, "Leave. There's nothing here to be concerned about." "Do you think I'll believe that?" Ling Qiu mocked. Sister Fei Hua raised her brows. "You have to believe it even if you don't." "You!" Ling Qiu was furious. A shadow descended from above, and Lu Qianjue and Ling Qiu looked up to see Chen Huang enveloped in 9-line battle force. Lu Qianjue and Ling Qiu exchanged glances before retreating at the same time. When the mountain deity saw them leave, he had no choice but to leave as well. The more they weren't allowed to approach the frozen celestial pond, the more they wanted to do so. The stone tablet in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds had collapsed, and Lu Yin had been cultivating the sealed cage technique beneath it. A few days later, he suddenly opened his eyes. He had a vague feeling that he could sense the Day-Night clan members around him. Most of them were gathered nearby, but there were also a few scattered ones. When he closed his eyes, he could see blobs of red in the darkness. These blobs of blood represented the Day-Night clan members, and as long as he wanted to, he could exterminate them at any time. This was the sealed cage technique, which had been created based on one's bloodline. It was a tyrannical control-type battle technique. At the same time, Night Queen Yanqing and the others felt their hearts tremble as a strange feeling welled up within them. It was an unbearable feeling, as if there was an extra string tied to their bodies that affected their lives. If this string was torn, then their lives would be lost. The sealed cage technique. It's the sealed cage technique. Night Queen Leng screamed in disbelief. In the distance, a cultivator from the Lu Xianjun army raised a hand, causing white smoke to slam into his body. He was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000, but he had been severely injured. Even a hunter from the Lu Xianjun army could injure him, and the pain was unbearable. However, he no longer cared about the pain since he had been affected by the sealed cage technique. Night Queen Yanqing's expression changed. The sealed cage technique. Elder Leng, what are you talking about? Shut up. Did I say you could speak? The Lu Xianjun army cultivator tried to stop her, but the Night King clan members seemed to have gone mad. That's right, it's the sealed cage technique. We're controlling the Day King bloodline, and we're holding on to their lifelines. Now, the situation is reversed. Who's controlling us? Who can plant the sealed cage technique on us? Night Queen Silo was terrified. Who's controlling us? Who is it? The Night King clan members screamed one after another. This was the first time they had experienced such a feeling. Their lives were in someone else's hands, and it was too despairing. Shui Day Night arrived to stop the Lu Xianjun army from attacking the Night King clan. Her expression was ugly, as she wanted to know what had happened. When Lu Yin had overturned the Day-Night flow zone, killed Night King Jinwu, and taken away the Day King bloodline, the sealed cage technique had been released from the sealed cage technique, freeing them from that despairing control. However, the sealed cage technique had appeared again, and they had been controlled once more. Shui Day Night had rushed over, thinking that it was the Night King clan's doing. However, the scene in front of her left her at a loss. The Night King clan members had also been controlled by the sealed cage technique. How could this be? Shui Day Night, was it you? Did you create a reverse sealed cage technique to control us? Night Queen Yanqing asked as she stared at Shui Day Night. All of the Night King clan members stared at her. At this moment, Ing Day Knight and Steelbone Day Knight arrived. They were both from the Day King bloodline, and they had accompanied Lu Xianjun in the war against the Day Knight clan. Now that they had also sensed the sealed cage technique, they all thought that it was the Night King clan members who had taken action. Is this the work of the Night King clan? How dare you use the sealed cage technique to control us? Even if we die, you won't be able to live. Steelbone Day Knight roared. Night Queen Leng retorted, it's the work of the Day King bloodline. Bah, the sealed cage technique is a despicable battle technique invented by the Night King bloodline. What does it have to do with the Day King bloodline? Shut up. Shua Day Knight barked, causing everyone to look at her. She lowered her voice and said, the ordinary clan members are also being controlled by the sealed cage technique. Both sides fell silent. The Night King clan had used the sealed cage technique to control the Day King bloodline, but the Day King bloodline had a slight chance of reversing the sealed cage technique and controlling the Night King bloodline instead. However, this had nothing to do with the ordinary members of the Day Knight clan, as they could not even come into contact with the sealed cage technique. Could it be the second Night King? Shua Day Knight suddenly remembered that the second Night King was the only person who could be connected to the entire Day Knight clan. However, he had already been taken away by the head Inquisitor and imprisoned in Earth's swamp. It was impossible for him to affect them from there. The void distorted, and Lu Yin walked out. Lu Xianjun bowed in unison. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Shua Day Knight looked at Lu Yin, but she did not bow. She was not Lu Yin's subordinate and had temporarily taken over the position of Lu Xuanjuan's second commander. Lu Yin had also asked for her help, as he had not been able to find anyone who was strong enough to be trusted. Night Queen Yanqing and the rest stared at Lu Yin, their gazes filled with hatred, helplessness, and fear. Lu Yin, let me go. I've helped you and saved you before. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to leave the Northline flow zone safely. If it weren't for me, you would have been destroyed by the Day Knight clan. Night King Yuanjing pleaded weakly. Lu Yin looked over. You're right, Night King Yuanjing. You've indeed helped me a lot, but I fought for all of this myself. Why haven't you found the third Night King yet? Night King Yuanjing spoke in a hoarse voice. Please, let me go. I won't make an enemy out of you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Make an enemy out of you. You're overthinking things. The sealed cage technique must have been pretty good, right? Everyone looked at Lu Yin in shock, including Shua Day Knight. You were the one who planted the sealed cage technique. Shua Day Knight was in disbelief, as if this was her first day meeting Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her and then at the rest of the Day Knight clan. I don't know if you know what kind of existence the Day Knight clan used to be, but I can tell you, to destroy an enemy, one had to shatter their will as well as their physical body. Lu Yin was trying to shatter the will of the Day Knight clan. They believed themselves to be the strongest clan in the universe, and they were incomparably arrogant. Even when they had lost their inheritance stone, they had declared that no one would dare touch it and that they would eventually return to their ancestral land. Night King Jinwu had played around with the Fireplume clan and looked down on them because of their innate arrogance. Now, Lu Yin had shown them their true selves. They were slaves who had once been slaves of the Bai family from the Frigid Immortal sect. Impossible. You're spouting nonsense. Night King Ling roared. He struggled to get up and attack Lu Yin, but a spear pierced his right leg and knocked him down. Lu Yin calmly replied, There's no need to lie to you. If not for the first Night King being so freakish and killing the Bai family, this place wouldn't even be called the Day Knight clan. It would still be the Frigid Immortal flow zone, and the Bai family would always be in charge, not the so-called Night King bloodline. The sealed cage technique wasn't created by the first Night King either. He merely modified it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1675. Nonsense. Night Queen Siluo shouted angrily. Night Queen Yanqing, Night King Gu, and the others glared at Lu Yin with hatred, while Zhuo Dainite looked at him with a complicated expression. Lu Yin had personally exposed their true colors. Behind their incomparably arrogant natures was the sorrow of being a slave and being controlled. The first Night King personally destroyed the truth behind the Dainite clan, and I've helped you see yourselves clearly. You should be thanking me. Forgetting history is the same as betraying yourself. The sealed cage technique is the source of your bloodline, Lu Yin said calmly. He didn't care about the impact his words would have on the Dainite clan, and he simply kicked them into the abyss. He looked at Zhuo Dainite apologetically and sighed. You can't accept it. Zhuo Dainite smiled bitterly. So what? Regardless of whether it's the Dainite clan or the Night King bloodline, we're all being controlled. We're already familiar with the sealed cage technique. It's just a different person. Lu Yin said, I'll remove the sealed cage technique for you and the Dainite clan. Zhuo Dainite looked at Lu Yin. This is a bloodline control. Will removing it work? Lu Yin fell silent. Removing it was useless, as this sort of control could never be removed. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and it could only be removed if one had the strength of a half-ancestor. Can you promise me something? Zhuo Dainite asked in a low voice as she looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin earnestly replied, What is it? Zhuo Dainite stared at Lu Yin. After you, there will be no more sealed cage technique. Similarly, after you, there will be no more Night Kings. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he thought about it. All right, I promise you. The saddest thing for a race was to be controlled by someone else. If Lu Yin wanted to remove the control of the Dainite clan's caged cage technique, then the only way was to make the caged cage technique disappear forever. Lu Yin could use the caged cage technique to control the Dainite clan because they were his enemies, but what about his descendants? Zhuo Dainite did not want the Dainite clan to be slaves forever and become puppets under the sealed cage technique. Her Dainite bloodline had already experienced this kind of pain. She would rather have the Night King bloodline and the entire Dainite clan disappear than allow them to remain under sealed cage technique forever. Lu Yin did not like the sealed cage technique, but he needed the Dainite clan for now. While he was practicing the cage technique, he had been thinking about it. The Lu Xianjun army might not be sufficient for future battles, so he needed to form at least 3 legions. The Lu Xianjun army would be one of them, and the giant bloodline could be the second. As for the 3rd legion, it would be formed by former enemies, such as the Dainite clan or the Sylvan Dragons. This legion would be called the Heavenly Sin Legion. The Heavenly Sin's army was made up of enemies, so it was natural that they could not be trusted. However, the Dainite clan was a different story. The Dainite clan would never be able to resist Lu Yin, and they were more trustworthy than anyone else. The Heavenly Sin's army was mostly made up of Dainite clan members. Once the 3 legions matured, he would be able to point his sword at the Starry Sky Tree. Of course, that did not mean that he could defeat them. The Starry Sky Tree was too strong, and he could only challenge them. Regardless of whether or not the Dainite clan could accept it, their lives were now in Lu Yin's hands. Night King Yuanjing was the happiest, as he did not have to die. Lu Yin had never intended to kill Night King Yuanjing, as he and Night King Yuanjing were merely using each other. Many members of the Night King bloodline could not accept being controlled by the cage technique and committed suicide, but most of them could only accept the reality. Only Lu Yin, Zhuo Dainite, and a few others knew that he had taken control of the Dainite clan. Even Ku Wei and Lu Yefei did not know about it. Within the ruins of the immortal sect. This time, He had dealt with the sword sect on the surface, but in reality, he had taken down the Day-Night clan. This had alarmed the entire Interverse. What made Lu Yin the most helpless was that Elder Yuan Shou had told him that Ling Qiu had seen him being rescued by Elder Joshin. He knew that he could no longer hide it from Ling Qiu. Now, he would have to face the resistance of half of the Interverse. Fortunately, the blood debt that he had created in the blazing mist flow zone could not be erased in a short period of time. However, even the Day-Night clan had been subdued by him. Outside of the 8 major flow zones, the other smaller flow zones in the Interverse would definitely be wary of him. Lu Yin was discussing something with Wang Wen when a wail rang out from the distance, and then blood dyed the heavens. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked into the distance. Dragon Master's rune lines were rapidly decreasing, and he knew that something was wrong. He stepped forward and hurried over. In outer space, an enormous sylvan dragon was drenched in blood. It was Dragon Master. By the time Lu Yin arrived, Dragon Master was already on the verge of death. His head had been torn apart, and his wings had been cut off and scattered throughout the heavens. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and he looked around. He saw a boundless amount of rune lines flying off into the distance, and just as he was about to give chase, the flying willow leaves appeared. It's an expert. Lu Yin stopped and stared into the distance. Those rune lines belonged to Lu Qianjue, and he had not hidden them at all. It wasn't just Lu Qianjue. Lu Yin looked in other directions and saw Ling Qiu and the mountain god. They had all taken action and instantly killed Dragon Master. This was a warning to Lu Yin, and it was also a way to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance's power. He had been too careless. Everything had been going smoothly for him all this time, and he had thought that he had everything under control. How could the leaders of the 8 major flow zones be so passive? Lu Yin had taken down the blazing mist flow zone by surprise, and then he had taken down the Day-Night flow zone in a covert manner. This had indeed caught them off guard, but they had reacted quickly and joined forces. Killing Dragon Master was equivalent to killing one of the Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries. Their next target would definitely be the Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries and eliminate them one by one. Dragon Master was just the first target. Lu Yin looked at the pitiful Dragon Master, who was already dead. It had died a miserable death. Lu Yin had eliminated the Great Eastern Alliance's remaining power, and it had also served as a warning to the Interverse. The worst-case scenario had occurred after the Day-Night Flow Zones battle, and the Interverse would be fully united. In my name, I'll appoint a general. Lu Yin chased away the flying willow leaves and then appointed Dragon Master by himself. Even though Dragon Master was not trusted by Lu Yin, he had still submitted to him. Lu Qianjue had given him a slap in the face. Lu Yin's expression darkened, and he sent Dragon Master's corpse to Wang Wen. Wang Wen only replied with 6 words: withdraw from the Day-Night flow zone. Only a few people knew that Lu Yin had taken control of the Day-Night flow zone. Even Wei Rong did not know, but Wang Wen was one of Lu Yin's most trusted people, so he naturally knew. Since he had already taken control of the Day-Night clan, there was no need for him to publicly announce it. On the contrary, withdrawing from the Day-Night flow zone would confuse Lu Qianjue and the others even more. The reason was simple: the Third Night King. A few days later, the frigid immortal sect's ruins attracted even more cultivators, including people from the Sirius sect and the 7 courts. Lu Yin ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to withdraw from the Day-Night flow zone. The Day-Night clan returned to normal. This decision shocked Lu Qianjue and the others, but it also puzzled them. It had not been easy to take down the Day-Night flow zone, but now they were withdrawing. They were not the only ones. Everyone in the universe who heard this news was at a loss. However, news soon spread that the Third Night King was about to return. Distant chill not far from the immortal sect's ruins, Lu Qianjue, the mountain god, Ling Qiu, and when Zizai gathered together and watched the giant's bloodline and Lu Xuanjuan's army retreat. They had seen the Day-Night clan regain their freedom. They're truly free. All of the experts from the Great Eastern Alliance have withdrawn from the Day-Night flow zone, the mountain god said with some hesitation. Lu Qinjue frowned. That's impossible. With Lu Yin's personality, how could he possibly give up after taking down the Day-Night clan? I don't think it's possible either, Ling Qiu said. Wen Zizai shook his head. If the third Night King is determined to return, then Lu Yin won't be able to do anything even if he's guarding the Day-Night flow zone. You've all experienced the second Night King's strength, and it's rumored that the third Night King's innate talent and strength surpassed the second Night King's. I don't know how the second Night King managed to survive, but I don't believe that the third Night King was able to survive after increasing his strength. They're characters from ancient times, and they were very strong back then. However, even if they sealed themselves in ice, it's impossible for them to have increased their strength to this day. They should have weakened a lot, and at most, they should be on par with us, Ling Qiu said. Everyone, do you still remember when the Great Eastern Alliance took down the Blaze Realm and then withdrew? Lu Qianjue asked. Wen Zizai's eyes flashed. Are you saying that Lu Yin did it on purpose? Lu Qianjue raised his head. Whether or not it's on purpose depends on what he does. If he only withdrew from the Day-Night flow zone and took root in the surrounding regions, then it's on purpose. The few of us killed the Dragon Lord, and he's very clear about our next targets, which are the emissaries by his side. Setting aside Emperor Luo for now, we must eliminate the flying willow flower that's protecting him. There's also the people from the Sea King's dome hidden in the Outerverse, as well as the tribe leader of the giant tribe. So what if he retreats? We won't retreat. Ling Qiu sneered. Lu Qianjue looked at Ling Qiu seriously. I hope that you remember your words. I don't know why you suddenly stopped, but you should know that we have no other way out. Either Lu Yin unifies the Innerverse, or we defeat the Great Eastern Alliance and put an end to Lu Yin's ambitions of entering the Innerverse. Ling Qiu snorted. She had not told anyone about what had happened before, as it had been too embarrassing. She had been tricked by the Sirius sect, and she was very sure that she had been tricked. At this moment, she was even more eager to deal with Lu Yin than Lu Qianjue. There's something that's a little troublesome. There's always some absolute experts appearing by Lu Yin's side, the mountain god said. Lu Qianjue sneered. As long as we don't deal with him, it'll be fine. It's time for us to make a trip to the Divine Gu dynasty and have a chat with young Empress Qing. Does he really think that he'll be safe if he defends the Gu flow zone to his death? In outer space, the giant bloodline and Lu Xianjun headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. They were all traveling through outer space, so their speed was not very fast. Lu Yin looked back and saw a rather spectacular scene. If there weren't any envoy-level powerhouses, then the giant bloodline and Lu Xianjun alone would be enough to sweep through the Innerverse. The only problem was that they were too slow, and they lacked transportation. Lu Qianjue and the others were definitely watching them, but Lu Yin had not done anything this time. He had truly released the Day-Night clan members. Of course, no one would expose the caged cage technique, so Lu Qianjue and the others would not know about it. From what they knew, besides the death of Night King Di Jiang, the Day-Night clan had not changed much. No, there would be changes in the future because the third Night King would return. Otherwise, why would the Great Eastern Alliance retreat? Lu Yin had taken great pains to find a reason for the Day-Night clan to threaten him. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped, and Lu Yin glanced at it. He was surprised to see that it was an internal message from Astral 10. Only Astral 10's mentors and students could contact him internally. He took a look and saw that it was old Kai. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1676. Old Kai, I didn't expect you to contact your students. Lu Yin smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. Old Kai's voice rang out, I heard that you went to the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin replied, yes, the frigid immortal sect's ruins have appeared. Are the juniors of Astral 10 planning to train there? Old Kai hesitated. We'll talk about that later, but there's something I'd like to ask. Lu Yin was puzzled. Old Kai had always given him the impression that he was a sly old fox, shameless, and greedy for petty gains. However, he was also protective of his own people and would cheat anyone, including his own students. When had he become so shy? Please go ahead. Old Kai coughed. How is Night Queen Choyu? Lu Yin was puzzled. Night Queen Choyu? Why are you asking about her? Is she still alive? Old Kai asked nervously. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, she's fine. Old Kai fell silent. Lu Yin did not press him, as he recalled that the Day-Night clan had invited him to a day-night banquet. When Old Kai had found out about it, he had told Lu Yin not to use the money bomb in the Day-Night clan's territory. The money bomb was Old Kai's personal weapon, and it could not be used in the Day-Night clan's territory. At the time, Lu Yin had only felt that he had been cheated. The Sand Master had also mentioned that the money bomb had a bad reputation, but now it seemed that it might be related to Night Queen Choyu. Mentor, what's your relationship with Night Queen Choyu? Lu Yin asked. Old Kai sighed. You might not believe me, but she's my fiancée. Lu Yin was stunned and blinked. Why? Fiancé. I know, why? What do you mean why? Lu Yin wanted to ask how Old Kai had managed to find a fiancé like Night Queen Choyu with his looks, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. It would be too hurtful. Doesn't the Day-Night clan forbid intermarriage with outsiders? Why is she still your fiancé? Old Kai had no choice but to tell Lu Yin about his past. Old Kai's past was not hard to guess. He had gone on an adventure in space, met Night Queen Choyu, fallen in love with her, and then been separated by the Day-Night clan. It was a very ordinary, but it was also a very sad story. What does this have to do with the money bomb? Lu Yin was puzzled. If it was just a broken relationship, then Old Kai wouldn't have told him not to reveal that he was a student of Astral 10, and he wouldn't have been implicated. Old Kai coughed. Back then, I was young and impulsive, so I created a few money bombs that destroyed some of the Day-Night clan's buildings. Some. Lu Yin had a strange expression. Old Kai coughed again. I accidentally blew up a stone tablet in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds. Lu Yin was shocked. You even blew up the tombstones in the ancestral grounds. Sigh, it's precisely because I blew up the ancestral land stone tablet that the Day-Night clan hates me to the core. Even Night Queen Choyu hasn't forgiven me. To them, the ancestral land stone tablet is the most sacred thing in the world. I was too impulsive, Old Kai said. His tone did not sound like he was blaming himself at all, and it sounded more like he was showing off. In the current universe, before Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere, who would dare to touch the Day-Night clan's possessions? Not to mention the stone tablet of the ancestral land. That can't be right. The ancestral land stone tablet is guarded by an absolute expert. With your strength when you were young, how could you blow it up? Lu Yin was puzzled. When I broke through to the Enlighter realm, I took advantage of one of the Day-Night clan's banquets to sneak in and accidentally blew up the ancestral land stone tablet. Actually, I didn't manage to blow it up, and at most, I just kicked up some dust. As you said, there's a group of old fellows guarding it, but the Day-Night clan made a big fuss over nothing, especially Night Queen Choyu. That woman chased after me like a madwoman. Sigh, she was still too impulsive. Lu Yin was speechless. She didn't chase after you. She just let you go. Old Kai fell silent. You blew it up with a money bomb. That's right. Is that why you told me not to use it in the Day-Night Clan's territory? That's right. What about now? Night Queen Choyu is in the Day-Night Clan. Are you going to look for her? Lu Yin asked. Old Kai was shocked. Isn't the Day-Night Clan under your control? Lu Yin answered, the third Night King is coming back. I'll leave first. The third Night King. He's still alive. Old Kai was surprised. Lu Yin replied, if you're still thinking about Night Queen Choyu, then go look for her. I don't think there's anyone in the Day-Night Clan who can stop you. You're on your own now. Lu Yin then ended the call. The mentors of Astral 10 were not weak, especially Old Kai, who was very sinister. He had been able to escape in the past, and going to the Day-Night Clan was like going home for him. Lu Yin was not worried about the old man, as only the heavens knew how many money bombs he had prepared. The old man definitely had even more advanced money bombs. Otherwise, how could he be so confident that he could find the ancestral land stone tablet? The money bombs that Old Kai had sold to Lu Yin were all low-grade, and they could only blow up a hunter at most. If not for the dyes enhance, he would not have been able to deal with an enlighter. Hold on, Lu Yin thought of something and contacted Old Kai again. What's wrong? Lu Yin asked. Mentor, are you still selling your money bombs? Old Kai was stunned. You need them. Of course, they're good stuff. With your current strength, do you still need them? Old Kai was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, I do. How many do you have? I'll take all of them. Old Kai was astonished and felt that it was very strange. When Lu Yin had first purchased a money bomb, he had only bought one, and he had looked like he had been cheated. At the time, Old Kai had told Lu Yin to come visit him more often and that he could have as many as he wanted. Now, Lu Yin was really buying them. How many do you want? How many do you have? I have as many as you want. I've made quite a few over the years. I'll take as many as you have. The price should be the same as before. 50 star essence for 1, and 100 for 3. Old Kai replied, same. How many do you want? Lu Yin was speechless. I already said that I'll take all of them. Money isn't an issue. Old Kai's brows rose. You want to equip the army? That's right. Old Kai smiled. Smart, Student Lu. Since you want to equip the army, we should discuss the price. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He knew that this old man's personality would not change, and he was still trying to trick him. I can deal with the Day-Night Clan anytime. Old Kai's smile froze, and he rolled his eyes. The price remains the same. I have more than 4,000. Lu Yin frowned. Only a little more than 4,000. Old Kai was unhappy. What do you mean, only a little more than 4,000? Do you think that these are cabbages that can be made at any time? It's already pretty good that I've been able to accumulate so many over the years. My materials are limited, and my time is limited, so please bear with me. Qinghui, 143,333 star essence for a total of 4,300, 140,000 star essence was not considered much in Lu Yin's eyes. He could now upgrade any external item with tens of millions of star essence. The money will be transferred to your Mavis bank account soon. I'll send someone to Astral 10 to retrieve the money bomb, Lu Yin said. Old Kai grunted. Then let's do that. Hold on, Old Kai. Don't you have any more powerful money bombs? Lu Yin asked. Old Kai replied, I know what you're thinking, but I don't have any. When I blew up the stone stele in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, I didn't really want to blow it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out alive. I just wanted to vent a little. A money bomb can instantly launch an attack that surpasses a hunter's power level. Go ask around and see how many people in this universe can do it. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. The Ross Empire's combined battleships could launch attacks that surpassed a hunter's power level, but they were too expensive and inflexible. It was already quite impressive that a small money bomb could have such power. Most importantly, he could use his Dai's Enhance to upgrade all 4,000 money bombs to an Enlighter's power level. In total, he would need nearly 15 million star essence, which wasn't much at all. Lu Xianjun was an explorer, and he had 2 money bombs that could threaten an Enlighter's power. Coupled with the white smoke, how spectacular would that be? Lu Yin did not expect Lu Xianjun to be able to deal with an emissary, as long as he could deal with anyone below that level. While Lu Yin was looking forward to upgrading Lu Xuanjun's equipment, in the Outerverse, outside Taimao Palace, brute force was still blocking the entrance. The 6th mainland also had a giant tribe, and it was the Arrow sect. Brute force was 10 meters tall, and he sat cross-legged outside Taimao Palace as he watched the situation unfold. His terrifying pressure, which exceeded 700,000, caused everyone in Taimao Palace to panic. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance and the Hall of Honor, brute force could easily crush the entire Taimao Palace and capture everyone. Gong Ling, the head of Taimao Palace, had an ugly expression on his face as he looked outside. Brute force's existence was like a blade hanging over his neck, and he did not know when it would fall. During this time, the disciples of Taimao Palace were not in the mood to cultivate, and they could only wait helplessly and despairingly. They did not know when that giant would attack them. A powerhouse with that kind of strength could easily destroy them. There's still no news from the Great Eastern Alliance, an elder said helplessly. He was an elder of Taimao Palace. On the other side, someone else said, the Great Eastern Alliance can't deal with that giant outside either. He claims that his power level exceeds 700,000, and the 6th mainland's cultivators already suppress our 5th mainland's cultivators. With his imprint, there aren't many in the Innerverse who can fight him, let alone the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance is still in the mood to wage war in the Innerverse. They don't even care about my Taimao Palace. If it were up to me, I'd rather join that Arrow sect, Xie Zisong said unhappily. As soon as he said this, Gong Ling's gaze swept over with an icy glare. Xie Zisong's heart trembled, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. He was a disciple of Peking Mentor, and he was Lu Yin's enemy. Ever since Peking Mentor had died, he had been sent to Arrow Mountain as a servant. He had only been released recently because the Taimao Palace's talent level had declined. Ancestor Arrow Mountain died at the hands of the 6th mainland, and you dare to say such things. Are you still a member of Taimao Palace? An elder shouted angrily, criticizing Xie Zisong. Immediately, a few other elders berated him. Xie Zisong's expression turned ugly, and he clenched his fists. That's enough, Gong Ling said coldly. Xie Zisong, you may leave. Arrow Mountain is your servant. Xie Zisong was shocked, and he hurriedly knelt down. Headmaster, this disciple spoke without thinking, and it was my fault. Please give this disciple another chance. This disciple has no intention of betraying the 5th mainland, but I'm concerned about the hundreds of thousands of disciples of Taimao Palace. I can't bear to be oppressed by that giant, so please give me another chance. All right, you may leave. Arrow Mountain has been your servant for 100 years. Gong Ling was disgusted, and he casually tossed Xie Zisong out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1677. When he saw Xiao Zisong being thrown out, an elder said, "We shouldn't have let him out. Even when Master Bei brought him out, he's still an arrow slave. He hasn't changed at all." The others agreed. Gong Ling frowned, not caring about Xiao Zisong at all. Master Bei had long since died, and he had become a thing of the past. He looked out of the hall of Tai Mo. Could Lu Yin help them? Atop the Arrow Mountain, Xiao Zisong gritted his teeth and cursed viciously. Not too far away, a disciple shouted at him, "Shut up. You're an arrow slave, so don't make a sound. Don't you know how important the selection of arrows is?" Another disciple beside him said, "Get lost and don't disturb us." The giant had blocked the entrance, so the disciples were in a bad mood. Xiao Zisong lowered his head and left. He was a disciple of Master Bei, and these disciples had not even been qualified to meet him. Now, they were treating him with such an attitude. He had been punished as an arrow slave for 100 years, which was the same as cutting off his future. In the hall of Tai Mo, he was nothing more than a servant who could be scolded by anyone. No, he could not allow this to happen. He was unwilling to accept this, as there was no future for him in the hall of Tai Mo. He looked outside with a ruthless gaze. "Gong Ling, since you're so heartless, then don't blame me for what happens next." Night fell, and the hall of Tai Mo was shrouded in darkness. Gong Ling clasped his hands behind his back and continued to look outside. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed through the night sky from the direction of the Arrow Mountain, heading towards outer space. Gong Ling did not react for a moment, but then his expression changed. Not good. He took a step forward and arrived at the top of the Arrow Mountain. He immediately saw Xiao Zisong glaring at him with hatred. Gong Ling roared, "Xiao Zisong, what did you do?" Xiao Zisong sneered, "Sect leader, you made me a slave for 100 years. Have you thought about my feelings? How dare you do this when my master was alive?" Gong Ling was furious, and he pressed his hand down, pressing Xiao Zisong into the ground. "I'm asking you, what did you do?" The commotion at the Arrow Mountain quickly attracted the attention of many people from the hall of Tai Mo. One elder after another appeared. "Sect leader, what happened?" "Father." Gong Cho did not understand. Suddenly, the hall of Tai Mo shook as a terrifying laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha ha, there are still some smart people here. You're Xiao Zisong, right? From now on, you're a member of my arrow sect. Let's see who dares to touch you." With that, a gale howled as a giant arrow pierced through the void. It swept past Gong Ling and ruthlessly stabbed into the mountain of arrows. The Arrow Mountain that had existed since the founding of the Hall of Tai Mo was pierced through by the arrow. Gong Ling was swept by the remaining power. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Many disciples of the Hall of Tai Mo were pressed into the ground by the remaining force, their faces pale. Giant Brute Force walked out of the Stellar Source universe with a huge bow on his back. Xiao Zisong was overjoyed, and he hurriedly knelt down. Disciple Xiao Zisong greets the Lord. Manly grinned. "You're not bad, ha 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 ha." On the ground, Gong Ling's face was pale. The arrow just now had sent the Hall of Tai Mo flying into the abyss. If the giant had not held back, he would have died. No one could withstand the giant's attack. The Hall of Tai Mo was finished. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Gong Cho, asking him to think of a way to escape. Anyone could die, but Gong Cho could not. "Lord, that person is the head of the Hall of Tai Mo, Gong Ling. He controls all of the Hall of Tai Mo's inheritance," Xiao Zisong said as he pointed at Gong Ling at the bottom of the Arrow Mountain. Manly was satisfied, and his huge eyes glared at Gong Ling. "You, come with me." Gong Cho roared, "This is the Great Eastern Alliance. Manly frowned and stared at Gong Cho. So what? Who would dare say anything if I destroyed your hall of Taimo? He then raised his hand and struck out with a palm, intending to crush Gong Cho to death. Gong Cho's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank. He could not resist at all. Gong Ling was furious. Stop! Manly sneered and struck out with his palm without hesitation. Suddenly, he paused as a slovenly old man wearing a long green robe appeared beneath his palm. He was leaning on a wooden staff, and he was smiling as he looked at Manly. Manly's expression changed, and he hurriedly retracted his hand. He purposely landed lower than the old man and respectfully said, "Manly did not know that you were here. I deserve to die. Please forgive me." Everyone from Taimo Palace looked at the old man, who was Qinghua Shangren. He had followed his agreement with Lu Yin and had left the blazing mist flow zone. He had specifically come to Taimo Palace to take Manly away. "You're Manly, right?" Qinghua Shangren asked. Manly hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'm Manly from the Arrow sect." "Greetings, Qinghua Shangren." Qinghua Shangren. Gong Ling's scalp went numb. He had heard that the sixth mainland had gradually moved to the outerverse, and the people from the fifth mainland had some understanding of the sixth mainland's top experts. Qinghua Shangren was one of them because he was a celestial imprinter. What did a celestial imprinter mean? Gong Ling could not even imagine it. The most powerful powerhouse in Taimo Palace, the Arrow Mountain Ancestor, was only an emissary. In the sixth mainland, he was an imprinter at most. Above that were the world imprinters, the cosmic imprinters, and the celestial imprinters. It was rumored that a celestial imprinter was second only to a progenitor. Why would such a person come to Taimo Palace? Taimo Palace did not have the qualifications to interact with such a person. "Why are you here?" Qinghua Shangren asked as he looked at Manly. Although Qinghua Shangren's attitude was amiable, Manly did not dare to be impudent. Although the Arrow sect's master, Savage Archer God, was also a celestial imprinter, he had reached the celestial imprinter realm much later than Qinghua Shangren. Not to mention his battle prowess, just his seniority was much lower. There were even rumors that Qinghua Shangren might replace the deceased tool wielder and become one of the Daosor sect's 4 sovereigns. Such a status was not something that Manly could be impudent about. "Master, I'm here on orders from the sect master to take away Taimo Palace," Manly respectfully replied. Qinghua Shangren looked around. "Forcibly take them away." Manly replied, "Taimo Palace has disciples who have pledged allegiance to my Arrow sect, so it's not considered forcibly taking them away." Qinghua Shangren smiled. "Whoever pledges allegiance will be taken away." Are you trying to incite a war between the sixth and fifth mainlands by doing this? Is this your idea? Or Savage Archer God's? Manly hurriedly replied, "I was too rash. Please forgive me, Master." Qinghua Shangren replied, "My sixth mainland has just arrived at the fifth mainland, and even though this is the outerverse, which belongs to us, we should not commit such a heinous crime. Doing so will only make the fifth mainland hate us even more, which will not benefit us in the future. You can go back now. I will communicate this matter with Savage Archer God." Brute Force hesitated. "Master, the sect master asked me to stand guard outside the Taimo temple." Qinghua Shangren's gaze suddenly turned cold. He did not seem to have done anything, but Manly's body was suddenly pressed down onto the ground. An incomparably large wooden staff formed in the void and pressed down on Manly's body. Manly howled in pain as he was pressed to the ground, unable to move. His back was visibly crushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but he could not even control the astral origin cyclone within his body, and his astral origin was being forcefully extracted by the astral origin universe. Manly howled, "Spare me, master. Spare me." Qing Huashangren said indifferently, "Did you hear what I said?" "I heard you, I heard you." Manly despaired. Ever since he had broken through to become an envoy, he had never felt so helpless. Even when Lu Yin had shaken the chief referee's decree, he had not felt so hopeless. Back then, he had only fainted, but now, he was being tortured. Qing Huashangren had always appeared dispirited to the outside world, and he rarely showed any signs of anger. However, he was still a celestial imprint, and once he was angered, the world would change. No one from Tai Mo Palace dared to make a sound, and they all looked on in fear. Manly left with Xiao Zisong to atone for his crimes. Xiao Zisong was from Tai Mo Palace, so he had completed part of his mission. Qing Huashangren left as well. He had not spoken a single word to anyone from Tai Mo Palace. He had only come to take Manly away and complete his deal with Lu Yin. In the distant Saint Weave of the Outerverse, within the Galloping Horse Manor, a maid bowed and reported, "Madam, someone from the Tong family wishes to see you." There was no response. The maid was apprehensive, and she spoke again. "Madam, an elder from the Tong family has brought the Tong family's foreign minister, Sun Tongcho, to see you." There was still no response. After a long time, an elder from the Tong family lost his patience and personally barged in to look for Madame Red. The Tong family was a cosmic imprint family, and their status surpassed that of the Galloping Horse Manor. Even though they had been so rude, the elder was not worried that Madame Red would do anything to them. He pushed open the door, but there was no one there. This should be where Madame Red had gone into seclusion, but there was no trace of her. The elder stared at the maid. "Where's Madame Red?" The maid was at a loss. "Madame should be in seclusion." "Contact Madame Red," the elder barked. Behind him, Tong Cho looked curiously at Madame Red. Given the relationship between the Tong family and the Galloping Horse Manor, Madame Red should not have avoided meeting them. If she had left, then these maids would not have dared to lie to them. But where was she? News of Madame Red's disappearance quickly spread, and no one in the Galloping Horse Manor was able to contact her. In the southern weaves, in a dark place that resembled a dried-up well, only a faint white light shone from above onto Madame Red's body. Madame Red had been captured for almost 10 days. 10 days ago, she had been vexed that she had not been able to scheme against Qing Huashangren, and she had been thinking about how to deal with Lu Yin. Suddenly, a calamity had descended upon her, and she had been captured. She did not know who had captured her, but even with her strength as a world imprint, she had not been able to resist at all. The other party had either been a cosmic imprint, an absolute expert amongst them, or someone at the level of a celestial imprint. "Who are you?" Madame Red yelled in exhaustion. If she had only been imprisoned for 10 days, then it would not have been a big deal. However, during these 10 days, she had been tortured. Her astral origin cyclone had been broken, her astral origin had been forcefully extracted by the astral source universe, and her limbs had been broken. She had never imagined that she would one day be subjected to such torment. "Hand over progenitor Wushang's hide." "How can you possess a progenitor's item?" a dull voice asked. Madame Red could not tell who the voice belonged to. Her hair was a mess, and she weakly muttered, "Who are you?" "I don't have any progenitor Wushang's hide." "Who are you?" "If you don't hand it over, then die. No one will be able to save you." I really don't have any progenitor Wushang's hide," Madame Red stuttered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1678. In the outside world, Old Man Sangchong frowned. It had been 10 days, and this woman was still stubborn. However, progenitor Wushang's hide was definitely in her hands. The 5 weaves had been part of her promise to Lu Yin in exchange for progenitor Wuxiang's hide. She was smart enough to come up with a new excuse to deal with Qinghua Shangren. I'll say it one more time. Hand over progenitor Wuxiang's hide, or I'll torture you for the rest of your life. Madame Red screamed in despair, let me out. I really don't have progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Humph, old man Sangqiong turned to leave, as this woman would not be able to hold on for much longer. Kuin's swamp connected the inner verse and the cosmic sea. It was not large, but it was the most secure prison in the entire Fifth Mainland, and it held the most vicious criminals. On this particular day, a pig that was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters tall was running frantically, panting heavily. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. It screamed as it ran, but it suddenly bumped into a toe. It looked up and saw a drop of water falling from above. It looked like a drop of water, but to the pig, it was like a waterfall that smashed into its body. The pig choked and coughed repeatedly. What strong wine! Lord Pig can't drink it. Can't drink it. What's with the noise? Little piggy, do you want to be roasted and eaten? Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter echoed throughout Kuin's swamp, and countless chains rattled. Many of the prisoners had pained expressions as they were tortured by this laughter. Lord Pig hurriedly said, Shoo, shoo. Lord Hell Overseer, those prisoners won't be able to take it. Keep your laughter down. It's best if they die. Those who shouldn't have died are all dead, and those who should have lived longer than anyone else. Just die, ha 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 ha. Lord T's father can't take it anymore. Cough, cough. Let's go take a look. Don't die. All right. Lord Pig was about to leave when his ears suddenly perked up. No, that's not it. Lord Hell Overseer, something big has happened. Another drop of wine splashed onto Lord Pig's body. Is there anything else? Lord Pig gulped. The head inquisitor sent over a prisoner with a powerful background. The Hell Overseer was surprised. Powerful background? What background? Tell me. Lord Pig swallowed hard. The second Night King. The atmosphere fell silent as Lord Pig waited for the Hell Overlord to say something. However, a massive head appeared in front of him, and its large eyes stared at Lord Pig, giving him a fright. The second Night King. Isn't he dead? He's not dead. He's been in the ruins of the frigid immortal sect all this time. When he came out, he was captured, Lord Pig replied. The Hell Master was surprised. You were caught as soon as you came out. Ha 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 ha, how unlucky. That guy is really a big shot. He's lived for so long, but he was captured as soon as he came out. Go, lock him up. I don't care if he's a big shot, he has to listen to me since he's in Kuin's swamp, ha ha ha. Sho. Your Excellency, Sir T's father can't take it anymore. Ahem, let's go take a look. Don't die. All right. Chains extended from the ground, imprisoning many vicious people. Lord Pig ran around madly, shuttling back and forth as he locked up the second Night King. At the same time, he spread the news of the second Night King throughout Kuin's swamp. Lu Huang opened his eyes. The second Night King. What an ancient character. Once he's here, it'll be even easier for the rebellion to break out. But we'll have to wait for him to recover a little. Hell Masters aren't easy to deal with. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Soon. In outer space, Lu Yin looked towards the west with a regretful expression. Night King Dijiang was dead, and the second Night King was imprisoned. This battle with the Day-Night clan would have been perfect if not for the sealed cage technique, but because of it, Lu Yin felt like he had suffered a great loss. Night King Dejiang's death was one thing, but the second Night King was an absolute powerhouse who had surpassed Master Yuan. If Lu Yin could use the sealed cage technique to subdue the second Night King, he would be able to do as he pleased. Who in the entire Fifth Mainland could stop him aside from half-ancestors and the head inquisitors? Even if he went to the Sixth Mainland's territory, he would be able to flaunt his might. Lu Yin could not allow the second Night King to be imprisoned so comfortably. He had to make use of this perfect fighter. He had to hurry to Kuan Swamp and get there before the rebellion broke out. Alliance Master Lu, shouldn't we settle our matter? Mr. Lu Yi and Sister Fei Hua arrived behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at them, confused. What matter? Sister Fei Hua raised her brows. Why? Has Alliance Master Lu forgotten? You promised us that if we went to the ruins and killed Night King Dejiang, you would return our freedom. Lu Yin frowned. You guys killed Night King Dejiang. Sister Fei Hua coldly replied, although we didn't kill him, he died because of us. If not for us, he wouldn't have hidden in the meeting hall and died at the hands of those spiritual force remnants. Mr. Lu Yi calmly replied, Alliance Master Lu, we've followed you for so long, and we know what kind of person you are. That's why we were willing to take the risk and go to the ruins of the Frigid Immortal Sect. Those are the ruins of the Frigid Immortal Sect. Alliance Master Lu should understand how determined we were at that time. Of course, if not for the head Inquisitor's order, we would have met the same fate as Night King Dejiang. We almost died. Alliance Master Lu won't go back on his word, right? Sister Fei Hua stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Fine, I'll return your freedom. Mr. Lu Yi and Fei Hua looked at each other in delight. However, you guys have to do one last thing with me, Lu Yin said. Sister Fei Hua angrily replied, Alliance Master Lu, are you going back on your word? Lu Yin calmly replied, Night King Dejiang died because of you, but he also died because of me. If Elder Jiu Shin and I hadn't been discovered by the spiritual force remnants of the Frigid Immortal Sect, he wouldn't have died. You guys only deserve half of the credit, and the only reason you're still alive is because of the external items I lent you. Your mission can only be considered half complete. I'm giving you your freedom because you helped me before, and not just because of this matter. Sister Fei Hua wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Mr. Lu Yi. What does Alliance Master Lu want us to do? Lu Yin looked to the west and said, accompany me to Kuan Swamp. Kuan Swamp. The two were puzzled, as they clearly did not know who Lu Yin was. Lu Yin had no interest in talking to them, so he directly contacted Elder Chan. When he had returned from the Cosmic Tree Realm, Elder Chan had given him a way to contact him. Lu Yi and Fei Hua had come from the Cosmic Tree Realm, and they had followed Lu Yin because a sourcebox array had been placed in their bodies to prevent them from causing trouble on the Fifth Mainland. Now that they were free, Lu Yin had to explain the situation to Elder Chan. After a while, Lu Yin said to Lu Yi and Fei Hua, I've already spoken to Elder Chan. I can give you your freedom, but you have to be under observation. After leaving me, you have to go to the Realm Mountains for a period of time. Only with Elder Chan's approval will you be allowed to roam the Fifth Mainland freely. At that time, I can also remove the sourcebox array for you. This chapter is not complete. Please turn the page. Lu Yi and Fei Hua were delighted. Can you really remove the sourcebox array in our bodies? Lu Yin smiled. You guys have helped me a lot. During this time that you've followed me, you've seen through me, and I've seen through you. That's why I promised Elder Chan that you wouldn't cause trouble. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Mr. Lu Yi hurriedly said, Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Fei Hua looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She had never thought that Lu Yin would help them in the end. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin said, Kuin's swamp is the fifth mainland's prison, and the second Night King is imprisoned there. I have some matters to attend to there, and I'll have to trouble the two of you with this trip. After your trip to Kuin's swamp, you can head directly to the Realm Mountains of the New Universe. Lu Yi and Fei Hua had been protecting Lu Yin ever since they had returned from the Cosmic Tree Realm, and Lu Yin was already used to it. Now that the two were about to leave, he was a little reluctant to part with them, mainly because he did not have such good bodyguards. Right, there was one more thing. He immediately contacted Three Liang and asked about Wan Gong's progress. Three Liang only replied after 3 full days. Wan Gong just replied to me. He said that his progress is quite good, but there's still one final problem that he can't solve. He said something about the materials being too heavy to bear. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What else did he say? Just that one sentence. He doesn't seem to be able to contact me that easily anymore, Three Liang replied respectfully. Ever since Lu Yin had warned him, his attitude had become even more respectful than before. Lu Yin was not surprised by Wan Gong's situation. Microarray technology was the Aurora Corporation's most confidential project, and if Wan Gong could make a breakthrough, then he must be one of the company's core executives. Different treatment naturally meant different supervision. After this, it would not be easy for Three Liang to contact Wan Gong again. He would have to make another trip to the Aurora Fort. Materials. It should be the bark of the mother tree. Was that the final obstacle? Lu Yin was really looking forward to it. But if it really was the bark of the mother tree, where would he find it? This was a difficult problem. 7 days had passed by the time Lu Yin returned to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and the money bombs from Astral 10 had also arrived. When he saw that there were more than 4,000 money bombs, Lu Yin was excited and immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. He knew what Lu Qianjue and the others were thinking. They wanted to defeat the emissaries under his command one by one. Currently, the Flying Willow Leaf and Emperor Luo were both at the Ross Empire's stronghold. Even if Lu Qianjue and the others joined forces and brazenly attacked him, it would be useless. The Great Eastern Alliance withdrew from the Day-Night Flow Zone and directly returned to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which surprised Lu Qianjue and the others. They were truly shocked, as they had thought that Lu Yin was only planning to withdraw from the Day-Night Flow Zone and stay in a smaller flow zone nearby. They had never expected that he would actually return to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. They could not figure it out for a while. Was the third Night King really returning? Lu Yin found a secluded place in the Ross Empire's stronghold and went into seclusion. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. Aside from the money bombs, there was also the square-shaped power vessel that he needed to upgrade. Right, there was also the Astral Origin Pill. He currently had more than 3 billion star essence on him, and he could spend them as he pleased. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun before stopping. He rolled it, and a useless material fell out. It crumbled with a pinch, and based on its hardness, it could probably withstand a hunter's attack. Unfortunately, it was useless in Lu Yin's hands. He continued, and this time, he rolled enhance. This was a relatively common number, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed as he appeared in the time-stop space. As long as he could reach this place, he would definitely be able to roll enhance. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1679. On his third try, he rolled 6 pips, which was useless. On his fourth try, he rolled 5 pips, which was also useless. On his fifth try, he finally rolled 3 pips. 2 screens appeared, and Lu Yin began to upgrade the money bombs one by one. The money bomb that old Kai had given him had the power of a hunter, and Lu Yin wanted to upgrade it to the power of an enlighter. He would need around 3,300 star essence to upgrade it, and if he used 16,000 star essence, he would have a power level of close to 300,000. Lu Xuanjuan's current average cultivation was around that of an enlighter. If he had a power level of close to 300,000, then it would be very difficult for them to control it, and it would be easy for them to injure themselves as well as their enemies. Upgrading 4,300 money bombs one by one took Lu Yin quite a bit of time, but he didn't care about the star essence consumption. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin finally upgraded all of his money bombs and stored them in his cosmic ring. He then took out a square-shaped power vessel, which was the one that he had obtained from the frigid immortal sect's hidden treasury. This power vessel should be able to trap enemies, and based on the rune lines that Lu Yin had seen before, it should be at the level of an emissary. The power vessels that had been left behind for future generations had reached the level of an emissary, which should have been enough for the fifth mainland, but it was far from enough for Lu Yin. As he thought about it, he began upgrading it. The square-shaped power vessel was about the same as the seaweed that he had stolen from Xia Taili. After upgrading it 5 times, it reached a power level of nearly 700,000, which should be able to trap an expert like Zhang Zhou. However, if Zhang Zhou used a battle technique, then it definitely wouldn't be able to do so. Lu Yin continued upgrading. The seaweed power vessel could only be upgraded 5 times, but this square-shaped power vessel could be upgraded continuously. The materials used were different. The 6th upgrade cost Lu Yin nearly 150 million star essence. He continued to upgrade, but the square-shaped power vessel no longer dropped. It was obvious that the materials used were limited, and it had reached its limit. At this moment, this power vessel might be able to trap Zhang Zhou when he used a battle technique, but it was hard to say if the power vessel was dead while the person inside was alive. He looked around at the items that he had, and there were quite a few that could be upgraded. For example, the Heaven Flame Stone, but Lu Yin didn't dare to upgrade it. The Heaven Flame Stone gave him the feeling that it could nurture life, and he didn't want to lose this shortcut to increasing his cultivation. There was also that smoke. Lu Yin didn't know what use it had after upgrading it, and he didn't know how to use it anyway. The skeleton he had snatched from Prince Gui Qian should be the skeleton of a half-martial ancestor. The only use this skeleton had for him was its death qi. Now that he had absorbed almost all of the death qi, there was no need for him to improve. That's right, the Stellar Origin Pill. He didn't know how Shamrock Enterprises had managed to develop something like this, but since it was a pill, there was definitely room for improvement. As he thought about this, he placed the Star Source pills on the upper screen and started tossing in star essence. Astral Source pills could be used to improve the Astral Source pill, and Lu Yin watched it descend. It even seemed to have become a little rounder, which encouraged him to crazily toss in more star essence. The amount of star essence consumed by the Astral Source pill was about the same as that of the square-shaped power vessel. When he thought about it, he realized that it made sense. After all, the Astral Source pill could break through the Astral Source universe, and its power level exceeded 500,000. Zhang Xian stared at the Celestial Origin pill in his hand. At that moment, the pill gave him a different feeling. It was no longer lifeless, but instead carried traces of vitality that could be seen with the naked eye. He was curious to see what would happen if he continued to upgrade it, so he decided to upgrade it once more. On the 6th try, the Astral Source pill's vitality became even more apparent, and he had already consumed 3 pills. 100 million star essence. Lu Yin could not help but feel curious, and he continued to upgrade it. He wanted to see just how far this Astral Source pill could go. Even the power vessel left behind by the frigid immortal sect could only upgrade it 6 times. Could the materials used to refine this Astral Source pill compare to those power vessels? On the 7th try, he had consumed nearly 600 million star essence. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and continued. On the 8th try, he had consumed nearly 1 billion star essence, and the astral source pill had become even stranger. Lu Yin suddenly felt as if he was being watched, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he was not holding a pill in his hand, but a life form. Lu Yin stared at the astral source pill and then looked at the 2 screens. Should he upgrade it or not? This astral source pill still had the possibility of upgrading, which was inconceivable. Even the power vessels that he had obtained from Xiaoshen Fei and the others would not have been able to upgrade it by so much. Furthermore, this was just a pill, and it was calculated in quantity. With Shamrock Enterprises' ability, how could they mass-produce such a pill? Lu Yin suddenly felt that he might have underestimated Shamrock Enterprises. He put the astral source pill away, as he had already spent nearly 2 billion star essence on it. It was too ridiculous, and Lu Yin felt some regret. He should not have upgraded it. He had fallen into a vicious cycle of gambling, but at the same time, he also hoped to upgrade it. He really wanted to see how far it would go in the end. He had lost more than half of his wealth, and by the time he reacted, he could not even breathe. Furthermore, he had only upgraded 1 astral source pill, and he did not even know what use it would have after upgrading it. Would it be able to travel through the astral source universe? That would be too much of a loss. No, he had to make up for it. The resources of the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon clan had yet to be tallied up, so there should be quite a bit. There was also the Day-Night clan, which would all be his. He looked up and saw that there was not much time left for his seclusion. It had been a long time since he had met with Long Shi and the others, so it was time to have a chat. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and hesitated for a moment before entering. The first person he met was not Long Shi, but Wen Shizhi. When Wen Shizhi saw Lu Yin, a trace of hope flashed through his eyes. Did the Wen family pay enough? Lu Yin asked, how many levels of the literary prison did you teach Wen Sansi? 3, Wen Shizhi replied. Lu Yin nodded. Let's wait a little longer. The situation isn't clear yet. Wen Shizhi looked at Lu Yin. Then why are you looking for me? There's a question that I forgot to ask. Lu Yin looked at Wen Shizhi and slowly asked, what exactly does Yi Xian Academy have that would attract so many people to send their disciples there to study? Wen Shizhi replied, you shouldn't be asking me this question. Aren't there others here? Have you heard of Guahai? Lu Yin asked. Wen Shizhi's eyes flashed. He graduated from Yi Xian Academy and later served the Myriad Daos clan. He's currently in the Star Alliance. Lu Yin nodded and did not say anything else. This question seemed illogical, but Wen Shizhi's answer changed Lu Yin's opinion of Yi Xian Academy. This academy was not completely unconcerned about the situation, otherwise, how could Wen Shizhi know that Guahai was in the Star Alliance? Everyone in the Star Alliance was either a sinner or an enemy of the 4 cardinal scales, so the 4 cardinal scales would not spread news of this. When Lu Yin and Long Kue had gone to the Sword Steel's Lu family, they had encountered someone who had been captured and sent to the Star Alliance. Lu Yin had asked Long Kue about this, but Long Kue had not said much. Even Long Kue did not want to say much, but Wen Shizhi, a student from Yi Xian Academy, knew about this. Clearly, Yi Xian Academy was very clear. Even the 4 cardinal scales wanted to send people there to study, and they maintained a clear understanding of the situation in the outside world. They also had many experts. This was Lu Yin's impression of Yi Xian Academy. Wen Shizhi frowned, and he regretted saying that Guahai was in the Star Alliance. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. He did not know what this person had seen. After Wen Shizhi, Lu Yin met with Lu Hao. This heir of the Sword Steel's Lu family was very calm, and Lu Yin did not say much to him. He was clear about the Lu family stance, and he had only met to make his presence known and prevent these people from forgetting about him. After Lu Hao was Yun Tingting. When she saw Lu Yin's impatient expression, she had even offered to hand over the entire Misty Cloud sect's inheritance in hopes that Lu Yin would let her go. She wanted to return to the Cosmic Tree sect, and Lu Yin was willing to take over the inheritance, but he could not let her go now. Even if he let her go, she could not return. Let's wait. It won't be long before the Cosmic Tree sect sends someone over, Lu Yin said. He had guessed that the Cosmic Tree sect would have sent someone over a long time ago. How could the four cardinal scales allow him to remain calm for so long? This puzzled him, as he had always been worried that the Cosmic Tree sect would assassinate him. Lu Yin did not know that the four cardinal scales had already sent someone over, but they had been beaten back by Hui Kong. The Cosmic Tree sect sent someone here. Why? Yun Tingting asked. Lu Yin casually replied, war. Yun Tingting was surprised, war. Lu Yin left without saying much to Yun Tingting. He just wanted to give her some mental preparation. Even if these people rarely interacted with each other at Mount Supreme, they would definitely do so. Crown Prince Gui Qian was still as sinister as ever. Lu Yin saw him and immediately asked, Death Field. Gui Qian was stunned, how did you know? Looks like you've heard of it. Lu Yin was surprised. He had only been testing the waters, but he hadn't expected this guy to actually know. Gui Qian growled, you don't need to test me. I can tell you anything you want to know. Seeing the distrust in Lu Yin's eyes, Gui Qian continued, our race relies on death energy to cultivate. To us, death energy is equivalent to star energy and astral sources to ordinary cultivators. You are the creator of death energy, so we were born as one. Death energy can replace astral sources to your race. Lu Yin was shocked, as this was the first time he had heard of this. Gui Qian replied, yes. Both astral sources and death energy are high-level energies in the universe. I remember the ancestor once saying that when a type of energy reaches its peak, it can change the heavens and the earth. You don't necessarily have to cultivate astral sources, death energy can replace them. Lu Yin thought of the rune lines. The rune progenitor had created rune technology, so didn't that mean that rune lines could replace astral sources? The ancestor once said that astral sources might be the power of an extremely powerful person, but because they were so strong, they eventually covered the entire universe. If the death god had such power back then, he might have been able to expel astral sources and use death energy to cover the universe. However, this was only the ancestor's guess. Astral sources should have been formed by the universe itself, and no one can surpass them. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a theory. Although it was shocking, it made sense. The rune progenitor had created rune technology, and everyone in that civilization had followed him in cultivating the true scripture of Ian Flow. Even if they all cultivated astral sources, their fighting styles were completely different. It was an era that history couldn't be recorded or understood. If death energy had such an era as well, then it made sense. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1680. Death Qi is like astral sources to normal cultivators. We can't betray the source of Death Qi, or we'll be harming ourselves. Lu Yin laughed, you've been thinking about this for a long time. Do you want me to let you go just because of this? Gui Qian shook his head, it doesn't matter if I leave or not. I just want to tell you that I, Gui Chuan, will never betray you. Only you can create Death Qi, and the Death God's inheritance can't be stolen. Even the ancestors have to bow when they see you. Only an idiot would believe that, but Lu Yin believed that there were definitely people in Gui Chuan who wanted to join him. The cultivator who had saved him was one of them. Tell me about the death god's force field, Lu Yin said, not wanting to hear Gui Qian profess his loyalty. Gui Qian thought for a moment before replying. The death god's force field is a legend that says that it was left behind by the death god in outer space. There are also legends that say that the death god once fought with his enemies, and that the death god's force field is the place with the densest death qi. All the information we have about the death god's force field is illusory, and there's no way to prove its existence or its exact use. Xiao Shi found it in a book that said, the death god's force field is a place where there is no light, and it's like a black smoke signal that warns the world. When the smoke rises, a great battle will begin. Is that all? Lu Yin asked. Gui Qian replied, only these legends. I collect all the legends about the death god, and these are the only ones about the death god's force field. Where is it? Lu Yin asked. Gui Qian shook his head, I can't find it. There are only a few words in the legends, and some are even in ancient texts that shatter at the slightest touch. I can't find it. Lu Yin left, but Gui Qian didn't ask to leave. Instead, he waited silently. Lu Yin couldn't lock him up forever. The last person he wanted to see was Long Shi. Every time he saw her, Lu Yin felt inexplicably nervous. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Long Shi opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin, but she didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Lu Yin coughed, are you used to this place? Long Shi replied, Yuntingting and Wen Shui said that we're in the wastelands. The fifth, Lu Yin emphasized. What happened at Longshan? Long Shi asked. Lu Yin did not hesitate to tell her about how he had been hunted down by the 4 cardinal scales, including the fact that he was Lu Shaoxian. Long Shi was shocked. You actually managed to escape back to the abandoned land. At this point, Lu Yin rejoiced. I was lucky. If it weren't for the Eternals attacking and destabilizing the top realm, the 7 sky gods appearing, and half-ancestor Kuei Luo causing trouble, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin deeply. What right do you have to be hunted down by the entire 4 cardinal scales? Even if it's because of Bai Xiaohong's death, the immortal cold sect is still hunting you down. Also, how were you exposed for killing Bai Xiaohong on Dragon Mountain? The frigid immortal sect dares to make a move in Dragon Mountain? Wang Yun, this woman came to the 5th mainland and even fought with me. She was the one who recognized me, Lu Yin said. Long Shi's eyes narrowed. Wang Xi's granddaughter, no wonder. She then looked at Lu Yin, why are you here? Once we leave the starry sky of trees, I won't be of any use to you. Lu Yin replied, I just want to see you. Yun Ting Ting and Wen Di Shi's inheritances can be traced here. They're valuable to you. There shouldn't be any inheritors of Dragon Mountain here, said Long Shi. Lu Yin nodded, there really isn't. Then, I'll be leaving. Long Shi closed her eyes and quietly cultivated. Right, I have a question for you, Lu Yin suddenly said, have you heard of the 7 heroes? Long Shi's eyes widened, why do you ask? Lu Yin shrugged, I'm just curious. I met a group of friends on the battlefield behind the starry sky of trees. One of them is called Tu Qiming, and he kept saying that I resembled the 7th of the 7 heroes. Long Shi's expression changed, and she jumped in front of Lu Yin, Tu Qiming. Are you sure he's called Tu Qiming? Lu Yin nodded, people call him Young Master Tuesday. He's a scoundrel. Long Shi smiled happily, he's still alive, Brother Tu is still alive. That's good, that's good. You know this Tu Qiming? Lu Yin asked unhappily. Long Shi quickly grabbed Lu Yin's arm and asked, how is he? Is he alright? Lu Yin pursed his lips, not really. Why? Long Shi grew anxious. I beat him up, Lu Yin said. Long Shi was stunned, what? Lu Yin said, he deserves a beating. I beat him up every day, but he likes it when I beat him up. Long she didn't know what to say, and she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. What else did he say to you? Lu Yin stared at her. Why are you so concerned about him? He then looked at his arm. Long she quickly let go and whispered, we used to know each other. Brother Tu took good care of me. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He's a scoundrel. How could he take care of you? I was very young back then, Long she said, regaining her composure. Lu Yin turned to leave. Long she asked again, what happened to Brother Tu? Lu Yin thought for a moment. His innate gift was crippled, and he's still with the remnants of the new world. Long she clenched her fists, her arms trembling, and her breathing quickening. Other than Tu Qiming, there are also some people from the Qiming family and the myriad Dao ancestor, Lu Yin said. Long she was shocked. They're all with the remnants. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, they've gone through thick and thin together. I don't know when they'll be destroyed by those Eternals. Long she closed her eyes in pain. Lu Yin left. Due to racial differences, the White Dragon tribe's growth cycle was different from that of ordinary people. Long she seemed to be about the same age as Lu Yin, but she had experienced the era of the 7 heroes, which wasn't that long ago. It seemed like she had a good relationship with the 7 heroes and Tu Qiming. No matter what, she was still an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance who had supported the 7 heroes and the Lu family. After leaving Mount Supreme, Lu Yin used the remaining time to cultivate the serious art and recite the Stonewall scriptures. As time passed, the scene in front of him changed, and he returned to the real world, where only a second had passed. The Ross Empire's technology surpassed that of the Great Yu Empire. After conquering the Ross Empire, Lu Yin had transferred Ban Jiu over to take over this technology. On this day, Lu Yin met with Lu Xianjun. He looked at the 6,432 people below him with a calm expression. Of these people, 4,000 were transformed explorers, and they would be replaced later on. He needed real cultivators. Zhanglong Day Night was one of these explorers, and he had taken the initiative to apply to join Lu Xuanjuan's army. Aside from him, Steelbone Day Night, Ying Day Night, and Yi Gui were all enlighters, but Zhua Day Night had not joined. Now, Lu Xuanjuan's second finger attack had been temporarily targeted at Ying Day Night. Lu Yin was most at ease when it came to the Day Night clan. I don't have much to say. I'll just tell you one thing, Lu Yin said loudly as he swept his gaze over everyone in Lu Xuanjuan's camp. Your future enemies are more powerful than you can imagine. All I want you to do is become stronger. That's all. He then looked at Wang Wen. Wang Wen helplessly stepped forward. Lu Xianjun was personally chosen by Alliance head Lu of the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin quietly listened to Wang Wen's encouragement. He did not like to do this, as he was more adept at encouraging others before a battle. However, since he was about to use money bombs, he could not remain silent. After a full hour, Wang Wen finally finished speaking. There were 4,300 money bombs in total, which was not enough to equip everyone. Thus, Lu Yin did not plan on giving them to the transformed people and only gave them to the cultivators. As for the rest, he would distribute them as rewards to those who were loyal to the Great Eastern Alliance. Regardless of their cultivation level, as long as they contributed, they would be rewarded. After Lu Xianjun left, Wang Wen asked, do you really plan on letting Ying Day Night take charge of Lu Xianjun? Do you trust him? Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But Ying Day Night isn't strong enough to take charge of Lu Xianjun. Lu Yin was helpless. Lu Yefei is about to leave, and we lack an emissary-level expert. Wang Wen smiled. What about the Sea King? Lu Yin was stunned. The Sea King. Why would you think of him? Wang Wen replied, the Sea King is most suitable for Lu Xianjun. Although he's not as strong as Master Yuan, he has the courage and responsibility to pierce through the heavens. He's the most suitable person for Lu Xianjun. Lu Yin was helpless. I wanted to pull the Sea King over as well, but he wasn't willing. Also, for the time being, it's not suitable for the Sea King to make an appearance. Not now. Think of something. Lu Xianjun is a sword, and the commander is the sword's edge. If the sword's edge isn't sharp, then it doesn't matter how bright the sword is. How can you expect these explorers and enlighters to deal with emissaries? That's not realistic. At the end of the day, Lu Xianjun is just an army, not an absolute expert. Right, hasn't the Sea King always wanted you to be his son-in-law? Why don't you give it a try? That Hai Chi isn't bad either. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I think you can give it a try. Both of you have cheap mouths. Wang Wen grinned. Fine, I'll give it a try. Don't regret it when you get the beauty. Lu Yin laughed. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Wang Wen was speechless. Aside from Lu Xianjun, the giant bloodline can also be considered an army. I'm also planning to form another army, one that's completely made up of former enemies. It won't be any weaker than Lu Xuanjuan's army. Wang Wen was astonished. Another one. Lu Yin nodded. Enemies have their value as well. You can't possibly hope to kill the Sylvan Dragon and the Night King's bloodline, so let's make them redeem themselves. Wang Wen nodded. Many people have done this before, but how to control it is a problem. We can't be harmed by it. Lu Yin replied, the Heavenly Sin's army will be the name of this army. Ever since Lu Qinjue and the other two had killed Lord Dragon, Lu Yin had been on guard against them. Who knew when they would make a move? They no longer cared about their sect master's reputation and were even willing to assassinate him. Lu Yin urgently needed absolute experts to protect him, and Flying Willow also wanted her freedom. Thus, not long after, Lu Yin brought Flying Willow to Earth's swamp. His reason was to imprison the Luo Emperor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1681. Lu Qianjue, the mountain deity, and Wen Zizai were inside the light screen. That's right. He brought the Flying Willow flower to the swamp of Earth. He said that he wanted to imprison the Luo Emperor, the mountain deity said in a low voice. Ling Qiu was puzzled. Hasn't Emperor Luo already surrendered? Lu Qianjue replied, Lu Yin doesn't trust the Luo Emperor. Back when he was still in the Astral Combat Academy, the Ross Empire had waged war against the Great Yu Empire and caused the Great Yu Empire to suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, the Great Eastern Alliance overthrew the Day-Night Flow Zone and invaded the Blaze Realm, and the Ross Empire intervened to stop both of them. In that case, wouldn't it be better to kill Emperor Luo? Ling Qiu asked. Wen Zizai replied, Kuan-Zhe is different from the others. He doesn't just have hatred in his eyes, but he also has the bigger picture in mind. An envoy-level expert is too valuable, so imprisoning Kuan-Zhe is the best choice. Perhaps the Luo Emperor has something that he needs. Kuan Swamp is not a place where anyone can be locked up. The Luo Emperor did not commit any serious crimes. Why should he be locked up in Kuan Swamp? The mountain god was displeased. Wen Zizai glanced at him. He was a little tired, but he didn't say anything. Lu Qianjue explained, this is Lu Yin's influence in the Hall of Honor. The Shangqing is the Hall of Honor's #1 method, but in terms of influence, it's far inferior to Lu Yin's. This kid has the ability to imprison anyone in Earth's swamp because he has the adjudicator's warrant. The mountain deity said furiously, how unbridled. do we still have to attack? Yes, of course. Ling Qiu hated the serious sect and Lu Yin to the core. She had been played so miserably, and she could not seek an explanation from the serious sect. Thus, she could only vent her anger on Lu Yin. Even if Lu Yefei is gone, doesn't the Great Eastern Alliance still have Chen Huang? Where was that emissary-level giant? Find him and destroy him. I've already sent people to investigate, but they haven't been able to find anything, Lu Qinjue said. Furthermore, now that the Dragon Lord is dead, Lu Yin will definitely be on high alert. Not only will he hide Chen Huang's tracks, but he might also attack our flow zones as well. Everyone, it's best to be careful. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In the current Interverse, they were the only ones who could resist Lu Yin if they joined forces. Even though they knew that Chaos God Mountain's Zhang Zhou had died and that Chaos Flow Zone was now without a master and could be easily suppressed, they did not have the time or energy to do so. They were all focused on dealing with Lu Yin. How are things with the Day-Night clan? Ling Qiu asked. Lu Qinjue asked, what are the results of your investigation? Ling Qiu replied, everything is normal in the Day-Night clan. No one is monitoring the Great Eastern Alliance, and no one is suppressing them. There's not a single expert from the Great Eastern Alliance in the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect. The Day-Night clan has sealed itself off again, and they're not receiving any guests. That's what we found out as well. Lu Yin did not do anything to the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan hates him so much that they even toppled the Ancestral Land Stone Tablet and destroyed the Night King planet. It's impossible for all of them to submit to him. However, the results of our investigation indicate that Lu Yin really did not suppress them, and the Great Eastern Alliance really did withdraw from the Day-Night clan, the Mountain God said. Wen Zizai and Lu Qinjue looked at each other and nodded. I'm fine. Lu Qinjue sighed. It looks like the second Night King has scared Lu Yin. The news of the third Night King's return might be true. Once the third Night King returns, the Day-Night clan will rise once again, even more so than before. What should we do about the Day-Night clan? Mountain God asked. Lu Qinjue replied, the most important thing right now is to push the Great Eastern Alliance away. Even if the third Night King returns, he won't be able to do anything to us. The Hall of Honor will keep an eye on him, and compared to the third Night King, Lu Yin is the most terrifying. Let's continue looking for Chen Huang. We have to eliminate all of the emissaries by Lu Yin's side. There's also that elder he from the Sea King's Dome. He helped Lu Yin before. We can't let any of them go. Eliminate all of the emissaries and see what use they have. Everyone, aside from eliminating the emissaries, we have to seal off all dealings and communications with the Great Eastern Alliance. We have to completely isolate them and make them the enemy of the entire Interverse. The war has already begun. In outer space, a spacecraft departed from the first flow zone and headed towards the Gu flow zone. Inside the spacecraft were Elder Lian Lianxin and her disciple, Li Zimo. Master, the Divine Gu dynasty doesn't care about worldly affairs. They didn't even make a move when the sixth mainland attacked. Will they help us? Li Zimo asked. Elder Lianxin gazed into outer space. They won't help us, they'll help themselves. Lu Yin's ambition is too great, and he's different from the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland is a mortal enemy, but Lu Yin has chosen a different path, one that threatens even the Divine Gu dynasty. As long as young Empress Qing isn't stupid, she'll definitely take action. Li Zimo nodded and did not say anything else. The Interverse's 8 great flow zones included the first flow zone, the Beast Tamer's flow zone, the Spirit Seal flow zone, the Erudite flow zone, and the Gu flow zone. Once they joined forces, they would occupy more than half of the Interverse, and the Great Eastern Alliance would find it difficult to deal with them. This was especially true for the Gu Flozone's poison, which was impossible to guard against. He had already sent news of this to the Great Eastern Alliance, but he did not know how Lu Yin would deal with it. The Interverse major Flozones were cooperating like never before, and they also cut off all trade with the Great Eastern Alliance and sealed off their borders in an attempt to isolate the Great Eastern Alliance's Blazing Mist Flozone. Lu Yin knew that all of this was within his expectations, and he would deal with them once he returned from Earth's swamp. Right now, he was more concerned about another piece of news. The Outerverse Western Weaves had officially announced that Guru Qinghua had replaced Elder Tollwielder as one of the 6th mainland's Daosaur sects for sovereigns. Lu Yin glanced at his communicator and then closed it. Guru Qinghua was not a competitive person. If Madame Red had not schemed against him, then even if he had become one of the 4 sovereigns, he would have just gone with the flow and would not have gone against Old Man Sangqiong and the others. But now, no one could guess what Guru Qinghua was thinking about Madame Red's scheme. Lu Yin could not guess, and he only hoped to use Guru Qinghua to stir up the 6th mainland's waters. That was all, as he still did not have the strength to influence the celestial imprint. Judging from the current situation, Guru Qinghua was doing pretty well, and they had reached an agreement. Guru Qinghua had taken away brute force and resolved the Hall of Taimo's crisis. Every day, countless pieces of news from all over the universe were sent to Lu Yin's gadget. There were also reports from Enya, and Lu Yin read them to pass the time. The Blazing Mist Flow Zone was located in the eastern part of the Interverse, and even with the help of the Flying Willow Leaves, it still took Lu Yin more than 10 days to reach Earth's swamp. Earth's swamp was a unique region that connected the Interverse and the Cosmic Sea. It was a strange place, and it was not very large. It was smaller than even a planet, but no one dared to casually enter this place. This was because Earth's swamp was filled with swamps that even space-exploring powerhouses could not traverse. This place was filled with an aura of death. Lu Yin looked at the gray swamp in the distance that stretched into the heavens, and he was shocked. There was actually a sourcebox array here. After thinking about it, he realized that it made sense. After all, this place was where the most vicious criminals in the entire universe were imprisoned, so it was normal for there to be a sourcebox array here. However, he did not know if this sourcebox array would be able to stop this rebellion or how powerful it would be. Earth's swamp sourcebox array was constantly activated. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Lu Yin requests an audience with Hellmaster Earth's swamp. A loud voice reverberated throughout Earth's swamp. Beneath Earth's swamp, a sleeping pig's ears twitched, and it turned over. Lu Yin requests an audience with Hellmaster Earth's swamp. The voice continued to reverberate throughout Earth's swamp. Underground, many prisoners opened their eyes and looked up. The pig suddenly sat up and was very impatient. Who dares disturb Lord Pig's sleep? Lock them up. Lu Yin requests an audience with Hellmaster Earth's swamp. The voice rang out again. The pig's ears suddenly perked up, and its eyes widened. Lu Yin. In a corner of Earth's swamp, the swamp jailer was shocked. Lu Yin. In the depths of Earth's swamp, a pair of beautiful eyes opened. Lu Yin. Outside Earth's swamp, Lu Yin stood there quietly. Beside him were the flying willow leaves and the bound Luo Huang. The Luo Huang's eyes flickered with red light. He had been imprisoned in Earth's swamp of his own volition. Lu Qianjue and the others had killed Lord Dragon without hesitation, and if they had the chance, they would definitely kill him as well. Rather than live in fear, it was better to be imprisoned in Earth's swamp. Lu Yin could not allow the Luo Huang to be imprisoned here forever. The route to the technocracy's interior was in Lu Yin's hands, and the Luo Huang's value was too great. Besides, even if Lu Yin did not want him, the Luo Huang could tell Hellmaster Earth's swamp, and the Hall of Honor would want him. To the Luo Huang, Earth's swamp was not a prison, but rather a refuge. There was a loud rumble, and the swamp in front of them trembled. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw a huge creature emerge from the swamp. It landed firmly on the ground and stared at Lu Yin with its round eyes. Lu Yin blinked. He had experienced many things and seen many strange creatures, especially the Ho and the primordial centipede. He believed that he would not be surprised if he saw a terrifying creature, no matter how huge it was. However, this creature in front of him had shocked him. Even after fusing with Lu Huang and seeing this pig, he was still shocked when he saw it face to face. It was unimaginable that a pig could cultivate, and from the number of rune lines, it seemed to be very powerful. How did a pig cultivate? Flying willow leaves were similarly stunned, as Lord Pig had completely overturned the impression that Earth's swamp had given them. In this dark Earth swamp, where countless vicious criminals were imprisoned, there was a pink pig that they could not accept. Lord Pig ignored the flying willow leaves and looked at Lu Yin instead. His mouth cracked open, revealing a smile that was even more disgusting than Ku Wei's. Well, if it isn't Alliance Master Lu. Alliance Master Lu, you've come from afar, so please come in. He then raised his trotter and gestured for Lu Yin to enter with a fawning expression. Lu Yin felt strange, as if he had been invited to visit a pigsty. He coughed and slowly entered. Flying willow leaves looked at Lu Yin and also felt strange. Alliance Master Lu, how do you have the time to visit my Earth swamp? Are you just passing by? Are you taking a break? Earth swamp is truly an honor, an honor. Lord Pig spoke endlessly, praising Lu Yin in a way that even Ku Wei could not compare to. Lu Yin and the others were invited to sit on its back, and they headed towards the depths of Earth's swamp. Earth's swamp was a swamp that was filled with death energy. Lu Yin sat on Lord Pig's back, and Lord Pig automatically parted the swamp so that Lu Yin and the others would not come into contact with it. Lu Yin looked around, and the death energy here was really dense, which made him feel very comfortable. The death energy here was probably not much less than the death energy in the Eternal Kingdom. Mr. Lu Yi said, "This place feels like the Ghost Abyss." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Sir, have you been to the Ghost Abyss before?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1682. Mr. Lu Yi answered, "I went there once by accident, but I quickly left." "It was to save me," Fei Hua said. Mr. Lu Yi smiled and held Fei Hua's hand. "If I didn't die that time, you and I would have both become emissaries. It was worth it." Fei Hua revealed a rare gentle smile. "Alliance Master Lu, it's very easy to get lost in Kuan's swamp, and the miasma here is so thick that even enlighters can't stand it. Too many prisoners here have been poisoned to death by the miasma. Actually, the Hall of Honor assigned Kuan's swamp to guard the prisoners and set a date so that they wouldn't die. However, the Hell Master is too lazy and doesn't care. I'm also too busy, so there's nothing I can do." The miasma that Lord Pig was referring to was Death Qi, but they didn't directly call it Death Qi. The Hell Master doesn't care about anything and just watches videos all day long. I don't know what he's watching, but he sometimes laughs maniacally and scares many prisoners to death. Many of them say that I'm the Hell Master and that he's more like the Vice Hell Master. What do you think, Alliance Master Lu? Lord Pig rambled on. Lu Yin replied, "That's a good idea. Not bad." Lord Pig was delighted. Right. Alliance Master Lu thinks that I'm the best candidate to be the Hell Master, right?" Lu Yin chuckled. Not long after, a dark castle appeared in front of them. It was a very large castle that was tens of thousands of meters tall and probably spanned half of Kuen's swamp. Luin was shocked. "That's where the Hellmaster lives." Lord Pig muttered, "Yes. The Hellmaster is too big, so he can only live there." Alliance Master Lu, the construction of that castle cost a lot of money, and if those funds were used to recruit guards, then Kuen's swamp's defenses would be doubled. Sigh, the Hellmaster is too extravagant. Luin quietly listened to Lord Pig's crazy denigration of the Hellmaster, and he occasionally saw the guards bow in their direction. Soon, they entered the castle. After Lord Pig entered the castle, he suddenly sped up and charged in a certain direction. Although the castle was large, it wasn't complicated. From the outside, it looked like a castle, but inside, it looked more like a warehouse. There weren't any rooms or facilities, and there was only a path that led directly to the Hellmaster. Lord Pig suddenly charged forward, and Luin looked ahead from his back. He saw a boundless number of rune lines that were not any weaker than Zhangzhou's, and they were getting closer and closer. Then, he saw an incomparably large toe, and Lord Pig charged forward. Willow Leaf Flying Flower carried Luin and the Luo Huang as it leapt down. Lord Pig viciously rammed into the Hellmaster's toes, and it seemed like it was already used to this. Luin felt that it was doing this on purpose. Did it really think that it would one day be able to kill a Hellmaster? What's the matter now? A loud voice echoed. In the distance, a huge wine jug was grabbed. Luin looked up and saw the Hell Overlord's full appearance. The Hell Overlord was a giant that was 30,000 meters tall and incomparably powerful. He had already found out about this before he came to Kuenzei. To be honest, he did not expect the Hellmaster to be a great giant. Chen Huang had once said that the great giant lineage was extinct. Clearly, he did not know that there was a great giant here. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, the Hellmaster gulped down a mouthful of wine. Lord Pig shouted, "Lord Hellmaster, a guest has arrived. It's Alliance Master Lu from the Great Eastern Alliance." The Hellmaster set down the wine jug and wiped his mouth. He then lowered his head. "Who's here?" "Alliance Master Lu. The revered Alliance Master Lu has arrived." Lord Pig shouted. The Hellmaster looked at Lu Yin's group and was shocked. "Experts, who are you? Are you here to break me out of prison?" "Lord Hellmaster, it's Alliance Master Lu from the Great Eastern Alliance." Lord Pig shouted, his curly tail straightening. Lu Yin looked at him sympathetically. This pig kept shouting like this every day, and there would be a day when he would suddenly die. This fellow was probably taking revenge by ramming into the Hellmaster's toes. The Hellmaster squatted down and looked at Lu Yin's group. "Oh, Alliance Master Lu. I remember now. You're the one who defeated Zhe Zhu. What are you doing here?" Lu Yin replied, sending someone to Kuenzei. The Hellmaster grabbed the wine jug and took another sip. "It's not that easy to come to my Kuenzei. What kind of gift do you plan on sending?" "Lord Hellmaster, you're too rude." Lord Pig shouted and rammed into the Hellmaster's toes. Lu Yin was amused. "Do I need to send a gift to imprison a criminal in Kuenzei?" The Hellmaster was shocked. "A criminal? You're not sending someone to my Kuenzei as a prison guard. That won't do. Kuenzei only has 3,000 chains, and it's full." Lu Yin asked, "There's not a single empty spot?" None. You can leave." The Hellmaster grew impatient and continued drinking. Lord Pig gloated from the side, but he did not say anything. He could not wait for Lu Yin to fall out with the Hellmaster. Fortunately, the Board of Governors had suggested that he become the Hellmaster, and he had done his research. Lu Yin had a lot of authority in the board of governors. If there's none, then I'll execute one, Lu Yin said. The Hell Master paused and smashed the wine jug onto the ground. He glared at Lu Yin as a terrifying aura swept out, and Lord Pig was immediately sent flying. Lu Yefei stood in front of Lu Yin and stared at the Hell Master. The Hell Master barked, "Where do you think this is? If I say there's none, then there's none." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and met the Hell Master's gaze. He then retrieved some wine from his cosmic ring, which he had prepared just in case. He had drunk with Zi Rong and Kai Jinxiang before, as well as with Hui Kong. There were many people in this universe who loved to drink, so he had specially prepared some. "Senior, try some of the wine from my hometown and see if it suits your taste." Lu Yin then tossed the wine to the Hell Master. The Hell Overlord looked at the wine floating in the air. To him, it was just a mouthful. However, he still smiled, revealing his 2 rows of teeth. "Ha ha ha ha, Alliance Master Lu, you're too kind. This wine smells good, so it must be delicious." With that, he drank all the wine in one gulp and wiped the corner of his mouth happily. "Right, what did Alliance Leader Lu just say?" the Hell Master asked. Lu Yin smiled. "This person is Emperor Luo, the ruler of the Ross Empire. During his reign, he killed countless people. I want to imprison him in Kuenzei." "No problem. Piggy, go pick a good spot for Alliance Leader Lu," the Hell Master shouted. In the distance, Lord Pig wagged his tail and grumbled unwillingly. He then looked at Lu Yin and flashed a fawning smile. "Alliance Leader Lu, this way please." The Hell Master grinned as he watched Lu Yin's group leave. This kid was interesting, as expected of the ruler of the Outerverse. Lu Yin had the Adjudicator's warrant, and under normal circumstances, he could forcibly imprison Emperor Luo in Kuenzei. However, just as the Hell Master had said, this was Kuenzei, and he had the final say. The other prisoners had all been tried and sentenced, so he could not just throw them out or kill them. He could do that or not, and no one would be able to control him. If Lu Yin really wanted to forcibly imprison them, then he would be thinking too much and underestimating Kuenzei. However, this kid had still tested him, which was interesting. Kuenzei connects the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea, and it's also divided into 2 regions. In the Innerverse region, most of the prisoners have committed heinous crimes, but they are not very strong. In other words, they can be easily suppressed. In the Cosmic Sea, however, it's different. Some of the prisoners are even more terrifying, Lord Pig explained as he led Lu Yin's group towards the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin asked, "So Emperor Luo will be imprisoned in the Cosmic Sea?" Lord Pig nodded and said with some apprehension, "Emperor Luo is an emissary, and even in the Cosmic Sea, there aren't that many emissaries imprisoned there. He will definitely be imprisoned there. Aren't you afraid that those people will band together and rebel?" Lu Yin asked. Lord Pig was shocked. "Alliance Leader Lu, don't scare me. I don't dare to think about it. However, these chains are specially made, and even powerhouses with power levels in the millions can't break them. That shouldn't be the case. Take me to the Innerverse region," Lu Yin said. Lord Pig was put in a difficult position. Emperor Luo isn't suitable to be imprisoned there. "I just want to take a look." "Don't worry," Lu Yin said. Since he was already here, Shui Chuanshao was also one of his targets. After all, he had promised Enya. Besides, the Great Eastern Alliance needed a commander. The Great Eastern Alliance currently consisted of the Allied Army, Lu Xian's army, the garrison, and so on. It was actually quite chaotic, and Lu Yin didn't have the time or energy to manage too many things. Enya was in charge of too many things, and there were too many things that needed to be handled by professionals. Lord Pig turned around and led Lu Yin's group towards the Innerverse region. Lu Yin saw the prisoners there. The prisoners of Kuan's swamp were all tied up in chains, and each chain extended from the ground. There were no cells here, and every prisoner was still in the swamp. Death Qi would occasionally invade their surroundings and corrode their bodies. Lu Yin saw one prisoner after another, and some of them were already dead, their bodies shriveled up. Lu Yin frowned, as Shui Chuanxiao's cultivation wasn't that high. He couldn't have died, right? In this environment, not many prisoners can last until their sentences are over. Lord Pig smiled. Some prisoners are given special treatment, such as the one in front of us. The miasma is isolated. Of course, there are times when a little bit of miasma enters, but it's not a problem. Oh. Someone is being given special treatment? Who is it? Lu Yin asked. Lord Pig replied, a mad scientist who researched immortality. He took out a person's brain and constantly switched bodies, claiming that this would lead to eternal life. He did exactly that, but he was only a sentinel, like an ant. He lived for more than 2,000 years and killed many people during that time. One of them was the son of an important person from the Hall of Honor. That person ordered him to be locked up in Kuan's swamp for 10,000 years. How can a sentinel be locked up for 10,000 years? Lu Yin asked. Lord Pig pointed to the front. Lu Yin looked over and saw that the Death Qi was indeed isolated. Through the miasma, he saw a brain, which surprised him. That person's body died a long time ago, but his brain is still alive. That important person from the Hall of Honor ordered all sorts of scenes to be created for his brain, and each scene depicted an incomparably miserable ending. He wanted to experience this feeling for 10,000 years. Lord Pig then shuddered. How pitiful. Who was that important person? Lu Yin was curious. This sort of punishment was indeed terrifying, but it could only be used on ordinary people. A space-exploring cultivator could commit suicide, but this ordinary person was out of luck. Lord Pig looked around and whispered, Director Xian Jiao. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1683. Lu Yin was shocked. Director Xian Jiao. Lord Pig raised his trotter and made a shushing gesture. Director Xian Jiao has instructed me not to reveal this information. I'm only telling you because you asked, so please don't tell Director Xian Jiao. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. He then continued forward with Lord Pig leading the way. They soon met another person who had received special treatment. This person's family had betrayed the human domain and joined the astral beast domain Celestial Beast Empire. During the border war, this person had been captured and imprisoned in Kuan's swamp. The Hall of Honor had been hoping to use this person to lure out that family for many years. One prisoner after another. Every one of them had a story, and every one of them had a reason for being locked up here. Some of them had offended someone, some of them had committed heinous crimes, and some of them could not be explained clearly. Kuan's swamp was dark, not only because of the environment, but also because of people's hearts. Most of the people here had their own reasons for being imprisoned here, including Shui Chuanxiao. This person is Shui Chuanxiao, the commander of the border army. He must have lost his mind to betray Endless Weave, causing half of it to be occupied by the technocracy. This is a heinous crime, and he's sentenced to 10,000 years, Lord Pig said disdainfully, clearly looking down on Shui Chuanxiao. Shui Chuanxiao had not been isolated from the aura of death, nor did he seem to be on the verge of death. His crimes were not unjustified, as he had indeed betrayed Endless Weave. No matter the reason, half of it had been occupied by the technocracy, and too many people had died. There was no way to justify this crime. Lu Yin looked at Shui Chuanxiao and the rune lines on his body. Fortunately, he was still a cruiser, and there was still a long time before he died. Although the aura of death here was dense, it seemed to have been processed. Even though there was still some aura of death around the chains, it was not as dense as in the swamp. Otherwise, these prisoners would have been transformed just like those in the Eternal Kingdom. This was something that Lu Yin was puzzled about. Do these chains have other uses besides being sturdy? Lord Pig exclaimed, Alliance leader Lu is wise. That's right, these chains are part of a sourcebox array, and they can isolate the miasma to a certain extent. Of course, they only isolate a portion of it so that the miasma is not as dense. Up ahead, Shui Chuanxiao's fingers twitched, and he slowly raised his head. He opened his eyes, and Lu Yin looked at him at the same time. Commander Shui, long time no see, Lu Yin said slowly. Lord Pig was shocked. Lu Yin knew this Shui Chuanxiao. Shui Chuanxiao looked at Lu Yin and spoke in a hoarse voice, I never thought that we'd meet again. Back at the border of the erudite flow zone, I'm indebted to you for taking care of me. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet, Lu Yin said. Shui Chuanxiao lowered his head. There's a clear distinction between rewards and punishments in the military. Commander, do you regret it now? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Sir Pig became anxious and whispered, Alliance Master Lu, according to the rules, you can't talk to prisoners. Shui Chuanxiao smiled. Regret? Without the internet, would the human domain still be the same as it is now? Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Back then, the multiverse network had not yet been connected. It was Shui Chuanxiao who had used the human race's defeat in exchange for a resolution that allowed the network to be fully connected. Thus, when Iron Blood Weave was invaded, the Outerverse Eastern Weaves had been able to respond as quickly as possible. The technocracy had joined forces with the Sixth Mainland to invade, and the entire Outerverse had been able to respond as quickly as possible. Without the universal network, all of this would change. Would the human domain still be the human domain? Shui Chuanxiao had performed an enormous service, but it was a fact that he had betrayed the endless territories. That was a grave crime. Even if he had performed a great service, he would not be able to repay it because human lives were priceless. The Sea King had broken through the upper three gates in order to create a progenitor for the Fifth Mainland. Even if the Sixth Mainland had to invade, he still had to break through that sky. Shui Chuanxiao and the Sea King were essentially the same type of people, and Lu Yin was the same type of person. So what if there was an internal war? Should he just accept his fate and be killed by the four cardinal scales? Should he just allow the Lu family to wander outside, or even be exterminated? That was impossible. Even if there was an internal war, Lu Yin would still not regret it. He was willing to bear the consequences of his actions without denying or regretting them. This was what a man should do. The internal war was one thing, but how to deal with the eternal schemes was another. Lu Yin needed Shui Chuanxiao to be absolutely certain. Lu Yin left with an inexplicable smile on his face. Shui Chuanxiao lowered his head and closed his eyes, continuing to be tortured in the dark Kuan swamp. Half a day later, Lu Yin finished looking through the Innerverse. There were far fewer prisoners in the Cosmic Sea than in the Innerverse, and there was a greater disparity in the strength of the prisoners in the Cosmic Sea. The first prisoner that Lu Yin saw was an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Now, that enlighter only had a power level of less than 100,000. It was obvious that this person had been locked up here for a very long time. This person fled from the border warfront, which led to his defeat. He was imprisoned in the Kuan swamp for 3,000 years, Lord Pig introduced, clearly disdainful of this person. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and continued looking through the prisoners. Lord Pig introduced him to quite a few prisoners, and the one that left a deep impression on Luin was a prisoner who had tried to break into the Kuan swamp. Lord Pig was furious when he saw this person. 1,000 years ago, a director came to my Kuan swamp for an inspection, and this guy sneaked in and tried to break into the prison. Fortunately, the warden, Lord Pig, discovered him early on, or else he would have succeeded. The director was in the Kuan swamp, and if he had succeeded in breaking into the prison, the Kuan swamp would have lost all face. Aren't those chains impossible for even powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000 to break? How did he almost succeed in breaking into the prison? Luin was puzzled. Lord Pig mumbled, because he couldn't break the chains, he was just one step away. Luin was speechless. What was this about almost succeeding in breaking into the prison? He had thought that the chains had been broken. These chains were so difficult to break, so how could the person in Lu Huang's memories who had plotted a riot have succeeded? Luin was very curious. He looked through the prisoners one by one, and the length of the chains varied. The more powerful the prisoner, the deeper they were locked. Not long after, Luin saw a prisoner who was staring at him calmly. This person's death aura had been isolated, and his clothes were very clean. He didn't look like a prisoner at all. If he hadn't been locked up here, Luin would have thought that this person was a prison guard. What's up with this person? Luin asked. Lord Pig replied, he's a little special. He's the father of Vice Prison Master T. Vice Prison Master's father. Luin was shocked. Lord Pig didn't want to say much about this person. Alliance leader Lu, where do you want to lock up Luo Huang? There are several spots in front, and there aren't many below. Once a prisoner like the Second Night King arrives, he must be locked up at the bottom. Take me to the Second Night King, Luin said. Lord Pig's expression changed, and his ears perked up. He was a little afraid. The Second Night King. You want to see him? He's not easy to deal with, and he hasn't been corroded by the miasma. I'm afraid that there might be an accident. It's fine. He was heavily injured by the head inquisitor, and he doesn't have much strength left. All right, Luin said. Lord Pig reluctantly said, all right. With that, he went underground. Along the way, Luin suddenly stopped Lord Pig. Are there more prisoners? Yes, there's one who's been locked up here because his battle techniques are too evil. He's not weak, and he hasn't been locked up for too long. It's only been a few hundred years. Let me take a look. Luin walked over. He wanted to take a look at all the prisoners around Luo Huang, including the mastermind. Lord Pig led the way for Luin, and after parting the swamp, Luin saw the imprisoned prisoner. His face was pale, and his limbs were bound. He didn't have many rune lines, and he was only close to an enlighter. Suddenly, the prisoner's eyes opened and met Lu Yin's gaze. In that instant, Lu Yin's expression changed. What a familiar gaze. When the prisoner saw Luin, a trace of shock flashed through the depths of his eyes. He then closed his eyes and no longer looked at Luin. Luin stared at the prisoner. This person's gaze had been very familiar, and he had definitely seen it somewhere before. What's his name? Luin asked. Ruin, Lord Pig replied. A name that deserves a beating. He's been locked up here for a few hundred years. Luin was puzzled. Lord Pig replied, yes, a few hundred years. Why was he locked up here? Luin asked. Lord Pig answered in a practiced manner, he cultivated an evil battle technique. It seems to be a spiritual force battle technique, and he killed quite a few people. Luin looked at Ruin. Have you seen me before? Ruin didn't move. Lord Pig whispered, Alliance Master Lu, he's been locked up here for a few hundred years. You're so young, so it's impossible for you to have seen him before. Lu Yin stared at Ruin and frowned. It was very familiar, and he had definitely seen that gaze before. It wasn't just once, but he couldn't recall it. If it wasn't recently, then when? My name is Lu Yin continued. Ruin still didn't move. Lord Pig looked at Lu Yin strangely. Was this Alliance Master Lu stupid? That guy had been locked up here for a few hundred years, so how could he have seen Lu Yin before? No, that wasn't right. During the Sovereign Tournament, the Hell Overlord had allowed all the prisoners to watch the tournament together. Alliance Master Lu, what should we do now? Lord Pig asked. Lu Yin turned around. Let's go. Lord Pig rubbed his nose and swung his tail before leading Lu Yin's group towards the second Night King. This was the lowest level of Kuan's swamp, and the second Night King was locked up here. He was a powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000 and could even rival Elder Jiu Xin. In the entire Fifth Mainland, he was the most powerful person in terms of both seniority and power. Naturally, the second Night King would be locked up at the lowest level. The second Night King's neighbor was Lu Huang. There's someone else here. If he's locked up in the same area as the second Night King, he must be a top expert as well. Lord Pig rolled his eyes. That's about right. Lu Yin smiled. He obviously knew who the other person locked up was, Lu Huang. Lu Huang's power was definitely not as terrifying as the second Night King's, but at his peak, he still had a power level of over 1,000,000. Even the Sword Sect didn't know how strong he was. It was a pity that he had been locked up in Kuan's swamp by the Hall of Honor in order to maintain the peace of the Fifth Mainland. Even though he had been locked up in Kuan's swamp and had been eroded by the aura of death for many years, Lu Huang had still displayed his monstrous talent. He had created his own 14th sword, which was named Misery. It was both admirable and regrettable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1684. The Lu Emperor might not be a match for the second Night King in terms of power, and his seniority was even lower. However, his importance was no less than the second Night King's. In Kuan's swamp, anyone could escape, but the Lu Emperor could not, as he represented the Hall of Honor's dark side. The deathly aura floated like a black cloud and slowly drifted over the second Night King's body. His limbs were bound, and the chains extended underground. When he had first been imprisoned, he had not been as numb as the other prisoners, and his eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He had cultivated in the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect for many years, and even in the history of the Frigid Immortal sect, very few had been able to borrow the Frigid Immortal Pond's water to cultivate indefinitely. However, he had been able to do so, and his power level had surpassed the first Night King's when he had been at his peak. He had believed that he could lead the Day-Night clan to new heights, but as soon as he had emerged, he had seen the Day-Night clan being suppressed. The ancestral land stone tablet had collapsed, and the Night King planet had cracked. He had not even had a chance to take revenge before being captured. Even Lu Yin, an enemy, felt sorry for him, let alone himself. However, he had not given up and had been waiting for an opportunity. This tiny Kuan swamp could not hold him. Lord Pig had arrived. The second Night King opened his eyes and frowned when he saw Lord Pig. Ever since he had been imprisoned in Kuan swamp, the pig had come to check on him every day. Whenever he discovered that the second Night King was absorbing astral sources, the pig would use the sourcebox array to force the astral sources to be discovered by the astral source universe. If the second Night King could leave Kuan's swamp, he would definitely slaughter this pig. There was someone on the pig's back. The second Night King looked over, and his eyes narrowed. Lu Yin. Lord Pig carefully approached the second Night King and stopped 1,000 meters away. He then said with some fear, "Alliance Master Lu, this second Night King is too fierce, and he's skilled in spiritual force. This lowly one does not dare to approach. How about we stay here?" Lu Yin nodded. The second Night King's voice rang out, filled with resentment and anger. "Lu Yin, Lu Yin." Lu Yin picked his ear. "I heard you, second Night King. Have you gotten used to living in Kuin's swamp?" The second Night King hated the people from the Hall of Honor the most, as well as the behemoths in the Neoverse who had persecuted the first Night King. He hated the head inquisitors who had captured him, and he also hated Lu Yin. No, to be more precise, he hated Lu Yin even more. Lu Yin had destroyed the Day-Night clan, and he was the enemy of their entire clan. If not for Lu Yin, the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect would not have been exposed, and the second Night King could have continued to cultivate until he no longer feared the head inquisitors, or even until he became a demi-ancestor. If not for Lu Yin, none of this would have happened, especially since Lu Yin had lied to him and played him for a fool. The Day-Night clansman's words were filled with resentment, helplessness, and despair, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin immediately. The second Night King tried in vain to break free of his chains, but the chains rattled under his efforts. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as rune lines surged in front of him. That was the second Night King's spiritual force. The head inquisitor had been able to break through Lu Yin's astral origin cyclone and cause his power level to plummet, but he had not been able to break through Lu Yin's spiritual force. The Day-Night clan was best at spiritual force battle techniques. However, this was Earth's swamp, and there was a sourcebox array. The second Night King had also been heavily injured by the head inquisitor, so even if his spiritual force was powerful, he would not be able to use it. Lu Yin could rely on his origin opening array to block the attack. The second Night King's spiritual force collided with Lu Yin's, and Lord Pig hurriedly retreated as the hairs on his body stood on end. "Alliance Master Lu, let's go. It's too dangerous." Around them, the chains rattled incessantly, alerting Lu Huang, Cripple, and all of the imprisoned prisoners. It was as if the entire Earth's swamp had been awakened. Above them, the Hell Master drank another mouthful of wine. However, he did not mind and simply turned over to sleep. Elsewhere, a woman looked down at the ground in confusion. What's going on? The Earth's swamp jailers had solemn expressions, and all of them were mobilized to keep an eye on the prisoners to prevent anything from happening. Lu Yin leaped off Lord Pig's back and did not ask for the willow leaves to protect him. He slowly approached the second Night King while silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures. Lord Pig wanted to stop him, but Lu Yin waved a hand. "It's fine. I'm just meeting an old friend. There's no need to be nervous." Lord Pig's heart was hanging by a thread as he stared at the second Night King. The pig's hooves constantly shuffled, and he was rather flustered. He did not care if Lu Yin died, but he could not allow him to die now. This person was related to his future, and he could not allow him to die. Furthermore, he was the one who had brought Lu Yin here. If Lu Yin died, then someone else would cause trouble for him. Why wasn't the Hell Master the one who had brought him here? That way, he would rather have the second Night King kill this person. That way, someone would cause trouble for the Hell Master, and he would be able to become the next Hell Master. Lu Yin stopped 500 meters away from the second Night King, which was the maximum distance he could go. Even if the second Night King's spiritual force was restricted by the sourcebox array and he had been heavily injured by the head inquisitor, Lu Yin could only go this far. Any closer and he would be injured. "Come here, Lu Yin. Come here," the second Night King bellowed as he struggled. Suddenly, a person appeared behind him and raised a hand. His spiritual force transformed into a blade that viciously slashed at Lu Yin. It was the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "You don't want the Day-Night clan to live anymore." The second Night King heaven-splitting technique suddenly stopped and then dissipated. He glared at Lu Yin venomously. What's wrong with the Day-Night clan? What did you do to them? I didn't think that the second Night King would care about your own clansmen, Lu Yin sneered. The second Night King's gaze turned cold. He naturally cared about his own clansmen, but he would not sacrifice himself for them. He was a selfish person, but right now, even if he did not care about his own clansmen, he would not be able to kill Lu Yin with his full strength. At most, he would only be able to vent his anger, which was meaningless. What did you do? You were the one who summoned the head inquisitor, weren't you? The second Night King roared. Lu Yin shrugged. You think too highly of me. How could I have the ability to summon the head inquisitor? What are you doing here? What did you do to the Day-Night clan? Does the Night King bloodline still exist? The second Night King asked sternly. Lu Yin smiled and activated the caged cage technique. You'll know once you feel it. The second Night King frowned and felt uneasy. He stared at Lu Yin, unsure of what he was about to do. Kuan-Ze suddenly fell silent. Lord Pig stared blankly at Lu Yin's back. Why was he so quiet? Lu Yefei and Drifting Flower looked at each other, unsure of what Lu Yin was about to do. The Luo Emperor was still tied up on Lord Pig's back by Lu Yefei, and he had not spoken a single word since the beginning. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the second Night King finally spoke. Lu Yin, what are you trying to do? Lu Yin frowned. The second Night King was too powerful, and his caged cage technique had a hard time controlling this person's blood. The second Night King's eyes flickered. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the second Night King. The second Night King's injuries were still light, and if they had been a little more serious, he would have been able to reconnect. Golden battle force revolved around his palm, and he unleashed a hollow palm onto the second Night King's body. The second Night King's body trembled, but he did not suffer any injuries. His gaze turned sinister. Brat, you're taking revenge on me. In the distance, Lord Pig's mouth fell open. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need for that. What kind of grudge was this? The second Night King had been heavily injured and imprisoned in Kuan-Ze for countless years. Why had Lu Yin come to take revenge? Was there a need? Lu Yefei and Drifting Flower found it strange as well. Lu Yin was helpless. The second Night King was heavily injured, but he was still an expert at Elder Jioshin's level. Even if he did not cultivate his physical strength, every time he broke through his origin tribulation, his physical strength would increase. At his level, Lu Yin could not break through his defenses. He could not even injure Zhangzhou, so he had to rely on external items. What external item could injure the second Night King? Lu Yin had none. Lu Yefei and Drifting Flower, attack him, Lu Yin said coldly. The second Night King roared and struggled. Brat, you're insulting me. You're courting death. Lord Pig also felt that this was not good. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need for that. Lu Yefei frowned. Mr. Lu, this. His pride did not allow him to attack someone who could not resist and was also heavily injured. Lu Yin calmly replied, this is the reason why I invited you to Kuan-Ze. Did you think that this was a vacation? Forget it. Attack. It doesn't matter. Drifting Flower was much more decisive. Lu Yefei sighed, and the two of them moved to Lu Yin's side and attacked at the same time. Lu Yefei's attack was different. Although it was still far from reaching the second Night King's level, it could still break through his defenses. At the very least, it could increase the second Night King's injuries, even if it was not by much. Lu Yin attacked as well, launching a series of empty palm attacks. In the distance, Lord Pig felt a chill run down his spine. This was too terrifying, and this Lu Yin was too vicious. The second Night King was already in such a miserable state, yet he was still trying to take revenge. His vengeful heart was too strong. No, he definitely could not offend this brat in the future. Even if he had to offend the head inquisitor, he could not offend this brat. This brat was too petty. Lord Pig subconsciously retreated, afraid that he would be implicated. The second Night King gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. Brat, if I can get out of here, I'll skin you alive and hang you on Night King planet for 10,000 years. Lu Yin did not reply. He continued to attack with empty palm attacks while simultaneously using the caged cage technique to try and control the second Night King. Even with the three of them working together, the second Night King was only slightly injured. Finally, after more than 2 hours of fighting, Lu Yin's caged cage technique took effect. The second Night King's expression suddenly changed, and a chill ran down his spine. An indescribable fear spread throughout his mind. What was going on? What was this feeling? Was this the caged cage technique? His eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. For some reason, Lu Yin's image had become incomparably lofty, as if he could dictate the second Night King's life and death. The hatred in his heart towards Lu Yin had not lessened, but he had lost some of his courage to resist. He had lost the ability to resist. Stop, Lu Yin said and waved his hand, gesturing for Flying Willows to retreat. Flying Willows heaved a sigh of relief. Their attacks had not been of much use, but they had at least caused some damage to the second Night King. They had not wanted to fight for a long time, but Lu Yin's order for them to retreat was exactly what they had been hoping for. Lu Yin and the second Night King looked at each other, and his lips curled up. How was it? The second Night King's voice was hoarse. It was no wonder why this brat had been constantly attacking him. It was because Lu Yin had wanted to successfully control him with the caged cage technique. His eyes were filled with hatred and shock. Why? Why do you know the Bai family's caged cage technique? Lu Yin made a shushing gesture. Don't speak, or you won't be able to live. The second Night King gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. Why? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1685. Lu Yin was in a good mood, as the second Night King was finally under his control. This was the second Night King, an expert on the same level as Elder Jiu Xin. There's a descendant of the Bai family in the Day-Night Flow Zone, but your Day-Night clan didn't do a clean job. That descendant brought me to the bottom of the frigid immortal pond, where I saw the secret treasury. The second Night King clenched his fists as blood dripped down his palms and dyed the chains red. He had stayed in the frigid immortal pond for so many years, not just to cultivate, but also to open the secret treasury. However, the frigid immortal sect's secret treasury was something that even a half-step ancestor could only forcefully destroy. Everything inside would be destroyed, but he couldn't even do that. He knew that the treasury contained something left behind by the Bai family, but he hadn't expected it to contain the sealed cage technique. Those idiots hadn't even wiped out the Bai family's descendant. How foolish. Lu Yin smiled. I know what you're thinking. You can't blame your clan, as you didn't do a clean job either. The second Night King was stunned, but then he seemed to remember something. His expression changed. That woman. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. That woman. The second Night King coughed up blood, and the resentment and unwillingness in his heart caused his injuries to worsen. It was that woman. He had opened his eyes in the frigid immortal pond and seen her. He had held back because he wanted to know what had happened in the outside world, so he hadn't killed her. He had only knocked her out, but he hadn't expected her to be a descendant of the Bai family. He was filled with hatred, injustice, and unwillingness. The chains continued to shake, and the second Night King's resentment almost solidified. Lu Yin said, "All right, what's done is done. You can't change it. Now, do you know what happened to the Day-Night clan?" Needless to say, with the sealed cage technique, the Day-Night clan couldn't possibly be destroyed. They were all under Lu Yin's control. The second Night King growled, "Don't even think about it. I won't be controlled by you." Lu Yin stared at the second Night King. "So, you'd rather spend the rest of your life in Kuan Swamp, in this dark prison that will never see the light of day? You'd rather the Day-Night clan be leaderless and gradually disappear into the river of history? You'd rather watch the people who killed the first Night King live freely? You'd rather watch the third Night King be trapped in the great realm of nothingness forever?" The second Night King was shocked. "Third Night King, the great realm of nothingness." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. The third Night King was just as lucky as you, and he didn't die either. He probably sealed himself in ice and was trapped in the Void Wanderer ancestor's great realm of nothingness. I'm certain of this news. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other Night Kings." The second Night King was ecstatic, the third Night King was not dead. This was great news. The third Night King isn't dead, but if no one saves him, he'll never be able to escape. With his strength, even if he freezes himself, he won't be able to live forever. You used the immortal frigid pond's water, but what about him? The longer he freezes himself, the weaker he will become until he finally dies, Lu Yin explained. The second Night King lowered his head as he struggled with his thoughts. The second Night King's pride did not allow him to be controlled, but he definitely did not want to die. Rescuing the third Night King and protecting the Day-Night clan were the reasons that Lu Yin had given the second Night King. When he thought about this, Lu Yin suddenly wanted to meet the third Night King. Ever since he had started cultivating, the third Night King had helped him a lot. Without the third Night King, he would have been destroyed by the Day-Night clan long ago. Now, because of the third Night King, the second Night King could become his bodyguard. The third Night King was a golden helper. Lu Yin decided that if possible, he would save this person. He had to save this person. This guy was his lucky star. As expected, the second Night King gave in. He did not want to spend the rest of his life in Kuan Swamp. Without him, the Day-Night clan would end up in a miserable state, and the third Night King would die with the passage of time. The reason that Lu Yin had given him was just right. Lu Yin and the second Night King's conversation was isolated, and Lord Pig, Lu Yefei, and the rest could not hear them. When Lu Yin turned to leave, the second Night King closed his eyes. He did not know how Lu Yin was going to take him out. The Grand Inquisitor had personally imprisoned someone, and it would be too much of a joke to release him so quickly. "Let's go," Lu Yin said as he sat on Lord Pig's back. Lord Pig swung his tail. "All right, Alliance Leader Lu. Have you chosen the location for the Luo Emperor's imprisonment?" Lu Yin replied, "I want to see someone else." "Someone else?" Lord Pig was confused. Lu Yin pointed in Lu Huang's direction. Lord Pig's expression changed. "Alliance Leader Lu, this person isn't very convenient." "What's wrong?" "I'm just curious. I want to see who's qualified to be imprisoned with the second Night King." Lord Pig was put in a difficult position, but he still brought Lu Yin to meet the person. Lu Huang had been imprisoned for a long time, and he was not afraid that Lu Yin would recognize him. Even the Sword Sect master might not be able to recognize Lu Huang since they were not of the same generation. Lord Pig had thought that Lu Yin would only look at him from afar, but he had never expected that Lu Yin would want to take a closer look. Lord Pig wanted to stop him, but Lu Yin glared at him and he gave in. "Alliance Leader Lu, please be careful." This person is sometimes even more dangerous than the second Night King. He also has a spiritual force battle technique. Lu Yin was surprised. Lord Pig replied, "That's not it, but..." He was actually just trying to scare Lu Yin, as he was afraid that Lu Huang would speak carelessly. Lu Huang was one of the most obedient of all the prisoners. He had not caused any trouble and had not taken the initiative to attack the jailers, unlike the second Night King, who was always irritable. Lu Yin slowly approached Lu Huang. Lu Huang's head remained lowered, and he did not move. When Lu Yin was about 500 meters away, Lord Pig hurriedly whispered, "Alliance leader Lu, be careful. Don't get any closer." Lu Yin was amused, as he did not understand how Lu Yin had managed to fuse into Lu Huang's body. Lord Pig's tail straightened, and he hurriedly tried to stop Lu Yin, but Lu Yin continued to walk towards Lu Huang. Lu Huang's head remained lowered until Lu Yin was about 10 meters away from him. This distance was very close. Lord Pig could not take it anymore and hurried to Lu Yin's side, wanting to bring him out. If Lu Huang revealed Lu Yin's identity, Lord Pig would suffer. Lu Yin looked at Lord Pig. "It's fine. I'm just curious." Lord Pig was about to cry, and he turned towards Lu Huang. "Hey, raise your head and let Alliance leader Lu take a look. Thank you for your cooperation." Lu Yin smiled and continued to walk forward. Lu Huang's fingers twitched, and he slowly raised his head. Lu Yin's foot stopped. This distance was only 6 meters. Lu Huang's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, and they carried a strange feeling that made anyone who saw them feel indescribably sorrowful. In the distance, Willow Leaf and Flying Flower saw this and subconsciously retreated. They did not know why, but Emperor Lu's gaze made them think of the life and death experience they had in the Ghost Abyss. They thought of the suffering they had gone through in the past. That feeling that entangled their hearts and could not be released made them want to vomit blood. Pfft! Big Sister Flying Flower really did. Mr. Lu Yi hurriedly stood in front of her and shouted, "Mr. Lu, don't look at that person." Lord Pig hurriedly tried to stand in front of Lu Yin, but his body was too large. Lu Yin was only 6 meters away from Lu Huang, and Lord Pig's body was more than 10 meters wide. How could he block Lu Yin? Lu Yin did not move, and he continued to stare at Lu Huang. For a moment, Lu Yin did not react. Lu Huang was stunned. "You're not bitter." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Bitter? Of course it was bitter. No one's life was forever happy, but Lu Yin had fused with Lu Huang and experienced the 14th sword. He was already prepared for this and knew how to deal with it. Without saying a word, he took another step forward. Lord Pig could not take it anymore, and he bit down on Lu Yin's clothes to drag him away. However, Lord Pig was unable to do so with his strength, and he was still dragged forward by Lu Yin by another meter. Within 5 meters, Lu Yin fused back into Lu Huang's body. Lu Huang's expression froze. He had been imprisoned for too long, and his own strength had weakened greatly. This was why Lu Yin had been able to fuse with him. Lu Yin instantly saw Lu Huang's memories. At that moment, the chains that imprisoned Lu Huang suddenly shook, and all 3,000 chains in Kuin's swamp shook at the same time. The Hell Overlord flipped over again, as this had nothing to do with him. Lord Pig was astonished, and the source box array activated. Lord T had taken action. He hurriedly pulled Lu Yin away from the fusion, and Lord Pig panicked. Alliance leader Lu, Lord T is angry. Let's go back. There's nothing to see with this person. Lu Yin glanced at Lu Huang. All right. He then sat on Lord Pig and headed back to the castle. Lu Huang was puzzled as he watched Lu Yin leave. What was that feeling just now? Even Lu Huang could not understand it. That youth seemed to be the primes from the sovereign tournament. Why wasn't he bitter? Was Lu Huang's 14th sword not complete? Was there a loophole? If even a youth could ignore it, then what was the 14th sword? What a joke. Lu Yin sat on Lord Pig's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was afraid that others would see the shock in his eyes. After fusing with Lu Huang's body, he knew who had planned the riot, Ruin. This was not surprising, as any of the 3,000 prisoners in Kuan's swamp could be the culprit. What surprised Lu Yin was the method that Ruin had used to plan the riot. It was a method that Lu Yin was very familiar with, a spiritual essence sphere. Lu Yin had never dreamed that he would see a spiritual essence sphere in Kuan's swamp. Back then, Lu Yin's Zishan had been controlled by a spiritual essence sphere. Now, Ruin had contacted Lu Huang to plan the riot and used the spiritual essence sphere to attach itself to Lu Huang's body. It was no wonder why Ruin had been able to plan the riot. If this spiritual essence sphere was the same as the one that had controlled Lu Ying's Zishan, then it made sense that it could control people. Once a prison guard or even a vice hell overlord was controlled, they might be able to escape Kuan's swamp. Ruin had been imprisoned for many years, so did the spiritual essence sphere within Lu Ying's Zishan have anything to do with him? Back then, Lu Yin had guessed that the person who had attacked Lu Ying's Zishan might be Undying Yushan. If it really was Undying Yushan. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind. That familiar gaze. Yes, it was Undying Yushan. He remembered that Ruin had given him a very familiar gaze. It was the same one that Undying Yushan had looked at him in the past. There was no mistake, there was no mistake. It was Undying Yushan. There was also the scene from the Starsabil sect's divination. The rune lines had spread out in countless directions, but it was impossible for Undying Yushan to have so many clones. If Lu Yin's guess was right, then these were all spiritual essence spheres. What was Ruin's relationship with Undying Yushan? Or was he originally one of Undying Yushan's? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1686. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and looked underground. Undying Yushan had merged with a corpse king, and he had seen him once in the Eternal Kingdom. Was this the second time? If this person was really related to Undying Yushan, then Lu Yin had caught Undying Yushan's tail. This thorn had to be removed. Above the earth's swamp, Lord Pig was running frantically within a giant castle, bringing Lu Yin and the rest inside. The moment he knocked over the Hell Overlord's toe, Lu Yin and the rest jumped down, but Lord Pig still crashed into him. You didn't find the location. The Hell Overlord looked down at Lu Yin. Lord Pig's entire body flipped over, and he grimaced in pain. Lu Yin looked up at the Hell Overlord. Senior, why don't we have a private chat? Lord Pig's ears suddenly perked up. A private chat. This was not a good sign, and he hurriedly tried to curry favor with Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, this lowly one is willing to stay behind and wait for instructions. No need, Lu Yin replied. Lord Pig's mouth fell open, and his tail drooped down. He was in a bad mood. What does Alliance Master Lu want to talk about? The Hell Overlord was curious. Lu Yin looked up. I haven't drunk in a long time, and I want to drink with Senior Hell Overlord. The Hell Overlord was stunned, but then he laughed. All right, it's been a long time since someone has drunk with me. If Alliance Master Lu is interested, then I'll definitely accompany you. Ha 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 ha. I want to drink too, Lord Pig grumbled, but the Hell Overlord pushed him away with a toe. Lu Yefei and Luo Huang left as well, leaving only Lu Yin and the Hell Overlord. There was a loud boom, and the ground shook as a giant jug of wine crashed onto the ground. Alliance Master Lu, Have a taste of my giant's most primitive wine. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. All right. Drinking with a giant, especially one that was 30,000 meters tall, was not a good experience. Drinking wasn't easy, and Lu Yin had to dodge the wine droplets that fell from the sky. Those droplets were only for the giant, but to Lu Yin, they were like waterfalls. The giant's wine was very strong, far stronger than any wine Lu Yin had ever tasted. It was also dry and slightly bitter, and it tasted like fire and sand, a taste that suited the giant best. Boom! The jug crashed onto the ground again, and the Hell Overlord exhaled. It's been so many years, but there isn't a single decent person in this damned place. I heard that Senior Hell Overlord likes to watch videos. The prison overlord laughed. There's nothing I can do about it. I like to watch it myself, and I also like to bring all the prison guards and prisoners to watch it together. They're bored too. This damned place is completely dark, and it's not a place that normal people would want to live in. Alliance Master Lu's battle during the Supreme Tournament was very exciting. Thank you, Lu Yin said with a smile. He casually waved his hand, and the wine entered his mouth. It was so strong and dry that it was the perfect example of what a man should drink. There was not a trace of softness in it. It tastes terrible, doesn't it? Ha 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 ha. Ordinary people can't get used to my wine. The wine you humans make is too bland and tasteless. He took another swig and wiped his mouth. Do your subordinates know how to make wine? Lu Yin shook his head. They aren't true giants. I used progenitor Chen's blood to help them break through the limits of their bloodlines, which allowed them to complete their transformation. The Hell Overlord was shocked. Ancestor Chen's blood. You have one too. Lu Yin raised a brow. Senior, you have one too. The prison overlord grinned. During the ancient war, the giant bloodline was almost completely wiped out. No, it should be said that they were completely wiped out. As for me, I woke up from a frozen state, and I haven't seen any of my other tribesmen since. When I woke up, I saw progenitor Chen's blood, so I should be considered the last purebred giant. Lu Yin felt strange. Purebred. Describing himself. No matter how he heard it, it didn't sound right. Progenitor Chen received a favor from the giant bloodline. They didn't destroy him when he had just sprouted and instead recognized him as an outsider. That bottle of blood was his reward, but I never thought that there would be more outside. Where did you get progenitor Chen's blood? The prison overlord asked curiously. Lu Yin replied, progenitor Chen's tomb. The one guarded by the 7 courts. That's right. I've been to progenitor Chen's tomb before. The prison overlord nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After 3 rounds of wine, the prison overlord asked, where do you want to put that Luo Huang? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. There's a prisoner called Cripple. I hope that Luo Huang can replace him. Alright, I'll change Cripple's position, the prison overlord readily agreed. Lu Yin raised his head. Senior prison overlord, I'm not changing his position. I'm replacing him so that there will no longer be a prisoner called Cripple within this 1,000,000-kilometer radius of Earth's swamp. One day later, Lord Pig came in. The giant jug of wine was already empty, and Lu Yin hadn't drunk much. With his physique, the prison overlord had practically finished everything by himself. The entire castle reeked of alcohol. The sky, the clouds, and the rain all reeked of alcohol, and it covered half of Earth's swamp. Brat, take Alliance Master Lu to find Cripple, the prison overlord said in a booming voice. Lord Pig was puzzled. Cripple. Just go if I tell you to. Be careful not to peel off your skin and use it as barbecue meat. Lord Pig was shocked when he heard this, and he hurriedly led Lu Yin and the others into the depths of Earth's swamp. Soon enough, they arrived near Cripple. Alliance Master Lu, what does the prison overlord mean? Lord Pig asked. Lu Yin leaped down and slowly approached Cripple with the protection of the flying willow leaves beside him. Lord Pig watched Lu Yin approach Cripple, but he wasn't as frightened as he had been when Lu Yin had approached Lu Huang and the Second Night King. Cripple only had a power level of around 500,000 envoys, and he had been trapped for hundreds of years. He was much weaker than before, and he wasn't a threat to Lu Yin. Cripple opened his eyes, but they were calm. That familiar gaze had disappeared, he had hidden it well. Lu Yin looked at him. You're called Cripple. Cripple looked past Lu Yin and back at Lord Pig. What do you mean? Lord Pig shook his head in confusion. Cripple looked at Lu Yin for a while. I remember now. You're the final winner of the Sovereign Tournament. You're called Lu Yin, right? Remember this name. This will be the last name you hear in your life, Lu Yin said. His body suddenly vanished as he reappeared in front of Cripple and grabbed his neck. Cripple's eyes narrowed. What are you doing? Behind him, Lord Pig was startled. Alliance Master Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yin coldly replied, I don't like your name, so I'm sending you on your way. Killing intent surged from his eyes. Lord Pig stared blankly, but he didn't try to stop Lu Yin. Cripple's eyes went wide as he felt a powerful force around his neck. This person really wanted to kill him. Suddenly, the chains trembled, and a powerful repulsive force spread through Cripple's limbs, pushing Lu Yin back. This was Kun Swamp's sourcebox array, and it used the chains as its base. There were 3,000 chains that trapped Kun Swamp within 1,000,000 kilometers. Rumor had it that even powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000 could not break through it. This sourcebox array had been created by an Origin Array Heavenly Master a long time ago, and it had been created specifically for Kun Swamp. Lord T is angry. Lord Pig's ears perked up, and even his tail stood up. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at Cripple. Cripple stared at him. Why do you want to kill me? I already told you that your name pisses me off, Lu Yin said. Lu Yehua was puzzled. Lu Yin wasn't someone who would kill, and he definitely wouldn't kill someone over a name. There had to be a reason. The sourcebox array had been activated, and all of the prisoners in Kun Swamp were under its control. Lu Yin couldn't break through the array and kill Cripple. He was waiting for the person who had activated the array to appear. Cripple didn't say anything, and he just stared at Lu Yin. His eyes flickered, but strangely, there was no resentment. The aura of death slowly coiled around and swept past everyone's bodies. The death aura that had been diluted by the chains wasn't enough to threaten Lu Yehua, but it was different if it had been corroded over a long period of time. The prisoners all looked very miserable. Even Sister Feihua, a powerful cultivator who had experienced many things, didn't want to be locked up here after seeing Kun Swamp. It was a fate worse than death. Not long after, a woman arrived. Lu Yin turned around and was shocked. What a beautiful woman. Kun Swamp had dimmed, and the aura of death pervaded the air. The woman slowly walked over with a cold expression. Her features were exquisite, similar to Ling Gong's. She should have looked gentle and pleasant, but she pretended to be cold. Deep within her eyes was a hidden killing intent, and her entire person was like an iceberg. If Ling Gong had used her exquisite appearance to create a domineering aura, then this woman had used her exquisite appearance to create a cold aura. She actually matched Kun Swamp's temperament. When Lord Pig saw the woman arrive, his legs trembled in fear, and he couldn't even stand properly. Lady T. Cripple secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the woman arrive. Lu Yin looked at her curiously. Was she Lady T, one of Kun Swamp's vice prison overlords? One of the prisoners he had seen before was her father. Lady T slowly approached Luine and stopped 100 steps away. She stared at him coldly. "Why did you kill?" Luine calmly replied, "I don't need to give you a reason." This was approved by the prison overlords. Lady T frowned. Kuin Swamp has 3,000 prisoners, and every one of them has a sentence. Those who die from the miasma before their sentence ends are not counted, but they are not allowed to kill others. Otherwise, they will be captured by Kuin Swamp and handed over to the Interstellar Tribunal for trial. Luine shrugged and took out the head judge's warrant and waved it around. Lady T's brows rose, and her gaze grew even colder. Cripple's gaze darkened, as he had a bad premonition. "Give me a reason for killing people in Kuin Swamp. Otherwise, it will be tantamount to a prison break," Lady T said coldly. Luine met her gaze. This woman had not agreed to kill Cripple, which meant that she was either abiding by the rules or that she knew that Cripple was the one who had planned the riot. She wanted to use this opportunity to rescue her father. Luine was more inclined towards the second possibility. According to Cripple's plan, the riot was not now, as it was not the right time. However, Luine could not wait. As long as he was in Kuin Swamp, the riot would not begin. With him, Lu Yefei, and the other 2 experts present, the situation would be completely different. He could only force Cripple. Luine grabbed at Cripple's neck again, and Lady T's gaze turned cold. She wanted to control the sourcebox array to stop Luine, but she found that she could not. The array had been disrupted by the prison overlords. Luine grabbed Cripple's neck with one hand and exerted force. "I'll send you on your way. Thank you for your support, brothers. It's the end of the year, and I'm too busy." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1687. Deep within Remnant's eyes, there was a bone-chilling coldness that Luine was familiar with. He glared at Luine and said, "Scram." The 3,000 chains suddenly shook as Remnant retracted his limbs. The chains that stretched underground suddenly broke apart, and more than half of the prisoners' chains also broke apart. Nearly half of the prison guards attacked the other guards as well. Kuin Swamp was thrown into chaos. Lord T's eyes went wide, and he grabbed one of the chains and wrapped it around Luine. Ruin, on the other hand, exploded with a terrifying spiritual force. Although it was far from being comparable to the second Night King's, his power level was close to 600,000, and it sent Luine flying. Fortunately, it was only close to 600,000, which was not enough to cause him any harm. Lord T tried to wrap the chain around Luine, but Sister Feihua snorted and sent Lord T flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Lu Yi was about to intervene when Luine stopped him. Remnant saw this and did not understand. Lord Pig shrieked, "Prison break! Hell Lord, someone's escaping!" Off in the distance, Sword Chi tore through Kuin Swamp. Emperor Lu had made his move, using his astral source to form the strange long sword that Luine had once used against Lu Tianmu in the Sword Sect. Lord T's father, Lu Yen, had 9-line battle force imprinted on his body. His gaze was ferocious as he broke his chains and a giant crimson moon appeared above his head. A wolf's head appeared within the moon and howled at the sky. The second Night King's chains broke as he raised his head and pointed forward, using immortal guides the way. They were not the only ones, the other prisoners also made their moves. Within Kuin Swamp, the prison guards were no match for them. Within the castle above Kuin Swamp, the Hell Lord opened his eyes and walked out. He stepped onto the swamp and shouted, "Impudence! All of you, return!" He roared and punched the ground, causing a terrifying force to descend like the heavens and crush the entire swamp. Emperor Lu's sword Qi, Lu Yan's crimson moon wolf, and the second Night King's immortal guides the way were all shattered. If these experts had been at their peak, any one of them would have been able to crush the Hell Lord. However, they had either been imprisoned for too long or had been severely injured. Even if they worked together, they were still unable to defeat the Hell Lord. The Hell Lord clenched his fists and smashed them into Kuen's swamp. The prisoners who had tried to escape all coughed up blood and died. Shui Chuanxiao's chains were broken as well. He was astonished that someone had actually broken out of prison and even broken through his sourcebox array. This person was very capable. Beneath the Kuen swamp, Lu Yin coughed as his body trembled. Above his head, a huge force spread throughout the Kuen swamp. The Hell Overlord was attacking the entire Kuen swamp, and Lu Yin was no exception. On the other side, Remnant was puzzled as to why Lu Yin had not allowed the flying willow flowers to attack him. He could feel how terrifying the flying willow flowers were, but he had no time to think about it. Light balls of essence Qi appeared in the bodies of the dead prison guards and prisoners. They were absorbed, and the number of rune lines increased rapidly. Their combat power exceeded 600,000. Lu Yin frowned and wanted to snatch the spiritual essence ball from Remnant, but when he thought about the Hell Overlord's power that was enough to suppress the entire Kuen swamp, he held himself back. If no one could defeat the Hell Overlord, how could Shui Chuanxiao take the second Night King away? Lord Ti clutched his chest as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lu Yin and the rest, who had not moved. He then looked at Remnant, his eyes filled with confusion. A figure walked out and helped Lord Ti up. "Little Ti, who hurt you?" It was Green Ti's father, Green Ti. Remnant barked, "Leave the Kuen swamp and work together to defeat the Hell Overlord." Green Ti stared at Remnant. "Were you the one who hurt Little Ti?" Green Ti hurriedly grabbed onto Green Ti. "Father, run." Green Ti glared at Remnant and then at Lu Yin and the rest. He grabbed Green Ti and charged upwards, but a huge force descended upon them. The Crimson Moon Wolf appeared behind him and swallowed everything in its path. Lord Pig was stuck in the ground, not daring to raise his head. Lu Yin and the rest watched silently, not interfering. He had already told the Hell Overlord about the Kuen swamp uprising, and he had even told him that the mastermind was Remnant. Only then had the Hell Overlord agreed to let Lu Yin deal with Remnant personally. The Hell Overlord was confident in suppressing all the prisoners. He had the strength and the Kuen swamp sourcebox array. However, Lu Yin had not told him how Remnant had planned the uprising, nor had he told him that Remnant could control others. He had only told the Hell Overlord that Remnant had wanted to ally with Shui Chuanxiao, but the latter had rejected him. He had also told the Hell Overlord that the reason he had known about Remnant's plan was because of Shui Chuanxiao. Lu Yin had belittled Remnant's abilities while raising the Hell Overlord's strength. Now, it was up to the prisoners to see if they could defeat the Hell Overlord. Lu Yin looked up. The Kuen swamp had truly begun to revolt. The castle above the Kuen swamp cracked open as the Hell Overlord's 30,000-meter-tall body punched the ground, violently shaking the Kuen swamp. Lu Yan grabbed Green Tea and rushed out, but he met the Hell Overlord's punch head-on. He raised a hand and used exile, forcing the Hell Overlord's body to retreat 50 kilometers. This was the Hall of Honor's secret technique, exile. The Hell Overlord roared and punched out again. Sword Qi slashed out from beneath his feet, coming from the void and unseen. It swept past the Hell Overlord. This was the 13th sword. Lu Yan was shocked, there was actually a 13th sword. Someone from the sword sect was imprisoned here. The 13th sword was unavoidable, and the Hell Overlord's body trembled as he coughed up blood, but he was unaffected. Trash, you want to escape? You're courting death. He punched out. Lu Huang walked out and faced the Hell Overlord's punch. His astral source transformed into a sword, and even though he was much weaker, he was still confident that he could block this punch. Bang! Lu Huang's body was sent flying, and cracks appeared on the surface of his body. He had been severely corroded by the aura of death, and this punch was so powerful that it had almost seriously injured him. The next moment, the prisoners charged out one by one and surrounded the Hell Overlord. Some of the prisoners did not attack and instead tried to escape from Kuin's swamp. These prisoners were not weak, and some of them had even reached the level of envoys. The most vicious people of the Fifth Mainland were gathered here, and they were strong enough to withstand the Hell Overlord's immense strength. Most of them were in lighters, and one could imagine how amazing they had been when they had been at their peak. The Hell Overlord clenched his fists and reached into the ground of Kuin's swamp. He grabbed a chain and viciously whipped it out. The giant chain covered millions of kilometers of Kuin's swamp, and the escaping and attacking prisoners were all sent flying. Some of the prisoners could not withstand the force and died on the spot. The second Night King's eyes were cold as he stared at the Hell Overlord. The scene in front of the Hell Overlord changed, and his expression changed as he activated his spiritual force battle technique. In front of him, an indomitable giant the size of a planet stomped down. The Hell Overlord roared, even if Progenitor Qin was still alive, he wouldn't be able to escape from Kuin's swamp. The scene in front of him shattered, and the second Night King coughed up blood. He had been severely injured by the Inquisitor, and the Hell Overlord had actually broken through his illusion. If the Hell Overlord had been at his peak, such a person would have been easily dealt with using Immortal Guides the Way. Attack together! Savage shouted. Lu Yen, Lu Huang, and the second Night King attacked together. They were the strongest people in Kuin's swamp, and once they left, they would be able to stir up the entire Fifth Mainland. The Hell Overlord stared at them as they attacked. An indescribably terrifying might rippled out, and the void seemed to be scorched. Countless cracks appeared in the void, but they were also incinerated. Lu Huang and the others instantly felt as if they could not advance any further, and the Hell Overlord's entire body seemed to grow even taller and more invincible. Underground, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How is this possible? Warring States. On the surface of Kuin's swamp, the Hell Overlord raised his head and roared at the sky. Beneath his feet, a terrifying Warring State storm swept out in all directions, and no one was able to move. The Warring States realm was the pinnacle of battle force. Lu Yin would never have dreamed that there would be someone on the Fifth Mainland who could cultivate battle force to the Warring States realm. Even in the Cosmic Tree realm, there were very few who could accomplish such a feat. This was the Warring States realm, and it had unparalleled control and an incomprehensible tyranny. Savage and the others were shocked, and the second Night King felt his scalp go numb. Attack! The Hell Overlord's fist landed. Within the Warring States realm, even if he was comparable to Zhang Zhou in terms of power level, which was over 700,000, he was still able to unleash an attack that would cause the scalps of powerhouses with power levels of 800,000 to explode. Savage, the second Night King, Lu Yen, and Lu Huang all spat out blood as they were sent flying. Underground, Lu Yin's brain was shaken, and he almost fainted. Lu Yefei and Flying Flower were shocked. At this moment, the Hell Overlord was not someone they could suppress even if they worked together. Even if their cultivations were similar, this was a Warring States realm. The Hell Overlord's domineering aura was fully displayed at this moment. Even without the Sourcebox array, he alone was enough to suppress the entire Kuin swamp. This was the true Hell Overlord. Lady T collapsed into Lu Yan's arms in disbelief. She had never imagined that the Hell Overlord would possess such terrifying strength. She had never seen him display such battle force before, and it was simply unfathomable. This is troublesome. We can't escape. Little T, hurry up and capture me, Lu Yen said. Green Tea shook her head bitterly. Father, the Hell Overlord isn't stupid. Lu Yan was helpless. In the distance, Lu Huang exhaled and wiped the corner of his mouth. Since there was a chance to escape, he would not give it up. No matter how powerful the Hell Overlord's battle force was, if he could not escape the 13th sword, then he could not escape the 14th sword either. These two sword techniques could not be defended against. Even further away, the second Night King did not look at the Hell Overlord. Instead, he stared at Savage, who was still absorbing the spiritual essence orbs. Let's work together. Lend me your spiritual essence, the second Night King barked. Savage's eyes flashed as spiritual essence orbs appeared one after another under the second Night King's control. They spread out from beneath Kuin's swamp and slowly surrounded the Hell Overlord. Beneath the ground, Lu Yin saw the Hell Overlord's boundless might, Lu Huang's 14th sword, and the second Night King's killing array of 10 hells. The second Night King was a Savannah array master, and his killing array of 10 hells had heavily injured Elder Joshin. It was also a sourcebox array, so the Hell Overlord might not be able to suppress such a top-notch character. Piggy, are you dead yet? Come out, the Hell Overlord roared. He grabbed the chains with one hand and raised the other, clenched it into a fist, and smashed it down. Lu Yin glanced at Lord Pig, who was still buried in the ground, and laughed. Boom! The ground shook again, and Lu Yin's head spun. Boom! 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 The Hell Overlord did not give the prisoners any time to react. He tried to knock them all out with each punch, and he succeeded. More than half of the prisoners fainted, while a few died. Only Lu Huang and a few others remained conscious. Beneath the Hell Overlord's feet, the 10 spiritual essence orbs grew larger and larger as the second Night King's spiritual essence and Savage combined. Lu Huang slowly raised his hand and unleashed the 14th sword. Lu Yan tossed Green Tea aside and leapt forward. His Crimson Moon Wolf viciously tried to devour the Hell Overlord. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, the Hell Overlord roared as he punched out. Without any resistance, the Crimson Moon Wolf was pulverized. Green Tea watched in horror as the Hell Overlord's fist landed on Lu Yan's body. Almost all of Lu Yan's bones were shattered, and his body was smashed into the ground. However, before he hit the ground, Lu Yan used a secret punishment technique on the Hell Overlord. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1688. This was the Hall of Honor's most disgusting secret technique. They would unconditionally inflict pain on their opponents. Any expert who had gone against the Hall of Honor had experienced this before, and it was very difficult to resist. The Hell Master was also in the same situation. His body kept retreating as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had taken a punch from Sengoku himself. At the same time, Emperor Lu slashed out his 14th sword. The 14th sword, bitterness. It was impossible for a person to be happy without limits. Only bitterness was the true essence of life. He magnified this bitterness by countless times, bringing unimaginable suffering to the Hell Master. The Hell Lord finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even Sengoku couldn't stop it. The next moment, the 10 Hells killing array activated. This was a terrifying sourcebox array that targeted one's spiritual force. Even though the second Night King and Cripple had joined forces, their combined might was not even half of what the second Night King had been at his peak, but it was still enough to deal with a Hell Master. Under the 10 Hells killing array, the Hell Master was severely injured. Retribution's secret arts hurt the body. The 14th sword hurt the soul. The killing array of 10 hells damaged one's mind. After 3 rounds of attacks, even the Hell Master couldn't withstand it. He knelt on one knee, and the Sengoku kingdom faded away and finally disappeared. The Hell Master propped himself up with his arms and tried to get up. Underground, Luin shook his head. It was over. Although Sengoku was unparalleled in his tyrannical ways, he still consumed a great deal of energy. Zhou Tang was like this, and so was the Hell Overlord. Sengoku was just barely holding on. These 3 rounds of attacks were enough to crush him. Under everyone's gaze, the Hell Master couldn't hold on any longer. He slowly fell to the ground, shaking the Kuenzei. Remnant heaved a sigh of relief as his eyes lit up with joy. He couldn't help but look at the second Night King. The second Night King also looked at him with a strange expression. The astral origin sword in Emperor Lu's hand disappeared. His body swayed and he nearly fell to the ground. Green Tea rushed to LV Yan's side, terrified. Father, are you alright? Lu Yan coughed up blood. His injuries were the most severe and he was close to death. Green Tea hurriedly stuffed various pills into his mouth. With the Hell Overlord defeated, the prison wardens were of no use at all. The crippled general devoured the essence, qi, and divine energy of the 10 Hell slaughtering array. At the same time, the dead prisoners and prison wardens also had essence, qi, and divine energy spheres that were devoured by the crippled general. The second Night King looked at Luin. I've never seen such a spiritual force cultivation method before. You rely on devouring to grow. Interesting. Remnant looked at the second Night King with eyes full of fear. The Hell Master has been defeated. Everyone, you may leave now. Currently, within the swamp of Earth, only a small number of people were conscious. Most of them were either knocked out by the Hell Master's power or were knocked out by their spiritual energy, including the stronger prisoners. After hearing Tan's words, Green Tea hurriedly carried Lu Yan and left. Lu Huang also struggled to get up, intending to leave. At that moment, Lu Yin appeared with Lu Yefei and the Luo Huang, blocking their path. Remnant's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Yin. You want to stop us? Lu Yin smiled and glanced at the unconscious Hell Overlord. I told him not to be overconfident. You guys aren't easy to deal with. However, he paused and then glanced at the remaining Hell Overlords. You guys have reached your limits as well. Little brother, you're not one of the Kuenzei's people, so there's no need for you to stop us. If you let us go, there will be benefits for you, said Kan Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. The Hall of Honor has darkness beyond your imagination. There's no need to make things difficult for us. Lu Huang also spoke, his voice hoarse. Green Tea glared at him coldly. Get out of my way. Lu Yin smiled. I can't do that. Kan barked, attack together. This is our only chance to escape from the Kuenzei. A terrifying spiritual force blasted towards Lu Yin as he raised his hand and clawed at Lu Yin's forehead. This scene was similar to the Sky Beast Claw, but this was a spiritual force battle technique. It was a sinister battle technique that combined a physical battle technique with a spiritual force battle technique. He had relied on this battle technique to be captured by the Hall of Honor and imprisoned in the Kuenzei. The sinister aspect of this battle technique was that it directly shattered the cultivator's head and forcefully absorbed their spiritual force. Remnant had killed countless cultivators during his cultivation process. At the same time, Lu Huang transformed his astral source into a sword and slashed at Lu Yin's group. This was the 14th sword, and he only had the power for one more attack. He had used up too much of his energy in the battle with the Hell Overlord. Lu Yin stood in place, and even Lu Yefei did not move. Before Remnant's attack could even touch Lu Yin, it was attacked by the 10 Hell slaughtering array. The second Night King had made his move. The moment the Hell Overlord had been defeated, the second Night King had controlled the 10 Hell slaughtering array beneath Remnant's feet. This was Lu Yin's order. Remnant screamed as he fell to the ground. He had never imagined that the second Night King would attack him. He had sensed the 10 Hell slaughtering array the moment it appeared, and he had assumed that it would be used against Lu Yin just like the Hell Overlord. Even though Remnant was also proficient in spiritual force attacks, the 10 Hell slaughtering array had still severely injured him, and he had even fainted. Lu Yin did not care about Remnant at all. All he saw was Lu Huang's 14th sword. It was unavoidable, but it was useless against Lu Yin. He also knew the 14th sword. This was the biggest flaw of the 13th and 14th swords. They attacked with sword intent, not power. Although they could not be avoided, there was also a chance that they would be completely useless. When he saw that Lu Yin was still calmly looking at him, Lu Huang weakly released his grip, and his astral source dissipated. He had failed. This kid had indeed ignored the 14th sword. His own 14th sword definitely had a huge flaw. The battle had suddenly changed, and Remnant had fallen to the ground. The second Night King had rebelled, and Lu Huang had been defeated. Now, only Green Tea and Lu Yen were left, but Lu Yen was too heavily injured and could not get up. Green Tea clenched her fists. She had been just one step away. Why had this person appeared? She should have been able to escape, but why? Why? Her body trembled, and her pupils suddenly changed, becoming deep and dark. In her arms, Lu Yen was shocked, and he hurriedly grabbed Green Tea's sleeve. "Little Tea, don't be agitated. Stop, stop." Green Tea did not seem to hear Lu Yan's words, and her entire person changed. Her aura suddenly became incomparably sinister, which attracted the attention of Lu Yin and the rest. The next moment, the Kuan-Zai's deathly aura was activated and swept towards her. She gradually absorbed it, forming a deathly aura storm. Lu Yin's eyes widened. "Little Tea, stop, stop." Lu Yen shouted, his face anxious. Green Tea continued to absorb the deathly aura, and her entire person changed greatly. In Lu Yin's eyes, her rune lines continued to rise. She had originally been close to 500,000 rune lines, but now, her power level had exceeded that. She had crossed an entire realm. Becoming an emissary was a hurdle, and very few people could surpass it to battle. This was also a hurdle that separated the top geniuses. The 4 young ancestors of the cosmic tree realm could challenge emissaries, which was why they were the young ancestors. Others could not do it and would never be able to become young ancestors. Green Tea had cultivated for much longer than the 4 young ancestors, but it was not easy for an enlighter to reach the power level of an emissary. However, this was not surprising to Lu Yin. What surprised him was that this woman was actually absorbing the deathly aura. Was she from the Spectre clan? After Green Tea's rune lines reached a power level of 500,000, she stopped absorbing the deathly aura. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her pupils turned silver. This was a characteristic of the Spectre clan. Their pupils were divided into white, silver, and gold, and very few could reach the golden color. This woman was equivalent to standing in the upper echelons of the Spectre clan. "Little Tea." Lu Yen helplessly spat out a mouthful of blood. Green Tea gently put Lu Yen down and stared at Lu Yin. "Get lost." Lu Yi and Flying Flowers immediately stood in front of Lu Yin, as they had also sensed that Green Tea was strange. Although she might not be able to harm Lu Yin, they could not take the risk just in case. This was their last stop with Lu Yin, and if something happened to him now, they would be in deep trouble. Lu Yin waved a hand to get Flying Flowers to back away and then walked forward. "I wasn't interested in you, but I didn't expect you to be from the Spectre clan." "How interesting." How did you get into the Hall of Honor? Green Tea had no interest in wasting words with Lu Yin. Her deathly aura spread out from her body and turned into chains that wrapped around Lu Yin. Lu Yin allowed her to do as she pleased, and Sister Flying Flowers hurriedly tried to intervene. Lu Yin glared at her. Don't interfere. Sister Flying Flowers grew anxious, but Mr. Lu Yi pressed down on her shoulder and shook his head. Lu Yin was not someone who wanted to die. Green Tea's deathly aura chains wrapped around Lu Yin without any resistance, which surprised her. However, since they had been tied up, it was over. She suddenly pulled back, intending to use Lu Yin as a hostage to escape Earth Swamp with her father. However, Lu Yin did not move a single step. No matter how she tried to control the deathly aura, it was useless. It was as if the aura was not listening to her. How was this possible? Although she had been hiding this power all this time, she was well aware of how powerful the deathly aura was. It was enough for her to challenge an emissary, and even if she could not see the astral source universe, she could still fight an emissary. This was the terror of deathly aura, but it was useless now. Impossible. Green Tea exerted more strength, even absorbing the deathly aura from Earth Swamp to wrap around Lu Yin. You're from the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin asked, looking at her with interest. Green Tea gritted her teeth, her silver eyes meeting Lu Yin's gaze in a futile attempt to intimidate him. Most people would have lost their minds if they were stared at by those silver eyes, but Lu Yin did not feel anything. How? How can you resist the deathly aura? Green Tea did not understand. Lu Yan looked at this scene, and the image of Lu Yin's transformation from the last battle of the Sovereign Tournament suddenly appeared in his mind. Could the rumors be true? He shouted, Little Tea, stop. You can't use your deathly aura against him. He's the true controller of deathly aura. Green Tea was confused. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he raised a hand. His fingers moved, and the deathly aura that had been coiling around Lu Yin's body swirled back to bind Green Tea. She could not resist at all and could not break free. Lu Yin shouted, Lu Yin, the rumors are true. You're the Death God's successor. Lu Yin slowly walked over to Green Tea. You're from the Spectre clan. Green Tea's silver eyes were cold and emotionless as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly explained, she's not from the Spectre clan. She's a cultivator who's been successfully transformed. It was me. I brought her to the Eternal Kingdom to be transformed. Let her go, Lu Yin. This has nothing to do with her. She hasn't betrayed anyone. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yin. Former presiding judge, right? Your crime is betraying humanity. It looks like you've colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1689. Lu Yin sprawled on the ground and coughed up blood again. I didn't betray you. I just wanted to heal Little Tea. Green Tea exited the Spectre Race's silver pupils and returned to normal, but she was still bound by the death energy. Her face was pale as she looked at Lu Yin helplessly. My father brought me to the Neo-Human Alliance to save me, but he didn't do anything. After I was successfully modified, he turned himself into the head Inquisitor. That's why the head Inquisitor was willing to imprison my father in Kuenzei. Otherwise, anyone who betrays humanity and joins the Neo-Human Alliance will only face death. You can ask the head Inquisitor. There was no need to ask. Anyone who joined the Neo-Human Alliance would face certain death, and Lu Yin was no exception. As a former judge of the Interstellar arbitration, he would definitely die if he joined the Neo-Human Alliance. However, the head Inquisitor had allowed him to live and imprison him in Kuenzei, which meant that he hadn't done anything wrong. His record clearly stated that he had turned himself in. Since he had turned himself in, why had he escaped from prison? Lu Yin no longer paid attention to the father and daughter. Instead, he looked at Lu Huang and approached him. Lu Huang bitterly replied, "I lost in the end. You said that the Hall of Honor has an unimaginable darkness. What are you referring to?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Huang calmly looked at him. "Are you sure you want to know? Once you do, you won't be able to turn back." Lu Yin smiled. "Lu Huang, right?" Lu Huang's pupils shrank, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. "You know." Lu Yin sighed. "You're the most talented cultivator in the history of the Sword Sect, and you're also the only genius in the history of the Sword Sect to create the 14th sword. No, more accurately speaking, you're the first genius to create the 14th sword. After you, there was another person called Lu Guai, and he created the 13 swords." Lu Huang was shocked. "How do you know me?" "The prison overlords couldn't have told you." Lu Yin calmly replied, "I know everything about you. I know what you've been through and what you've cared about. I even know about the 14th sword." Lu Huang frowned. "The 14th sword." Lu Yin raised a hand, and his star energy transformed into a sword. He looked at the second Night King. "The 14th sword, misery." The moment Lu Yin unleashed the 14th sword, Lu Huang could tell that it was indeed the 14th sword. The second Night King was struck by the 14th sword. His body swayed slightly, but he was not injured. However, that strange attack had indeed struck him, and the bitterness of life made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. He looked at Lu Yin with a shocked expression. Lu Yin had not used any strength in this attack, and he had only used the 14th sword's intent realm. He had done this to prove to Emperor Lu that he knew the 14th sword, not to deal with the second Night King. Even so, the second Night King was still shaken by the 14th sword's sword intent. If Lu Yin's strength was on par with his, then the 14th sword would have been enough to finish him off. In that moment, the second Night King's fear of Lu Yin rose to another level. Why did it seem like this kid knew everything? He had been praised by the Day-Night clan's Day-Night salute, and now, he had even used the Sword Sect's unprecedented 14th sword. He had also heard about the Grim Reaper's inheritance, and although he did not believe it, it was true that this kid could control the aura of death. The universe had actually given birth to such a person. Why do you know the 14th sword? Lu Huang was in disbelief, but at the same time, he also understood why Lu Yin had ignored the 14th sword. Lu Yin ignored him and tossed him a gadget so that he could know what was happening in the universe. He did not have the energy to explain everything. Finally, Lu Yin looked at Ruins. Ruins lay on the ground, watching Lu Yin easily control the fates of those people. There was a strange hint of excitement in his eyes, but there was no resentment. Lu Yin walked over and squatted down to look at Ruins. Ruins lowered his head. "Kill me if you want." Lu Yin asked, "Why don't you dare to look at me?" Ruins sneered. "What? You want to show off in front of a loser? You have such a bad taste." Lu Yin grabbed Ruins by the neck and forcefully twisted his eyes to look at Ruins. The eyes were the window to the soul, and Lu Yin could not see any resentment or unwillingness in Ruins' eyes. He could not see any of the expressions in Lu Yan's and Lu Huang's eyes. Ruins frowned, and his gaze turned cold. "Kid, what are you trying to do?" Lu Yin loosened his grip. He was very sure that this person was Undying Yushan, but he quickly hid that familiar gaze. This body might just be an empty shell. Lu Ying's Yishan had been controlled by the spiritual essence sphere, and this person had also used it to control the wardens. In that case, Undying Yushan himself might have been controlled by the spiritual essence sphere as well. This was one of Undying Yushan's methods. Undying Yushan had always been a hunter, and his most glorious achievement had been entering the top 10 of the top 100 rankings when he was young. However, he had been severely injured and had never recovered. What did it mean to be in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings? There had been no 10 arbiters back then, and the top 10 of the top 100 rankings were comparable to the Universe Youth Council members. If Undying Yushan was still hiding something, then he had definitely reached the peak of the fifth mainland when he was young. What realm would Wen Sansi, Lu Tianmu, and the others be at if they had cultivated for a few hundred years? How could Undying Yushan remain a hunter? Lu Yin had cultivated for less than 20 years, but he had already reached his current level of strength. Although he had relied more on his innate gift and luck, he had never believed that he was the only genius in the universe. He was more willing to believe that Undying Yushan was also a genius like him, one who was even more patient and scheming than Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not guess what realm Undying Yushan had reached after hundreds or even thousands of years. If Lu Yin was given another 100 years, he would definitely be able to break through to become an emissary, but what about Undying Yushan? Cripple had been imprisoned in Kuan's swamp for hundreds of years, and before he had been imprisoned, he had already been an emissary. Undying Yushan had also cultivated for at least 100 or 200 years, so it was not impossible for him to break through and control Cripple. What exactly was Undying Yushan planning? Lu Yin's gaze landed on Cripple. No matter what Undying Yushan's goal was, this person could not be left alive. It did not matter where he was imprisoned, that spiritual essence ball was everywhere. As he thought about it, he struck out with his palm. Cripple's eyes widened, and the spiritual essence ball whizzed out and smashed into Lu Yin. The second Night King saw it, but he did not make a move, allowing Cripple's spiritual essence ball to strike Lu Yin. Strangely, the spiritual essence ball's power was very weak. Lu Yin's palm strike had shaken Cripple to death, and Cripple's spiritual essence ball merged into his body, which Lu Yin subconsciously absorbed. The remaining spiritual essence was enormous, and Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and recited the Stonewall scriptures, forcibly absorbing it. Lu Yefei immediately surrounded Lu Yin and watched in amazement. You can absorb someone else's spiritual essence? Lu Yefei was confused. Mr. Lu Yefei answered, it's possible. The universe is huge, and anything can happen. That person also used spiritual essence to control the jailers. The second Night King stared at Lu Yin and wanted to make a move, but under Lu Yefei's protection, he was powerless. Lu Huang, Lu Yen, and the rest could only wait for Lu Yin to absorb the spiritual essence since he was the one in control. Fortunately, there was not much spiritual essence left, and Lu Yin finished absorbing it in less than 2 incense sticks worth of time. The Hell Master, the prisoners, and the jailers did not wake up. Lu Yin opened his eyes and felt his spiritual essence, which had become much more majestic. During the Sovereign Tournament, his spiritual essence had only been able to withstand Yao Xian's spiritual essence attacks with the Origin Opening Array, which had been rather difficult. After returning from the Astral Tree Domain, his spiritual essence had become much stronger, but it could only withstand spiritual essence battle techniques that were close to the level of an emissary. Now, he should be able to withstand an emissary's spiritual essence attack, and with the Origin Opening Array, he should be able to struggle for a bit even if the second Night King's spiritual essence swept over him. Of course, this was only the second Night King's casual spiritual essence attack. After all, the difference between them was too great. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the corpse. This person's final attack seemed useless, but it had actually paved the way for Undying Yushan. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, he also had that spiritual essence ball in his body that could be controlled. Could Undying Yushan control him? Lu Yin did not know. He had the Stonewall scriptures, and he did not know if he could withstand it. This person's final attack had dragged him into the abyss. Wait, that's not right. If that really was the case, then Lu Yin would have already absorbed the spiritual essence ball from Lu Yin Zishan's body. Lu Yin felt bitter. If that was really the case, then Undying Yushan had made his move too early, to the point where Lu Yin would not have been able to resist. But if Undying Yushan really had such terrifying strength, then why had he remained in the Great Yu Empire? Why had he hidden himself? Why had he feigned death? Why had he cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance? The Yu family was being hunted down by the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin had too many questions to ask Undying Yushan, but he could not reveal them to Ruin. Otherwise, he would alert the enemy. In the distance, a curled tail poked out from the swamp, followed by a pig's head. Lord Pig carefully poked his head out and saw the second Night King's cold gaze sweep over him. His ears perked up, and his hair stood on end as he dove back into the swamp. Lu Yin stood up and rubbed his head. Bring Shui Chuanxiao here. Mr. Lu Yi left. Lu Yin looked at Lu Huang. Understood. Lu Huang put down his gadget and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Great Eastern Alliance, Alliance Leader. I can take you out, but you have to get the Sword Sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise, the 14th sword will never be passed down to the Sword Sect, and you will die of old age on Kuenzei, Lu Yin said. He did not beat around the bush, as this was Lu Huang's only use. With Lu Huang's strength, once he recovered to his peak, he would definitely reign supreme over the Interverse. However, he would not be a match for the second Night King. Regardless of whether it was his realm or the amount of time he had spent cultivating, he was far inferior to the second Night King. Lu Yin was not worried about him. Lu Huang looked at his gadget with a complicated expression and fell silent. The Hell Overlord will awaken soon. If you don't give me an answer before then, you will die of old age on Kuenzei, Lu Yin said. He then looked into the distance and moved his finger. The death aura that had bound green tea floated into the void and then spread into the swamp. It pulled Lord Pig out and tied him up like a pig being slaughtered. Lord Pig howled, Alliance Leader Lu, Lord Lu, I'm Little Pig. I'm your loyal little pig. I won't say anything. Please don't kill me. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1690. With a thump, Lord Pig was tossed aside and immediately curled up into a ball, looking at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin said, You saw everything that happened here. You also saw the person I wanted to take away. No, I didn't see anything. Lord Pig shrieked and hurriedly waved his trotters. At that moment, Mr. Lu Yi arrived with Shui Chuanxiao. Lu Yin looked at Shui Chuanxiao, Welcome, Commander. Shui Chuanxiao looked around, especially at the Hell Overlord. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Yin, Why are you taking me away? Lu Yin smiled and handed him a personal terminal. Shui Chuanxiao looked at it. Lu Yin looked at Lord Pig again, I can't let the Hall of Honor know that I'm taking away someone, so your fate is sealed. Lord Pig was terrified and mournfully said, Alliance Master Lu, Little Pig is your subordinate. I won't say anything, and I won't say anything. Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. Alliance Master Lu, Lu Yin had no intention of killing him. From the start of the rebellion, his group had not acted, and the Hell Overlord had been the one to suppress them. What had happened after the Hell Overlord had fainted had to be revealed by someone reliable. Otherwise, the second Night King, Emperor Lu, and Shui Chuanxiao had all escaped without any injuries on his side. Even an idiot would be suspicious. It wasn't just Lord Pig, Green Tea and Lu Yen couldn't leave either. Just like the incident in the astral tree realm, Lu Yin needed witnesses to prove that he had nothing to do with it. Lu Yin looked at Green Tea. Do you want your father to live? Green Tea stared at Lu Yin. Stay here, and so will your father. As for the Hell Overlord's suspicions that you want to take Lu Yen away, as long as Lu Yen doesn't leave, his suspicions won't be valid. I need you to keep an eye on that pig, and I can also give you a guarantee that you'll take your father away from Earth's swamps soon. I'll stay, Alliance Master Lu Yen said without hesitation. They had no other choice. Green Tea was helpless. Will you really save my father? It doesn't matter if it's you or your father, you can leave, Lu Yin said. Green Tea looked at him seriously. All right, I promise. Lu Yin nodded. So many prisoners and jailers had died during the Kuan Swamp Rebellion, and not many people could escape. If even the most important people escaped, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Thus, Lu Yen could not leave, and Cripple had to die. The only ones who could escape were Lu Huang, the second Night King, and Shui Chuanshao. Lord Pig's eyes spun and he silently dove down, wanting to escape into the swamp. Green Tea looked at it, walked over, and picked it up by its ears. Lord Pig shrieked, Lord Tea, please have mercy. Please have mercy. Alliance Leader Lu, save me. The pig is about to be slaughtered. Green Tea tossed Lord Pig onto the Hell Overlord's head. Lord Pig trembled in fear. Piss, Green Tea said coldly. Lord Pig blinked, dumbfounded. Lu Yin was stunned. He thought of that bastard Tu Chiming. Piss. Green Tea yelled. Lord Pig was terrified, and it pissed itself before shrieking, It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. I've pissed on the Hell Overlord, it's over. No matter what the reason is, anyone who pisses on the Hell Overlord's head will definitely die, Green Tea said before looking at Lu Yin. It won't say anything, not even if you beat it to death. Lord Pig tumbled to the ground, its eyes brimming with tears. It felt that today was a sad day, and there were bad people everywhere. Lu Yin looked at Lord Pig sympathetically. There was a rumble, and the Hell Overlord's finger moved, causing the ground to tremble. Lu Yin looked at Lu Huang. If the Hell Overlord did not make a decision before waking up, then he would really die of old age in Kuan Swamp. Lu Yin would not give him a chance to speak. Lu Huang had a complicated expression as he met Lu Yin's gaze. The Great Eastern Alliance is a loose but tight alliance. Even if the Sword Sect joins, as the alliance leader, you don't have the right to interfere with the Sword Sect's internal affairs. You can only decide the general direction, right? Lu Yin smiled. You've been imprisoned for so many years while creating the 14th sword. Is your brain damaged? Lu Huang's expression changed slightly. Lu Yin solemnly replied, That's true, but if the Sword Sect joins my Great Eastern Alliance, then they will have to listen to my orders. However, if you have the ability, then you can replace me as the Alliance leader. The Hell Overlord's finger moved again. Lu Yin's gaze turned even colder as he looked at Lu Huang. Lu Huang was the key to him being able to easily subdue the Sword Sect, but if this person was unwilling, then Lu Yin would find another way. Lu Huang looked past Lu Yin and at the Hell Overlord. When he saw the Hell Overlord's finger move again, Lu Huang sighed helplessly. I want to leave and inherit the 14th sword. Lu Yin looked at the second Night King. Take them out. When the second Night King had acted to stop Cripple from attacking Lu Yin, he had already made his stance clear. He did not have the right to refuse Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was Lu Huang or the second Night King, Lu Yin had their vitals in his hands. Only Shui Chuanxiao was someone that Lu Yin would take away regardless of whether he was willing to become the Great Eastern Alliance's commander. Anya had done a lot for Lu Yin over the years, and this was her only wish, which Lu Yin had promised her. Shui Chuanxiao had committed a crime, but he had also performed a great service. The only thing that could truly decide whether he stayed or left was Lu Yin's decision. If Lu Yin felt that Shui Chuanxiao's merits could offset his crimes, then Shui Chuanxiao would be able to do so. He felt that Shui Chuanxiao had committed a great crime, and that Shui Chuanxiao had to die of old age in the swamp of earth. This was power. There was a boom as the Hell Overlord woke up and subconsciously punched the swamp, tearing through the void. His gaze was sinister. Who dares to escape? You're courting death. There was a scream as Lord Pig was flung away by a tremendous force. The Hell Overlord looked around and saw Green Tea standing there quietly. Not far from her was Lu Yin and the others. Where are the fugitives? The Hell Overlord barked as he stared at Green Tea. Green Tea coldly replied, the second Night King, the elder who wielded the sword, and more than 10 fugitives escaped. Cripple is dead. Lu Yan is imprisoned. The Hell Overlord was shocked, and he looked around. Everything had quieted down, and only the sound of the huge castle in the distance could be heard as it gradually collapsed. He looked at Lu Yin and the others, and then at Lord Pig, who had fallen headfirst into the swamp. He raised a hand, picked up Lord Pig, and shook him. Lord Pig howled, Lord Hell Overlord, I'm a piglet. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The Hell Overlord loosened his grip. What happened after I fainted? Lord Pig leaped to his feet, panting heavily as he fearfully said, Hell Overlord, after you fainted, Alliance Head Lu and the others made their move. However, Hell Overlord, you were too powerful and attacked indiscriminately, causing Alliance Head Lu and the others to be injured. They weren't able to completely capture the second Night King and the others, and a dozen or so prisoners escaped. Kun Zhe and the other 2 Vice Hell Overlords were present, and Lu Yan had been imprisoned and maimed to death. The Hell Overlords had no choice but to believe Lu Yin. After all, the second Night King had been among those who had escaped. The Hell Overlords could not believe that Lu Yin had let the second Night King go, as the grudge between the two was as deep as the ocean. Just this point alone cleared Lu Yin of any suspicion, and before the fugitives had escaped, Lu Yin had already told the Hell Overlord that Cripple was planning a riot. None of this had anything to do with Lu Yin. Lu Yin was the perfect witness and the righteous party that had suppressed the riot. At least, that was what the Hell Overlord believed, which was why he sincerely apologized to Lu Yin. I was careless. I didn't think that these people would still be able to display such terrifying strength after being corroded by the miasma for so many years. Lu Yin was helpless. Willow Flying Flower wanted to take action from the start, but Senior Hell Overlord, your Warring States army was too ferocious and attacked the entire Kun Zhe. We couldn't do anything. The Hell Overlord apologized again. Let's think about how to capture the fugitives. The second Night King is among them. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. The Hell Overlord could only apologize again and promise that the Hall of Honor would capture the second Night King as soon as possible. The second Night King's escape was seen as disadvantageous to Lu Yin, and no one thought that Lu Yin had intentionally let the second Night King go. The Luo Emperor had been imprisoned in the ruins, and Lu Yin brought Lu Yefei along to find a place to rest. The Hell Overlord had many things to do. Not only did he have to re-imprison the prisoners, but he also had to calculate the death toll and the identities of the fugitives. He also had to investigate the true reason for the successful riot. The first person he met was Green Tea. Why didn't you escape? The Hell Overlord asked as he stared at Green Tea. The castle had been built again, and a few wardens were enough to do it. This sort of castle required no skill or style. Green Tea's tone was cold. The entire universe belongs to the Hall of Honor. What's the point of escaping? The Hell Overlord lowered his voice. Your father turned himself in from the very beginning. He never thought of leaving Kuenzei and has always been atoning for his crimes. But ever since you came to Kuenzei and willingly stayed here, he changed his mind. He wants to take you away and doesn't want you to stay here forever. Since that's the case, why don't you take him away? Green Tea raised her head. This place is great, so why should I leave? My father has his own ideas, and so do I. I don't want to leave. He was tortured because of me, so I hope that he can leave openly instead of trying to escape. Even if he dies of old age in Kuenzei, I'm willing to accompany him. The Hell Overlord retrieved a flask of wine from his cosmic ring and took a swig. Ha ha ha, that's how Vice Hell Overlord Kuenzei should act. Alright, I understand. After Green Tea left, Lord Pig rushed in. However, he had learned his lesson and no longer bumped into the Hell Overlord's toes. After witnessing the might of the Warring States period, he knew that even if he grew 10 times longer, he would not be able to kill the Hell Overlord. Lord Hell Overlord, what about Lu Huang's identity? Alliance Master Lu has asked me about it a few times, and I feel like I can't hide it any longer. The Hell Overlord glared at him. You have to hide it even if you can't. Don't tell anyone about this name for the rest of your life. Lord Pig was startled, and his ears drooped. He carefully looked up, especially at the Hell Overlord's face, which still had traces of his own urine on it. Lord Pig felt like he was about to be slaughtered at any moment. Yes, I have to hide it. I can't tell anyone. The Hell Overlord was satisfied. That's right. Hide it well. Don't tell anyone. Understood, Lord Hell Overlord. I can't tell anyone. After the Hell Overlord woke up, news of Kuenzei's rebellion immediately spread to the Hall of Honor. The Hall of Honor was shaken, and the Board of Governors and the Interstellar Arbitration Office were all shaken. Even Elder Chan was alarmed. Kuenzei had not only imprisoned the most vicious of people, but also important people like Lu Huang, who were involved in the dark side of the Hall of Honor. If news of this spread, the Hall of Honor's reputation would suffer a huge blow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1691. The Board of Governors held an emergency meeting, and all 9 of them appeared, but the people had changed. Zhou Ning had mobilized the expeditionary force without authorization and delayed the Cosmic Sea's warplanes. He had been replaced by Yang Ji, the master of the Radiance Realm's 3,000 major realms. There was also another person who had just been removed, Night King Zheng. Night King Zheng had been removed on the day that Lu Yin had arrived at Kuan Swamp. He hadn't even been able to react before he was removed and replaced by Zi Jing. 14 prisoners escaped during the Kuan Swamp riot. The list is here, Xan Jiao said in a low voice. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious, and there was an undetectable glint in the depths of her eyes. Zi Jing looked at the list and was shocked. Why is there still one more name? Xan Jiao replied, this person was not captured by the Board of Governors. Instead, he was captured by the Interstellar Arbitration Office and locked up in Kuan Swamp. Due to the secrecy involved, there is no name. Even we can't know. Yang Ji asked. As the master of the Radiance Realm, his power exceeded 700,000. He was one of the few powerhouses among the Board of Governors. The third elder shook his head. It's normal. You'll get used to it. The second Night King actually escaped. Lu Ren exclaimed, his expression solemn. Night King Zheng had been removed, and he was now the only representative of the Interverse. The second Night King's escape had the greatest impact on the Interverse, and he immediately wondered if the Day-Night clan would rise again. However, that was impossible. Even if the second Night King had escaped, he could not openly return to the Day-Night clan. Was he not afraid of the head Inquisitors attacking him again? He then thought about the second Night King's escape, which seemed to be the most disadvantageous for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had defeated the Day-Night clan, so the second Night King would definitely seek revenge. Lu Ran couldn't help but smile when he thought about this. He wanted to immediately send a message to the sect master to tell him not to worry about Lu Yin anymore. Director Si Hong glanced at Lu Ran. The second Night King is an absolute powerhouse, and we have to capture him as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he recovers, no one will be able to do anything to him. We can't possibly ask the head Inquisitors to capture him. It's Lu Yin again. Mr. Yu barked. This Lu Yin causes trouble wherever he goes. Is the Kuan Swamp riot related to him? I think he's the mastermind. Three Liang shouted sternly, Mr. Yu, be careful with your words. As a director, how can you slander others without any evidence? Is this how you do things? Mr. Yu wanted to retort, but after some thought, he held himself back. The Immortals battle group had been destroyed, and he had no background. Night King Zheng had just been dismissed, and he knew that he did not have much time left. He was still too far away from San Liang, who was at the peak of his power. He looked at Nan Yuan. The relationship between the Longevity Squadron and the Xia clan had already been exposed. He was now considered a member of the Xia clan. Nan Yuan knocked on the table. Director San Liang, don't exaggerate. Mr. Yu is just guessing. This Lu Yin really does get into trouble wherever he goes, so we can't help but suspect him. That's where you're all wrong. This is Hell Overlord Kuan Zhe's report, Xan Jiao said as she sent the report to them. Yang Ji was shocked. This Lu Yin knew about the Swamp Kuan uprising in advance. It was Shui Chuanshao who told him. I told the prison master in advance that there would be a riot, but more than 10 prisoners still managed to escape. The prison master is responsible, and he has failed in his duty. That's right, Lu Yin has contributed greatly. Furthermore, without Lu Yin's group, the prisoners would have been able to escape from Kuan Swamp. But how did Shui Chuanshao escape? If he told Lu Yin about the Swamp Kuan uprising, then he shouldn't have tried to escape. Lu Ran was puzzled. Old Man Bu spoke up, no matter what, the truth has already happened. We need to send someone to Kuan Swamp to investigate and issue a bounty to the entire universe. The board's decision was quickly passed to the Interstellar Court, and it was finally decided that one of the 3 judges, Mu En, would be sent to Kuan Swamp to investigate. To the board, this was just a prison break. They did not understand Kuan Swamp's defenses, but this incident had a different impact on the Interstellar Court. Even if a powerhouse with a power level in the millions attacked Kuan Swamp, they would not be able to break through. Now, it had actually been overturned by an internal riot, which shocked even the judges. Mu En originally had other missions, but he was urgently transferred to Kuan Swamp to investigate. After Mu En, it was likely that Death's Shadow and Despair's Mu En would also head there. The most troublesome matter was the capture of the second Night King. Where would they find such an expert in the vast universe? After the board meeting ended, Lu Ren immediately reported the good news of the second Night King's escape to Lu Qinjue. Lu Qinjue felt as if there was a light at the end of the tunnel. He had originally thought that he would not be able to stop Lu Yin, but now that the second Night King had escaped, Lu Yin would no longer be in the mood to cause trouble for them. Lu Qinjue immediately sent someone to the Day-Night clan to congratulate them. Of course, he only congratulated them in secret and also tried to find out more about the third Night King. He now hoped that the third Night King would return and join forces with the second Night King to restore the Day-Night clan's strength so that they could resist Liu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance. Liu Yin's ambitions were too great, and he would rather face the Day-Night clan than the Great Eastern Alliance. The various major flow zones of the Innerverse also relaxed. It was fine as long as someone caused trouble for Liu Yin. What they needed to do was seal off the Blazing Mist flow zone and exhaust the Great Eastern Alliance. From the moment that Liu Yin had established himself in the Blazing Mist flow zone, he had become an enemy of the Innerverse. At Kuin's Swamp, Liu Yin received a call from Muan, who asked him to stay in Kuin's Swamp and cooperate with the investigation. Liu Yin did not mind, and since Muan had arrived, he could take Liu Yehua with him. When he thought about being separated from Liu Yehua, Liu Yin felt somewhat reluctant. The two were qualified bodyguards, but in the end, they were not his. Green Tea found Liu Yin. "My father wants to see you." Liu Yin was puzzled, and he followed Green Tea until he saw Liu Yan. Compared to the first time they had met, Liu Yan looked much more haggard. "Little Tea, you can leave first." Green Tea silently left. Liu Yin looked at Liu Yan. "What's the matter?" Liu Yan looked at Liu Yin seriously. "I found out about you through the internet. You're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, Liu Yin." Liu Yin nodded. "That's not a secret. How much does alliance leader Liu know about me?" Liu Yan asked. Liu Yin replied, "The former presiding judge should be of the same generation as Death's Shadow, so that's all I know. I didn't do much research on you, and all the information I saw came from Kuan-Zhe." Liu Yan smiled bitterly. "You're a presiding judge, but in the end, the information that people saw was actually from a prison. How ironic." Liu Yin did not say anything, as he did not know why Liu Yan was looking for him. They should not have had any interactions, and Liu Yin did not have any intentions of roping Liu Yan in. This person had betrayed the human race, and although he had not done anything bad and had even turned himself in, that stain alone, no one would dare to accept him. "Alliance leader Liu, who do you think is the human race's true enemy?" Liu Yan suddenly asked. Liu Yin frowned. "What do you mean?" Liu Yan replied, "I just wanted to ask, does Alliance leader Liu think that the human race's true enemy is the Sword Sect? The Day-Night clan? The powers of the Innerverse? Or the Neoverse 7 courts and others?" Liu Yin did not hesitate. "The Neo-Human Alliance." Liu Yan's eyes lit up. "That's right. The Neo-Human Alliance. Since ancient times, the Hall of Honor has always followed the same principle: anyone who colludes with the Neo-Human Alliance, regardless of who they are, will be executed. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go because the Neo-Human Alliance is the human race's true enemy. They want to completely transform the human race into walking corpses and achieve what they believe is eternal life. They're even more of an enemy than the astral beast domain, no, even the 6th mainland." Liu Yin was amused. "It seems like Senior doesn't know that the 6th mainland has already been invaded by the Neo-Human Alliance and moved to the Outerverse. I don't need you to remind me that the Neo-Human Alliance is the enemy. I know what happened to the 6th mainland. When the 6th mainland invaded, Kuan-Zhe could only hide. I also know what happened after that, but I'm not sure if Alliance leader Liu knows anything about it. Perhaps you know who the enemy is in Alliance leader Liu's heart. This is very important, so I'm relieved now. Then, Alliance leader Liu, there's a place that I hope you can learn about. It's the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse." Liu Yan's words caused shock to appear in Liu Yin's eyes, followed by excitement. "Really?" Liu Yan nodded. "I discovered it back in the Eternal Kingdom. Mr. Feng thought that I didn't know, but I'm still the presiding judge." Lu Yin had always wanted to deal with the Eternals, not just because they were the human race's greatest enemy. The sorcerer god had tried to use him to divide the human race and cause the greatest civil war of all time. This was an open scheme that Lu Yin could not avoid, but he had discussed it with Wang Wen and Wei Rong some time ago. Since it was unavoidable, they would drag the Eternals into the conflict as well. A three-way war was better than a two-way war. Whether it was the fifth mainland, the sixth mainland, or the astral tree realm, the Eternals were the human race's greatest enemy. Even on the battlefield, corpse kings had to be destroyed as soon as they appeared. This was a principle. Lu Yin could fight against the four-way scale, but the prerequisite was that he had to drag the Eternals into the conflict and destroy them first. At the very least, the human race could not be more exhausted than the Eternals. If he wanted to unify the Interverse, he would have to experience civil war. However, civil war was the last thing he wanted to see. He would rather see everyone focus on attacking the Eternals. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find any traces of the Eternals. Now, they had finally appeared. Since you know the location of the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters, why didn't you tell the Hall of Honor? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yan's face darkened. There's a spy from the Neo-Human Alliance in the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The unaging old man. Wasn't that the unaging old man? It was the unaging old man who had revealed the location of the node, allowing the Eternals to invade after the astral storm. If not for Huizu's scheming, the fifth mainland would have been finished by now. The unaging old man was the Neo-Human Alliance's biggest pawn in the Hall of Honor, and very few people knew about this secret. How do you know that there's someone from the Neo-Human Alliance in the Hall of Honor? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yan replied, Mr. Feng said that he trusts me a lot. After all, I even sent my own daughter to be modified. However, he would never have guessed that the reason I joined the Neo-Human Alliance was because I wanted to use death energy to cure my daughter's illness. After Xiaochao's illness was cured, I received a mission from Mr. Feng to find the head Inquisitor's weakness. However, he would never have dreamed that I would turn myself in. Ha 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 ha. The Neo-Human Alliance is indeed powerful, and the corpse kings they create can even live indefinitely. However, they have no emotions and will never understand righteousness or loyalty. I, Lu Yan, can betray humanity for the sake of my daughter, but I will never do anything that harms humanity. Ha 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 ha. Then why do you trust me? Aren't you afraid that I'm from the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin was curious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1692. Lu Yan looked deeply at Lu Yin and smiled bitterly. If you're from the Neo-Human Alliance, then there's no hope for this universe. Legend has it that the power of the Grim Reaper combined with the power of a corpse king is something that no one can stop. It's better to just surrender. Lu Yin left, but before he left, Lu Yan warned him that there would definitely be a corpse king powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000. He should not act unless he was prepared. Everyone had their own lives, and the prisoners locked up in Kuan's swamp all had exciting lives, regardless of whether they were good or evil. Ordinary people had no right to be locked up in Kuan's swamp. Lu Yin was rather curious about these prisoners, and he had green tea give him information on them as he slowly browsed through them. A few days later, Lu Yin arrived in front of one of the prisoners. To be more precise, he was in front of a brain that Lord Pig had shown him once before. This brain's owner had slaughtered humans in a frenzy to obtain immortality, and the last person he had changed was Xian Jiao's son. Because of this, Xian Jiao had imprisoned this brain and tortured it for eternity. Everything it thought of was a nightmare, and by now, this brain had probably gone mad. There were only a few records on Kuan Swamp, but Lu Yin was able to find other information that Xian Jiao had hidden. The brain's owner had been an ordinary cultivator, and the reason he had been able to do such crazy things was all because of one person, Xian Jiao's son. Xian Jiao's son was not an innocent person, but the brain's owner's backer. It was not just the brain's owner who had wanted to research immortality, but also Xian Jiao's son. However, the research had failed, and Xian Jiao's son had died. Because of this, Xian Jiao hated this person and imprisoned him. Lu Yin could not converse with this brain, and when he looked at this tortured brain, he felt like he was looking at Xian Jiao. Beneath her gentle appearance was an extremely vicious and sinister person. That woman was definitely not as good as she seemed. There were still about 10 days before Muan would arrive at Kuan Swamp, and out of boredom, Lu Yin asked the Hell Overlord for advice on the Warring States. He had thought about it for a long time, and he had asked Zhou Tang for advice before. Now, he was asking the Hell Overlord for advice. Warring States. Right, you've also cultivated battle force, right? What level are you at? The Hell Overlord was curious as he looked down at Lu Yin. His huge body was truly inconvenient. Golden battle force spread out from Lu Yin's body, shaking the void. The Hell Master was shocked. That's not bad. There's almost no one in this universe who can cultivate 10-line battle force. Senior, are you praising yourself? You're from the Warring States period. Lu Yin smiled. The Hell Overlord shook his head. The reason why I was able to cultivate to the Warring States period was because of Progenitor Chen's blood. If it weren't for Progenitor Chen's blood, then 9-line battle force would have reached its peak. The most important aspect of cultivating battle force is one's spirit, but this universe's ideology imprisons spirit. Everyone in this universe believes that battle force can only reach 9 lines at most. Let me ask you, if you also believe that, how did you manage to break through your battle force? Unless you can truly reign supreme in the universe and experience that feeling of supremacy, how did you manage to break through? Lu Yin raised his head. I'll be the champion of the sovereign tournament. The Hell Master laughed. No wonder. Jun Lin is an invincible paragon among his peers. Naturally, he can break through. How many people in this universe can do what you did? Even if he can do it, he might not be able to cultivate battle force. It's too difficult. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, it's very difficult. Senior, if I want to reach the Warring States period, I'll have to reach the peak as well. The Hell Master thought about it and then took a swig of wine. Spirit is the most important thing, but under spirit is accumulation. Without a strong physique and accumulation, even if you become the master of the Hall of Honor, you might not be able to break through to the Warring States period. So, just take a beating. Lu Yin was stunned. What? The Hell Master grinned. Take a beating. Things like physique are built through beatings. If you want to become stronger, then you have to take a beating. Battle force will become more powerful the more beatings you take. That's my opinion, but you can ignore it. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Fighting was a crazy way to improve battle force. There were no shortcuts to battle force cultivation, and reaching the peak was not something that others could do. Rather, one had to climb up on their own. Lu Yin had become a sovereign, but it had not fallen from the sky. If he wanted to reach the peak, he had to put in some effort, and the cultivation of battle force was part of that effort. Senior, can you help me? I want to experience the Warring States period, Lu Yin said loudly. The Hell Master smashed the wine flask on the ground. You want to take a beating? Sure. The Warring States period is what it is. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, scorching the heavens and causing them to crack. Lu Yin felt the terrifying might of the Warring States period, and even his breathing became stifled. A finger appeared in front of him from the Hell Master, and with a flick, Luin blocked with his arms. There was a thump, and he felt as if his arms were about to break. His entire body was sent flying, and the golden battle force around him shattered. His chest felt heavy, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yefei was shocked, and she immediately appeared in front of the Hell Master, about to attack. The Hell Master said, "He told me to hit him." In the distance, Luin felt as if his entire body had been torn apart, and he crashed into the swamp. The surrounding aura of death entered his body, and he took a few deep breaths to recover. Pain spread throughout his body, and he could not even get up. This was the result of the Hell Master's light attack. He had not used his miniature armor to defend himself, and his body had not been able to withstand it. When Lord Pig saw this, he hurriedly rushed over. "Alliance Master Lu, Alliance Master Lu, how are you?" Lu Yin rested for a while before sitting up. He looked at his hands and then at his abdomen. Sure enough, his flesh had been torn apart, and his injuries could be considered serious. However, because he had broken through 3 stages, the life force within the upper intelligence pass had been constantly replenishing itself. Such serious injuries were not difficult for him to recover from, and it would not take long for him to do so. A pig's snout appeared in front of him, and Lord Pig stared at Lu Yin with wide eyes. "Alliance Master Lu, how are you?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "I'm all right. I'm not dead." Lord Pig was disappointed, but he still said, "That's great." "Alliance Master Lu, why did the Hell Master attack you? Did you hit a sore spot?" "No." Lu Yin was about to say something when his heart skipped a beat. "A sore spot? What sore spot?" Lord Pig carefully approached Lu Yin and whispered, "The Hell Master has been single for many years. He has liked many women, but they all failed. The Hell Master drinks to relieve his loneliness." "Giant women?" Lu Yin was stunned. Didn't they say that there were no more purebred giants? Was the Hell Master the only one left? Lord Pig shook his head. "Human women." Lu Yin was speechless. It would be strange if they could succeed. One was 30,000 meters tall, while the other was only a meter tall. The Hell Master might seem bold and unrestrained, but he's actually a sentimental person. "Let me tell you a secret," Lord Pig muttered softly. "The Hell Master even wrote love poems." Lu Yin blinked, and his expression turned strange. Love poems. How do you know all this?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Lord Pig rolled his eyes. "I often see the Hell Master reciting love poems." Lu Yin pursed his lips and did not want to discuss this any further. "You can leave. I need to recover for a while. Do you want me to send you back to the castle?" "No need." Within the castle, the Hell Master sat down and continued drinking. That attack had not been light, but the Hell Master had controlled it quite well. It should have been within Lu Yin's tolerance range. Although the injuries were rather severe, he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. After all, it was just a superficial wound. Lu Yin continued drinking. Half a day later, Lu Yin returned. He was in an abnormally sorry state, and his clothes were in tatters. There were still a few wounds on his body that had not completely healed, but his injuries were more or less healed. Lu Yefei and Flower were astonished, as they had all seen how severe Lu Yin's injuries had been. How had he recovered so quickly? Even they did not know what had happened after breaking through the 3rd stage. Normal injuries would heal in an instant, and even the most severe injuries could be healed as long as one did not die. As for injuries that could not be healed by a half-ancestor, Lu Yin still had his die, time stop, and 4 pips. If he told others about this, even cultivators like Liu Yefei and Flower would find it inconceivable. You've recovered. The Hell Master was astonished, truly astonished. Lu Yin replied, Senior, please continue. The Hell Master was interested. All right, then I'll continue. Then, the warring states might burn the void once more. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Ever since the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, he had been able to use his Dai's enhance to increase his external items. After he had been able to kill Enlighters as an explorer, his path of cultivation had become somewhat different, and external items had become his main means of attack. He had experienced life and death situations before, and he had fought against Night King Zhenwu and the Shangqing sect. However, when it came to cultivation, he had never experienced the pressure of being on the brink of death. That kind of pressure was long-term, and it had never been a moment of life and death in battle. Right now, Lu Yin wanted to experience this kind of pressure, the pressure of being crushed at any moment. The Hell Master's finger appeared once more, but this time, Lu Yin was prepared. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he tried to move. However, the Hell Master's warring states stirred up the void, making it impossible for Lu Yin to dodge. He could not even enter the astral source universe. Helpless, Lu Yin raised his hand and activated the energy transfer diagram. At the same time, his golden battle force imprinted itself onto his body once more. Lu Yin's body flew out, and he was more prepared this time. Even so, his injuries were still quite severe, as the Hell Master's attack had been slightly heavier. Not everyone had the opportunity to constantly face the pressure of a warring states. Lu Yin was confident that if he experienced one for a long time, he would eventually be able to break through. Bang! His body flew towards the south of Kuen's swamp. Bang! His body flew towards the north of Kuen's swamp. Within Kuen's swamp, the wardens all looked up. Their daily entertainment had turned into watching someone fly through the air. Lord Pig had also found this entertainment, and he hoped that the Hell Master would accidentally kill Lu Yin. That way, he would not be controlled. Green Tea watched as well, but her thoughts were the exact opposite of Lord Pig's. She did not wish for Lu Yin to be killed, as otherwise, no one would be able to save her father. The Kuen Swamp Rebellion had only succeeded once in many years. Without Lu Yin, she would never have had a chance in her entire life. The wardens watched and thought back to the Sovereign Tournament. Not much time had passed since then, but this Lu Yin was still able to survive the Hell Master's attacks. His cultivation talent was truly terrifying. Time and time again, Lu Yin tried his best to avoid the Hell Master's attacks, but he was still unable to do so. The difference between them was simply too great. The Hell Master's power level was about the same as the Flying Willow Leaves and Zhangzhou's, but the warring states were completely different. Zhangzhou was definitely not a match for the Hell Master, and he could not withstand such a tyrannical attack. The Flying Willow Leaves could not trap the Hell Master, just like how they had not been able to trap Night King Dijiang. One had terrifying spiritual force, while the other had terrifying battle force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1693. 10 days quickly passed, and Mu En arrived. When he saw that Lu Yin had been sent flying, he was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Kuinze Prison Master, what are you doing? Lu Yin crashed into the swamp, and his body felt like it was being torn apart. He had experienced this feeling too many times and had gotten used to it. His golden battle force had become even more condensed, as if it had been carved into his bones. Within the castle, Mu En was shocked. Lu Yin can spar with you. The prison master nodded. He requested it himself. Presiding Judge Mu En, you must be here to investigate the riot. Feel free to do as you wish. Mu En nodded and looked into the distance, not asking any more questions. Lu Yefei watched from the side without taking any action. Since Lu Yin had requested to spar, the prison master could not say anything. The scene from before had been too shocking, and Lu Yin had been so heavily injured. How could he spar with Lu Yin? The prison master did not care, and with Lord Pig leading the way, he began interrogating the prison guards and prisoners. This was his mission. Mu En's investigation ended in 2 days, and he had questioned everyone within Kuenzei. He had also obtained surveillance footage, but the surveillance footage was of little use. The warring states had bombarded the entire Kuenzei, and the surveillance footage had been rendered useless. Lord Pig had provided Mu En with the most information, and he had vividly explained everything, especially praising Lu Yin's contributions. Mu En had even thought that Lord Pig was from the Great Eastern Alliance and not a vice-prison master. Within the castle, Lu Yin looked at his golden battle force. It was a bit more condensed than before, but it was still far from reaching the warring state stage. It won't be that easy, or else someone in this universe would have broken through long ago, the prison master said as he took a swig of wine. Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, if you have warring states battle force, why doesn't the outside world know about it? The prison master smiled. I achieved it by borrowing progenitor Chen's blood. What's the point of the outside world knowing? As long as no one reaches the warring states stage through their own strength, it's impossible to popularize this cultivation method. Furthermore, battle force is not that easy to comprehend. Lu Yin understood this point. How many people in the entire Astral Combat Academy could cultivate battle force, and how many people in the Astral Tree realm could cultivate battle force to the warring states realm? This path was too difficult, especially since it was not prepared for ordinary people, but for giants. Battle force was a battle technique for giants. I'm curious. Alliance Master Lu, how did you do it? Secret technique? Or a healing technique? The Hell Overlord asked. Over the past few days, he had become much more familiar with Lu Yin, so he didn't really care about such a question. It's a technique from the Ku family. The prison overlord was interested. The Seven Courts Ku family. I heard that they have the withering, secret character that can instantly recover from injuries. Could it be that you have learned it? Lu Yin shrugged. No, it's not that easy to learn the withering secret character. Master Pig rushed in with Mu En on his back. Mu En greeted the Hell Lord and then looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, let's talk. Lu Yin nodded. Please. Outside the castle, Mu En and Lu Yin stood facing each other, only a few meters apart. I have to thank Alliance Master Lu for suppressing the Kuenzei rebellion. Otherwise, if all the prisoners escaped, it would have been enough to shake the entire universe, Mu En said emotionally. Lu Yin replied, it's only right. Mu En said, most of the responsibility for this riot lies with the prison master. He clearly knew that someone was planning the riot, but he was stubborn and wanted to suppress it with his own strength. In the end, it led to such serious consequences, and he will inevitably be put on trial. As for you, Alliance Master Lu, you have made a meritorious report, and the council will definitely reward you. As a reward. Lu Yin laughed and looked at the swamp. Here, regardless of whether you're a prisoner or a prison guard, you all live in the same cage. What's the difference? Even if you put a prison master on trial, the most you can do is prolong his time as a prison master. You should focus on the fugitives. He then looked at Mu En solemnly. I strongly request that the head inquisitor personally pursue the second Night King. If he escapes, I will feel uneasy. Mu En shook his head. The head inquisitor has his own way of doing things, and outsiders cannot interfere. However, I will relay your request to the head inquisitor. Thank you, Lu Yin said. Muwen was puzzled. Alliance Master Lu should be able to contact the head inquisitor yourself, right? Although no one knew the relationship between Lu Yin and the head inquisitor, the fact that he had the head inquisitor's warrant meant that they were close. Lu Yin was helpless. Just as you said, no one can interfere with the head inquisitor's actions, not even me. I can only ask the head inquisitor for help. Muwen grunted. I have a question for Alliance Master Lu. Please speak. Why didn't you act from the start? Muwen stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. I was about to act, but I was stunned by the prison master. What do you mean? Muwen was stunned. Lu Yin sighed. The prison master used the might of the Warring States period to attack the entire Kuenzei. Muwen already had a clear understanding of the events before and after the riot, but he still asked because he wanted to find something from Lu Yin's expression and words. However, he was unable to find anything. The head inquisitor won't suspect me, right? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Muwen smiled as he replied, of course not. Alliance Master Lu had already warned Lord Hellmaster before the uprising started, and he even took action to suppress it. Among those who escaped, the second Night King was the one who hated Alliance Master Lu the most. The one who suffered the greatest loss was not Kuenzei, but Alliance Master Lu. As long as the head inquisitor knows. One more question. Does Alliance Master Lu know the identity of that old swordsman? Muwen asked, looking at Lu Yin with a probing gaze. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I don't know. Muwen looked into Lu Yin's eyes, and after a moment, he nodded. If you don't know, then so be it. Alliance Master Lu, you are the master of the Outerverse, and now that you have entered the Innerverse, you should know that certain methods are necessary to achieve certain goals, even if they are vile or even dark. Can I leave Kuenzei now? Lu Yin interrupted. Muwen nodded. Of course. Muwen frowned as he watched Lu Yin leave. If it had been anyone else, regardless of whether they knew the Lu Emperor's identity, they would not have been able to leave Kuenzei, as the Hall of Honor would not have allowed them to take such a risk. However, this was Lu Yin, whose background was greater than the heavens. He was the head inquisitor of the Interstellar Tribunal, the Hall of Honor's board of directors, and even Elder Chan and the High Sage Heavenly Master. This person had the support of almost half of the Fifth Mainland, and no one could stop him from leading the Great Eastern Alliance to invade the Innerverse, let alone such a small matter. Muwen recalled the first time he had met Lu Yin and the time he had accompanied him from Progenitor Chen's tomb to the Realm Mountain. This kid's growth was too shocking. Perhaps the next time they met, things would be different. The Luo Emperor was imprisoned in Cripple's location, and Lu Yin formally bid farewell to Lu Yehua. After following Lu Yin for such a long time, Willowleaf Flying Flower could be considered to have understood him. Her attitude was unusually good. Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. We won't tell anyone about your identity. She was referring to Lu Xiaoshuan's identity. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. He looked at Lu Yehua with some reluctance. He rarely spat out anything that had been handed to him, but in the end, Lu Yehua still had to leave. They had been very qualified bodyguards, but it was a pity. In that case, the second Night King and the Lu Emperor would be the ones to replace Lu Yehua. These two were even more ruthless, but they could not show their faces, which was really troublesome. There had been 4 of them when they had arrived, but only one left. Lu Yin left Kuenzei and boarded a spacecraft that headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. Within Kuenzei, Muwen still had to continue his investigation. His most important task was to find out why the sourcebox array with the 3,000 chains had been broken, as well as why some of the prison guards had helped Lu Yin escape. A day after leaving Kuenzei, there were 3 more people in Lu Yin's spacecraft: the second Night King, the Lu Emperor, and Shui Chuanshao. The 3 needed to recover their strength as quickly as possible. The Lu Emperor and Shui Chuanshao had been corroded by death energy, and it would be difficult for them to recover. The second Night King had not been corroded by death energy, but he had been beaten up too badly by the head Inquisitor, so it would not be easy for him to recover. Lu Yin constantly kept an eye on the second Night King, using the sealed cage technique to sense him and prevent him from escaping. As soon as the second Night King showed any signs of escaping, Lu Yin would not hesitate to destroy him. He now regretted not keeping Bai Shui with him. In Kuenzei, it would not have been easy for him to use the sealed cage technique to control the second Night King, and he would have been seriously injured. But in the ruins of the frigid immortal sect, how could Bai Shui be so sure that Lu Yin could control the second Night King? If she was not so sure, she would not have risked everything to enter the frigid immortal pond. There had to be a reason behind this, and Lu Yin could only think of blood. The Bai family's blood was more compatible with the sealed cage technique. If that was the case, then once the frigid immortal sect entered the 5th mainland, would the Day-Night clan still be under his control? That was a problem. After leaving Kuenzei, Lu Yin received a lot of news about the various major flow zones of the Innerverse targeting the Great Eastern Alliance. They had sealed off the borders of the Blazing Mist flow zone and the Gu flow zone, shut down the Astral River tributary, and suspended trade. Lu Yin did not care about any of this, as he had already dealt with nearly half of the people who could determine the Innerverse power structure. These small flow zones would not be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance's army. What he cared about was the change in the Hall of Honor's board of directors. Night King Zheng had actually been removed, which was something that Lu Yin had not expected. That was my mistake, and I should have paid attention to it. There are 9 positions on the board of directors, 2 for the Innerverse, 2 for the Cosmic Sea, and the remaining 1 for the Neoverse. Night King Zheng was able to become a director because of the Day-Night clan, but the Day-Night clan was defeated by us, and the Innerverse no longer has any say in it. Night King Zheng naturally cannot continue to be a director. Wang Wen apologized, as he had not considered this point. Lu Yin replied, "It's not your fault. No one could have thought of everything so thoroughly, and even if you had, it would have been useless. You wouldn't have been able to change anything. However, I never expected that Night King Zheng would be replaced by Zijing. Starlink Network Company. They're the ones who cover the entire 5th mainland's network. Although this network company doesn't reveal much, their influence is no less than that of Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Enterprises, or the Mavis Bank," Wang Wen said solemnly. Lu Yin replied, "I know. At the Realm Mountain, I was only able to contact you guys because of Zijing's connections." "What kind of person is this Zijing?" Wang Wen asked. The 5th mainland was too large, and his focus had always been on the Innerverse and Outerverse. He did not know much about the people of the Neoverse, mainly because he had not come into contact with them yet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1694. Lu Yin did not know how to explain it to Wang Wen. "I'll take you to Jia Shan sometime and get to know her. She treats me quite well." Zijing replaced Night King Zheng, and Song Ying was replaced by Yang Ji, the master of the Radiance Realm. "Both of them are from Jia Shan," Wang Wen said. Lu Yin knew what he meant. On the surface, the Hall of Honor was in charge of the Board of Governors, and the Interstellar Arbitration Office was the executor. However, the true decision-maker was Elder Chan, and Elder Chan wanted to return the Board of Governors' authority to Jia Shan. This might be a warning, but it might not be targeted at him. Otherwise, Night King Jing would not be the only one to be removed, the old man would also be removed. At Elder Chan's level, he should not care too much about such things. Yang Ji represents the Radiance Realm, which is one of the 3,000 major realms. Making him a director is probably for the sake of balance. This Si Jing probably controls the entire universe's network, and the importance of the network goes without saying. Wang Wen was puzzled. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. When he had first met Zi Jing in the Astral Link Major Realm, he had asked her why she wanted to connect the entire human network through Shui Chuanshao. At the time, Zi Jing had not given him an answer, but there had not been enough time, so he had forgotten about it. Now, he suddenly remembered that he might be able to find out the answer through Shui Chuanshao. After ending the call with Wang Wen, Lu Yin went to find Shui Chuanshao and mentioned Zi Jing. Zi Jing, the boss of the Astral Link Network? She was the one who found me and mentioned connecting the entire human network, Shui Chuanshao said. Lu Yin was puzzled. So you agreed? Shui Chuanshao replied, why wouldn't I? No one wants to connect the entire human network more than I do. We can communicate instantly no matter how far away we are, and this is very important to the war. Back then, Ironblood Weave's network was connected to the border network, which gave us a huge advantage in the war against the Astral Beast domain. Why didn't she apply to the Board of Governors herself? Lu Yin asked. Shui Chuanshao shook his head. I don't know about that. Perhaps she did, and so did I. At this point, his eyes turned cold. I failed, and there's no chance of success. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sacrificed half of Endless Weave. Lu Yin left, and Shui Chuanshao did not know much about Zi Jing. However, he was a ruthless person, and once he set his mind on something, he would definitely do it. He was just like the Sea King, who had single-handedly destroyed the 6th mainland sky. Even if he became a sinner, he would still do it. Shui Chuanshao and the Sea King were the same type of people. From the Blazing Mist Flow Zone to Earth's Swamp, Lu Yin and Lu Huang had traveled at an incredible speed, but from Earth's Swamp back to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, the Second Night King and Lu Huang had yet to recover their strength, so they could only travel at the same speed as the spacecraft. After more than 10 days, the spacecraft finally arrived at the intersection between the Gu Flow Zone and the Northern Seal Flow Zone. The Northern Seal Flow Zone was located to the north of the Gu Flow Zone, and just like the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, it bordered the Astral River. One could reach the Fennel Flow Zone and the Gu Flow Zones through the Northern Seal Flow Zone. The spacecraft just so happened to pass through the Fennel Flow Zone and return to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The Innerverse had a tributary of the Astral River, and the North Seal Flow Zone connected the Gu Flow Zone and the Fennel Flow Zone. There was a three-pronged tributary that had a giant boat attached to it. Lu Yin's spacecraft had originally been able to travel to the Fennel Flow Zone via the giant tributary arc, but now, the giant tributary arc had been sealed off. No one was allowed to enter the Fennel Flow Zone, and similarly, no one was allowed to leave the Fennel Flow Zone. This was a method used by the Innerverse's various major flow zones, led by the Sword Sept, to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. They wanted to completely seal off the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and the Fennel Flow Zone and prevent the Great Eastern Alliance from traveling to the surrounding flow zones. Lu Yin watched as the spacecraft in front of him returned with a calm expression. Shui Chuanshao appeared behind him. It seems like your situation isn't good. It's not a good thing for you to be placed against the entire Innerverse. Lu Yin replied, there's no other way. I've already tried my best. He then looked at Shui Chuanshao. Have you thought it through? Are you willing to become the commander of the Great Eastern Alliance? Shui Chuanshao looked at Lu Yin with interest. You're inviting me because of Enya? Of course not. Enya can't make decisions for the Great Eastern Alliance. She asked me to save you, and I've already done that. Inviting you to become the commander is my own idea, Lu Yin said. Shui Chuanxiao was puzzled. Aren't you afraid that my identity will be exposed and bring you trouble? Lu Yin turned around and looked into the distance. I already have a lot of trouble. Compared to the help that you can provide, this little bit of trouble is still something that I can deal with. Shui Chuanxiao nodded. All right, I have nothing to do anyway. Besides, I can't leave the army. Lu Yin smiled at Shui Chuanxiao. Welcome, Commander. I should be calling you Alliance Leader now. What's the current situation in the Interverse like? Lu Yin answered, of the 8 major flow zones, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Chaos Flow Zone, and Day-Night Flow Zone all belong to me. The first flow zone, Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, and Spirit Seal Flow Zone are all clear enemies. The Erudite Flow Zone is secretly helping the first flow zone and the others, while the Goo Flow Zone is staying out of this. However, that's only for now. Shui Chuanxiao was shocked. You control Chaos Flow Zone as well. The second Night King had been brought out by Lu Yin, and he knew that Lu Yin definitely controlled Day-Night Flow Zone. However, he had never expected that Lu Yin would control Chaos Flow Zone as well. This meant that Lu Yin controlled almost half of the Interverse, and the smaller flow zones were nothing to worry about. Lu Yin smiled. If I couldn't do that, then I wouldn't have the guts to make an enemy out of the entire Interverse. Shui Chuanxiao solemnly asked, Lu Huang's existence is enough to make the Sword Sect hesitate and even turn against you. How did the Alliance Leader make the Wen family so afraid? I control the Wen family's most important inheritance, Lu Yin answered. Shui Chuanxiao sighed. I should have a good chat with the Alliance Leader. I know too little about the Great Eastern Alliance and about you. Up ahead, a spacecraft approached, intending to chase Lu Yin away. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he moved his finger, causing the void to tremble as he tore open a crack that extended outwards. The spacecraft and space station that were blocking his way were sliced apart, and it was as if the universe had been split in two. The cultivators from the Northern Seal Flow Zone who were guarding the tributary ship were stunned as they watched Lu Yin's spacecraft approach. Then, he boarded the ship and headed towards Fennel Flow Zone. No one could stop Lu Yin, and the Northern Seal Flow Zone could only count itself as unlucky. Lu Yin did not show himself, but many people had guessed that he had appeared, and they immediately reported this to the Sword Sect. Lu Qianjue and the rest did not care, as Lu Yin wanted to return to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and no one could stop him. All they had to do was wait for the second Night King to cause trouble for Lu Yin. 2 days later, Lu Yin's spacecraft landed at a fort in the Ross Empire. Wang Wen, Enya, and the rest were already waiting for him. Enya had originally been in the Great Yu Empire, but after Lu Yin had brought Shui Chuanxiao back, she had been notified to come over. The second Night King, Lu Huang, and Shui Chuanxiao had all changed their appearances. After Lu Yin brought them down from the spacecraft, Enya immediately recognized Shui Chuanxiao. Shui Chuanxiao's temperament was different from the other two. The second Night King was cold and gloomy, while Lu Huang had an aura of vicissitudes. Only Shui Chuanxiao had a military background, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. Enya came over. She arrived in front of Shui Chuanxiao and was about to bow. Shui Chuanxiao supported her. Let's go back first. Wang Wen curiously sized up the three, as he knew their identities. They were all ruthless people. Within the fort, Enya formally greeted Shui Chuanxiao. Shui Chuanxiao restored his appearance and looked at Enya. I never thought that I would be able to see you again in this lifetime. Enya's eyes reddened. Commander, Enya never thought that I would be able to see you again in this lifetime. She then knelt down. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Lu Yin moved his finger, and Enya involuntarily stood up. I've done what I promised you. What do you plan to do next? Enya glanced at Shui Chuanchao and whispered, I'll continue to serve the alliance leader. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Wang Wen. From today onwards, Shui Chuanchao will officially be the commander of the Great Eastern Alliance allied forces. He will have the authority to command all allied forces, and he will also be the second in command of the Lu Xian army, the Giant Army, and the Heavenly Sin Army. Wang Wen and Shui Chuanchao exchanged glances. I've heard a lot about you, Commander. My name is Wang Wen. Shui Chuanchao looked at Wang Wen in shock. You're Wang Wen. The Wang Wen from Iron Blood Weave. That's right. I never thought that Commander would know of me. Shui Chuanchao sighed. You're so young, but you've already made it onto the Astral Beast Domain Celestial Vanquishers list. You're one of the Astral Beast Domain's must-kill targets. The 10 Arbiters were able to make it onto the list because of their strength, but you relied on your intelligence. Because of your existence, Iron Blood Weave is no longer passive, and you can even see through the Astral Beast Domain's movements. Am I right? Wang Wen hurriedly replied modestly, Commander, you're too kind. Shui Chuanchao smiled. I remember that there are a few very intelligent people in the Outerverse who are as famous as you. He then looked at Lu Yin. How are they? They're all serving me. Shui Chuanchao nodded. Catch them all in one fell swoop. Wang Wen was adept at overall control, Wei Rong was adept at scheming, and Qiong Shi was adept at economics. Now, with the addition of Shui Chuanchao, who was adept at military strategy, the Great Eastern Alliance's various shortcomings had been patched up. All this time, Wang Wen had been taking care of the military, and he was qualified to do so. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain such great recognition in Iron Blood Weave. However, he had relied on his intellect, and when it came to the construction and deployment of an army, he was far from Shui Chuanchao's level. Shui Chuanchao had officially joined the Great Eastern Alliance as the commander, but he had also been living in seclusion behind the scenes. After he had finished inspecting the Great Eastern Alliance's army, he had immediately redeployed the army and arranged them into a spiderweb formation between the Outerverse and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. This was his method of deployment, and it allowed him to deploy the army at the fastest speed possible. Furthermore, it also protected the entire Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, he had also divided the army into new routes and so on, using his own military terminology. Lu Yin did not question Shui Chuanchao's arrangements, as he did not know much about them. Since he had left them to Shui Chuanchao, there was no need for him to ask too many questions. A few days later, Lu Yin brought Shui Chuanchao to meet with the Giant Army and Lu Xianjun, who had just returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold. Master, you're finally back. Master. Ku Wei immediately rushed over when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin glared at him, and Ku Wei immediately became obedient. Master, you don't know this, but while you were gone, we were all on tenterhooks. We were afraid that those old foxes from the Sword Sect would attack us. They couldn't find you, Lu Yin said. Ku Wei smiled sheepishly, but then, his face suddenly froze. He looked at the Second Night King and Lu Huang, who were standing beside Lu Yin, and asked, Where's Senior Lu Yefei? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1695. Shui Chuanchao walked out and looked at Lu Xianjun and the Giant Legion. Ku Wei's heart sank. Master, where's Senior Flying Willow Leaves? They're gone. They're no longer following me. Ku Wei's expression turned bitter. Master, how can we let them go? Without them, how can we stop Lu Qianjue and those old foxes? It's over, it's over. Master, I'll just take the giants and hide. Noisy, the second Night King said coldly as he glared at Ku Wei, his eyes filled with hostility and killing intent. Ku Wei felt a chill run down his spine, and he subconsciously retreated. Lu Yin glanced at the second Night King, who then looked away and no longer looked at Ku Wei. Ku Wei carefully asked, Master. Who is this senior? It's none of your business. Even without the flying willow leaves, they can still protect me. Ku Wei grunted and then looked at the second Night King and Lu Huang again. He only dared to look at the second Night King, as he had been frightened by the man's gaze. That gaze had seemed to pierce through his heart, and he had felt like he could be destroyed at any moment. He could only look at Lu Huang, who seemed rather friendly. Little brother, you mentioned Lu Qinjue. Is he the sword sect master? Lu Huang asked with a faint smile. Ku Wei swallowed and nodded. Yes, the sword sect master. What did he do to make you so afraid? Lu Huang asked. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin, who remained calm and did not stop him. Ku Wei whispered, he killed the Dragon Lord of the Sylvan Dragon, which was my master's mount. His next target will definitely be the Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries. Lu Huang nodded. The sword sect's successor is becoming more and more ruthless, and his desires are growing stronger as well. The second Night King coldly replied, it's been the same since ancient times. When the sword sect was first established, its goal was to pass down the 13 swords to the Lu family in this region of space. It became like this because they were forced, and I remember that the Day-Night clan was the one who forced them the most. If not for the Neoverse, the Day-Night clan would have already unified the Innerverse and been unstoppable. The sword sect would never have existed. Lu Huang coldly replied, if not for the Hall of Honor, the sword would have already invaded the Neoverse. The 14th sword would have been enough to destroy the Day-Night clan. Is that so? You can try. The second Night King looked at Emperor Lu, and Emperor Lu stared back. The two of them rarely spoke, and Lu Yin had even forgotten that one of them was from the Day-Night clan, while the other was from the sword sect. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance, they would still be mortal enemies, and they would have both been persecuted by the Hall of Honor. This is not your battlefield, Lu Yin said coldly. The second Night King was disdainful, as Emperor Lu was definitely not his match. However, he still wanted to experience the 14th sword. Lu Huang was not clear on the second Night King's true strength, as his impression of the second Night King was from a long time ago. Back then, the strongest person in the Day-Night clan had been the first Night King, who had a power level of over 1,000,000. Lu Huang, on the other hand, had also had a power level of over 1,000,000 at his peak. The first Night King might be able to fight him if he was revived, but the second Night King might not. Of the two, one was heavily injured, and the other had been corroded. Neither of them could see the other's true strength, and only Lu Yin knew. Ku Wei no longer dared to speak. These two fellows' auras were too strong. Within Lu Xuanjuan's army, Ying Day-Night kept looking at the second Night King behind Lu Yin. Even though the second Night King had changed his appearance, Ying Day-Night still recognized him from his gaze and aura. It was the aura of the Day-Night clan. Among the powerful Day-Night clansmen who could follow Lu Yin, the first person Ying Day-Night thought of was the second Night King. Lu Yin had gone to Kuan-Zhe, and because of the second Night King, he had become a wanted criminal. The second Night King's gaze swept over and met Ying Day-Night's. His gaze was filled with pressure. Ying Day-Night hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet the second Night King's gaze. The second Night King was disdainful. These trash from the Day-Night clan could only rely on others, and he looked down on them. Not long after, Lu Xuanjuan's army and the giant army retreated. Shui Chuanshao praised, Even the most elite cultivators at the border might not be able to match up to Lu Xuanzhuan's army and the giant army. Alliance leader, you've given me a huge surprise. Lu Yin replied, it took me a lot of effort to gather them. Commander, you haven't been on the battlefield for many years. Do you want to train? Shui Chuanxiao's eyes lit up. Target. Lu Yin opened his star chart and chased Ku Wei away. He then pointed at a small flow zone in the inner verse called Pine Flow Zone. Pine Flow Zone was the location of the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the inner verse and outer verse that Lu Yen had told Lu Yin about. The Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the inner verse and outer verse. Shui Chuanxiao and the others were shocked. Since ancient times, the Hall of Honor's greatest enemy had always been the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance also had one of the three Dark Hands, but that was just an excuse that the Hall of Honor had given to the Fifth Mainland's various powers to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance should not be one of the three Dark Hands, it should be a public enemy. No matter when or where, even on the battlefield, the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse kings had to be eliminated as soon as they appeared. This was the Hall of Honor's stance. The Neo-Human Alliance's darkness is much greater than you and I imagined. Find it and destroy it. Lu Yin's attitude was resolute. Shui Chuanxiao looked at Lu Yin deeply. I thought that you cared more about unifying the Interverse. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, I care. However, this is a malignant tumor. If I don't destroy it, I won't feel at ease. After witnessing the Redbacks in the Cosmic Tree domain and the vast battlefield on the other side, how could Lu Yin just focus on internal conflicts? He wanted to unify the Fifth Mainland in order to deal with the Four Libras and the Everlasting Race. A scattered Fifth Mainland would never be a match for the Everlasting Race. The Witch Spirit God's plan had allowed Lu Yin to unify the Fifth Mainland, but Lu Yin did not plan on following the Witch Spirit God's plan. He wanted to drag the Neo-Human Alliance down until the three sides wore each other down. It would be best to destroy the Neo-Human Alliance first before dealing with the Four Libras. Besieging Pine Flow Zone was the first mission that Lu Yin had given to Shui Chuanxiao, and it was also his first mission as commander. Over the next 2 days, Shui Chuanxiao had given Lu Yin a plan to besiege Pine Flow Zone. Truthfully, Lu Yin had thought that Shui Chuanxiao was an expert in military affairs, but after reading through the plan, he found that Shui Chuanxiao's ideas coincided with Wang Wen's. Furthermore, Shui Chuanxiao's military arrangements for besieging Pine Flow Zone were even better than Wang Wen's. Using a small flow zone to seal off Fennel Flow Zone as an excuse to mobilize the Allied forces. This is exactly the same excuse as yours. Lu Yin smiled. Wang Wen replied, Commander, you've completed all of my work. Not only that, but he's also completed Wei Rong's work. Lu Yin looked at Shui Chuanxiao as he explained the military arrangements. Wang Wen frowned. He could have completely surrounded Pine Flow Zone without letting anyone escape, but he left a few loopholes that correspond to Gu Flow Zone, Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and possibly the First Flow Zone. He's making preparations to unify the Interverse. It seems like the older, the wiser. Just wait. He's using his own methods to infiltrate Lu Xianjun into Pine Flow Zone. This process will take at least a month, and I'll go into seclusion during this month. During this time, Lu Yin paused for a moment before continuing, I'll keep a low profile. Those who were familiar with Lu Yin knew that he would always keep a low profile before causing a huge ruckus. The quieter the Great Eastern Alliance was, the more likely it was that something big would happen. Lu Yin left everyone's line of sight and entered seclusion. He had gone into seclusion because he had too much money. After Blazing Mist Flow Zone was conquered, the resources of the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons would all be his. With the Blaze Realm as an example, Lu Yin did not have much hope for the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons. He did not think that they would have much money. The more powerful a power was, the more money they would spend, and there would not be much left. The Blaze Realm was the most obvious example. However, the Ross Empire had given him a small surprise, and the Sylvan Dragons had given him an even bigger surprise. The Ross Empire only had 700 million star essence, which was definitely not a lot, but it was still much more than what the Blaze Realm had, which was quite good. As for the Sylvan Dragons, Lu Yin was truly stunned. Legend had it that some creatures like to collect shiny objects. Lu Yin did not know if the Sylvan Dragon clan was like that, but he knew that he had struck it rich. The Sylvan Dragon clan had a total of 3.5 billion star essence in their possession. What kind of concept was this? 3.5 billion was actually more than Chaos Flowzone's Chaos God Mountain. It was simply ridiculous. When Lu Yin had received the star essence, he had almost thought that there had been a mistake in the number and that a decimal point had been missing, but the truth was that there were 3.5 billion star essence. He had asked the upper echelons of the Sylvan Dragons, but he had learned that they did not know what to do with star essence and that they had no other use for it aside from cultivation. The Sylvan Dragons' cultivation speed was far slower than Lu Yin's, and their consumption of star essence could not compare to the amount they obtained. Humans would use money to create pleasures in life, trade, and even give gifts, but the Sylvan Dragons did not. They only knew how to store things. Even though the Sylvan Dragons only occupied a third of Blazing Mist Flow Zone, they had only taken in and not taken out for countless years, so they had obtained an enormous amount of resources. If not for the Sixth Mainland's invasion, which had stolen most of the resources, Lu Yin would have obtained much more than 3.5 billion star essence. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's eyes turned red. The Sixth Mainland had stolen a large amount of his money, and this matter was not over yet. Right, that ship that had transported the countless mountain ranges on the mainland must have contained some of the Sylvan Dragon star essence. He could not think about it, as the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. The Sylvan Dragons had brought him so much money that the Day-Night clan had not, but they had still given Lu Yin about 1.7 billion star essence. The Day-Night clan was based in the Interverse, so this amount of money was not much. The main reason was that Lu Yin had destroyed the Day-Night flow zone, which had greatly damaged the clan's vitality. The Ross Empire, the Sylvan Dragon clan, and the Day-Night clan had provided him with a total of 5.9 billion star essence. In addition to what he had previously had, he now had a total of 6.7 billion star essence on him. He was rich, really rich. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he looked in the direction of the first flow zone. He did not know how much he would gain from dealing with the Sword Sect, the Beast Tamer's flow zone, and the other powers. Every increase in wealth was a leap in his strength. Lu Yin forced himself to calm down and raised his hand. His die appeared, and he tapped it. I forgot that today is Christmas Eve. Here's an extra chapter. I wish my brothers a safe journey. I'll be as rich as Lu Yin. I'm too busy at the end of the year, and I still have to go on a business trip. I'll do my best. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1696. The die slowly spun until it finally stopped and pivoted. A bag of snacks fell out with a clatter. Lu Yin blinked. Snacks again. What a waste of time. He tapped again, and the second time was still pivoted. A piece of scrap metal fell out. Lu Yin pursed his lips and tried again. A third time, and the die slowly stopped spinning. pivoted again. Lu Yin was speechless. Why was he so unlucky today? All pips. In the void, a leaf floated down and fell to the ground. Lu Yin's face twitched. A leaf? Who put a leaf in their cosmic ring? Hold on. His expression suddenly changed, and he picked up the leaf. His mouth fell open. Was this an origin item? The moment Lu Yin picked up the leaf, the leaves that had already taken root in his upper wisdom pass swayed and exuded a vigorous vitality. The leaf in his hand swayed as well. It was sparkling and translucent, and it was very beautiful. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had never imagined that he would obtain an origin item from rolling his die. This must be a dream. Lu Yin subconsciously pinched himself, but it hurt. This wasn't a dream. Was it really an origin item? The leaf emitted an obscure aura that gradually spread out. He hurriedly put it away, feeling somewhat confused. Pivoted had actually stolen an origin item from someone's cosmic ring. Whose was it? Who could have an origin item? The first person that came to mind was the few ancestors. Was it one of them? Or had Pivoted already reached the cosmic tree? The cosmic tree definitely had many more origin items than the fifth mainland. The four young ancestors had gone to the ruler's realm to fight for more than one origin item, as they had been schemed against by the Eternals. Normally, the trip to the ruler's realm would have lasted for a long time, and more than one origin item would have appeared. The trip to the ruler's realm had been a test given by the four-way scales, and there was definitely a collection of origin items within. It was impossible for the four young ancestors to fail to obtain one. Then who did this origin item belong to? Did the fifth mainland's ancestors belong to the cosmic tree? Lu Yin swallowed, and excitement filled his eyes. No matter who it was his, and he wanted to give it to Ming Yen. Back in the Black Street, he had given Ming Yen 2 tribulation crystal pillars, which had allowed her to break through the lower and middle finger gates. Now that she had an origin item, she could break through the upper wisdom pass as well. She might even become a progenitor in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Lu Yin could not wait to tell Ming Yen this good news. There was no rush. Ming Yen had not become a hunter yet, and it was not yet time for her to break through. It would not be too late to wait until she became a hunter before giving it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt that today was his lucky day. Raising his hand, the die appeared once more. This was the 4th time. He hoped that he could roll a 4. When he saw the die slowly come to a stop at 4, Lu Yin was overjoyed. What a lucky day! The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. He took out his tribulation fire without hesitation, as this was the primer for the Blaze Realm's karmic flame sword. Even if it was used on its own, it was still quite powerful. It had been upgraded 6 times before, and now, it could release a high-temperature tribulation fire with a power level of more than 700,000. There was no point in keeping it, so he decided to use a Heaven Fire Stone to absorb it and quickly increase his strength. You can do whatever you want. Extreme heat spread through his arms, and the entire time-stop space was filled with liquefied star energy. He had no idea how much time had passed, but the serious art was still circulating on the surface of his body along with his golden battle force. Without the support of his golden battle force, he would not have been able to withstand the high temperature of the tribulation fire. After breaking through to the Enlighter realm in the cosmic tree realm, he had reached 32 cycles, which had allowed him to surpass his peers in terms of realm. Now, he had reached 33 cycles, which had consumed 100 million star essence. An ordinary cultivator might only have 1 million star essence, but the difference was too great. This was the Lu family. Without enough star energy, it was impossible to support the commander appointment platform summons. Lu Yin did not know what had happened to his body. Back when he was still Lu Shaoxian, he must have had quite a few commander appointments platforms. Now, this platform had reappeared. When that time came, would he be able to summon an emissary as an enlighter or even a hunter? Lu Yin's thoughts were all over the place as he continued to endure the high-temperature flames. As far as the eye could see, the time-stop space had turned red, and the liquefied star energy had almost formed a lake that was irrigating his body. 34 cycles, 35 cycles. Soon, the flames within the heaven fire stone were completely exhausted. After all, there was not much tribulation fire left. Fortunately, he could still use it one more time. The tribulation fire that he had obtained from the Blaze Realm could be used 3 times, and this was the last time. There was not much time left in the time-stop space, so Lu Yin cultivated the serious art for a while before leaving. He waited for 10 days before rolling his die again. This time, it was much smoother, and he rolled 4 pips before continuing. The Heaven Fire Stone absorbed the star energy once more, and the high temperature filled the time-stop space once more. After an unknown amount of time, the star energy in Lu Yin's body reached 39 cycles, and the flames within the Heaven Fire Stone completely disappeared. Lu Yin let out a long breath and looked at his own body. 39 cycles meant that he only needed one more cycle to reach 40. He was getting closer and closer to becoming an emissary. From 32 to 39 cycles, Lu Yin had used up almost 1 billion star essence. Lu Yin could not help but wonder how he would have obtained so many star essence if he did not have the ambition to unify the innerverse and outerverse. How would he have cultivated? It was simply unimaginable. Could he have robbed someone? Had the Lu family been forced to leave the monarch tree realm because of the star energy consumption that Lu Yin had consumed? And this was just his own consumption of star energy. Lu Yin did not include the star energy he had used on his die, or else he would have consumed even more. Up until now, he had consumed an astronomical amount of star essence. Even the 8 great flow zones of the innerverse might not be able to gather that much star essence. He could not help but wonder what he would say if Ming Yen found out where his star essence had gone one day. This was an unsolvable mystery. After reaching 39 cycles, Lu Yin's power had increased by quite a bit. He was now strong enough to solo an emissary with a power level of 600,000. Even if he faced off against a powerhouse like Zhang Zhou, he would not be easily defeated, and he would still be able to put up a fight. Using up 1 billion star essence to cultivate was still quite a heartache. He looked at the time and saw that there was not much time left. 1.5 years had already passed. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures while simultaneously cultivating the serious art. When the time was up, he would go out and continue rolling his die. He had only been in seclusion for 10 days. At the same time, in a black street in the Neoverse, Ming Yen opened her eyes and sighed. Yu Xingqian is really powerful. It's a pity that I can't teach Brother Lu. She stood up and looked outside. The black street was gloomy, and it was a completely different world from where she was. If she had not been able to control Old Feudal, she would have ended up in a miserable state. Ming Yen gradually sank into deep thought, and after an unknown amount of time, she suddenly thought of something. She took out a large and a small calamity crystal pillar, and her eyes lit up with joy. Brother Lu gave this to me. He said that I could only use it after I became a hunter. I really want to become a hunter immediately and give Brother Lu a surprise, she muttered to herself. She seemed to gain some motivation, and she put the pillars away before continuing to cultivate. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold, Lu Yin left the time-stop space and looked up to continue rolling his die. Aside from increasing his cultivation, he also wanted to use his die's 3 pips to upgrade a few other things, such as the primordial dazzling stone that he had obtained from the frigid immortal Sex ruins. He did not know if it could be upgraded, but it would be best if it could. After upgrading it, he would think of a way to integrate it into his miniature armor and raise its defenses to another level. The dice slowly spun until it finally stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. With his current strength, as long as he rolled 6 pips, any random person he integrated into his armor would be of great use. After all, they should all be emissaries, which meant that they would be higher-ups wherever they went. When he thought of this, he appeared in that strange space and saw many spheres of light. He picked the one that was closest to him and also the brightest. What kind of feeling was this? Lu Yin felt strange, and he opened his eyes. His surroundings were pitch black, and he looked down. He could not see his own body. Furthermore, was this body an astral beast? This time, Lu Yin did not integrate with a human, but rather an astral beast. It was an astral beast that he had encountered before, one that had caused him trouble, the Yin Guai. He had actually come to the astral beast domain. Lu Yin was flabbergasted, and he clenched his fists. What great strength! This was the Yin Guai, one of the astral beast domain's twin freaks. Together with the sound freak, they had always been successful. Back at the border of the erudite flow zone, the twin freaks had caused Lu Yin quite a bit of trouble. After integrating with the Yin Guai's body, Lu Yin finally felt how powerful this creature was. It should be at the level of an emissary, and its power level should be less than 600,000. However, its strength was already quite great, and it was about the same as Lu Yin's. Lu Yin's strength was enough to suppress a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000. Integrating with an astral beast's body was still very strange. Lu Yin looked around, and even though it was pitch black, it was not a problem for an emissary to see his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was an incomparably large statue. Lu Yin looked up, but he could not see the top. He could only see the statue's 4 legs, which meant that it should be some kind of astral beast. He could not see anything further. This was not a problem with his vision, but rather because Lu Yin had suddenly read the Yin Guai's memories. He was stunned at first, but then he was overwhelmed with shock as he stared at the statue in disbelief. In the Yin Guai's memories, Lu Yin did not know the identity of this statue. He only knew that the Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor, Skymender, had often come to worship. He had knelt on the ground and sincerely worshipped the statue, which was a form of worship. Lu Yin had heard of Skymender's name many times, even when he was in the distant human domain. Just like the Starsibyl sect, this person could divine the future and was a very mysterious person. Even the human domain's half-ancestors feared him, but such a person was actually worshipping this statue. Just who did this statue represent? More and more memories appeared, and Lu Yin saw Skymender worshipping the statue. He also saw the Yin Guai's true duty here, which was to transport, a human-shaped source box. After seeing the Yin Guai's memories of transporting a human-shaped source box, Lu Yin did not know what to think. He continued to read the Yin Guai's memories, but this envoy-level Yin Guai's memories only contained the human-shaped source box and Skymender's worshipping of the statue. Anything further than that was its experience growing up. It did not know who the statue represented, why it was transporting a human-shaped source box, or what a human-shaped source box was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1697. The Yin Guai weren't the only ones here, as there were other astral beasts as well. Without exception, all of them had reached the level of an emissary, and their job here was to transport the human-shaped source boxes. More accurately, they were here to guard them. At that moment, a voice rang out. A creature is approaching. Not too far away, the Sound Guai walked out. The astral beast domain's two Guai usually worked together, and even at the level of an emissary, there were still Yin Guai and Sound Guai here. Lu Yin had read the Yin Guai's memories and knew that this place was hidden, but there were still creatures that occasionally approached. No matter what kind of creature it was, they would all be wiped out. Even the upper echelons of the Celestial Beast Empire, or even Crown Prince Yao Xian, would die as long as they didn't have the Imperial Tutor's permission. Lu Yin controlled the Yin Guai's body and followed the Sound Guai out. When he stepped out, he saw a dark space in front of him. The place he had just come from was within a spatial tear, just like the frigid immortal sect's ruins. This was a very remote area of the Celestial Beast Empire, but it was also deep within the empire. Up ahead, the Sound Guai had already made its move. The creatures that had come were known as Snowfire Dragons. They were considered average in the Astral Beast domain and were far from being ranked on the Celestial Beast list. These creatures should be a tribe of Snowfire Dragons that had accidentally discovered a spatial tear and tried to enter, but they had been wiped out. The Sound Guai had easily wiped them out. "Why aren't you attacking?" the Sound Guai asked. Lu Yin replied, "There's no need. Have you forgotten the Imperial Tutor's words? The existence of this place is not allowed to be leaked, not even a bit. Otherwise, our two tribes will be wiped out," the Sound Guai growled. The Imperial Tutor had indeed said that if this place was leaked, two tribes would be wiped out. These two tribes did not refer to their own tribes, but rather to the entire Yin Guai and Sound Guai. The Astral Beast domain's two Guai were both ranked on the Celestial Beast list, but the Imperial Tutor had still said such a thing. The Yin Guai and Sound Guai had believed him without a doubt, so one could imagine the Imperial Tutor's status in the Astral Beast domain and the importance of this place. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and opened his eyes. He hurriedly tried to memorize the location of this place, but he couldn't. The Yin Guai's memories didn't have that location either. Lu Yin's, and the Astral Beast domains, and Sound Guai. The human domain had been at war with the Astral Beast domain for so many years, so it was impossible for them to not understand the Astral Beast domain. They had probably drawn up a star chart, but even after looking at it for a while, he still couldn't find the exact location. Ever since the spatial node had been destroyed by the Neo-Human Alliance, Hui Zhu had used his ability to calculate the flow of time to send the everlasting monsters to the sixth mainland. After that, the number of battles between the human domain and the Astral Beast domain had decreased. Lu Yin had heard that the human domain and the Astral Beast domain's battles had mostly been done to confuse the Neo-Human Alliance and the sixth mainland. But was that really the case? Since ancient times, there had been wars between both sides. How many people had died on the battlefield? How many races had the Astral Beast domain exterminated? How could such hatred only confuse the sixth mainland? The memories that Lu Yin had just obtained proved that the Imperial Tutor had a plan that no one knew about. He was collecting human-shaped source boxes, and the one thing that had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was Little Shi's warning to never unlock them. Even though Little Shi seemed unreliable, the Grim Reaper and the Grim Reaper's force field that he had mentioned seemed to exist. Then, could the records of the humanoid source box be true as well? Even if it wasn't real, it was still a humanoid source box, which meant that its original form was human. What was Imperial Tutor Skymander's goal in collecting it? Lu Yin thought about it for a moment and then contacted Little Shi. "Brother Lu, it's great that you contacted us. Have you thought it through? A mushroom hairstyle is a man's dream." "Cut it," Little Shi said excitedly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "We'll talk about that later. Little Shi, do you remember what you said about the humanoid source boxes? Why can't you unlock them?" Little Shi grew serious. "The book doesn't mention the reason, but it's repeated several times. You can't unlock them. There's no reason. Brother Lu, you saw a humanoid source box. Little Sher was surprised. Lu Yin replied, I think so. You can't unlock them. Aside from the fact that you can't unlock them, the book also mentioned that opportunity and danger coexist. Lu Yin was even more confused. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Brother Lu, cut a mushroom hairstyle. That way, little Chi and I won't be the Chi and Sher duo, little Sher pleaded. Lu Yin was speechless. Right, you mentioned Fate Zan before. What's that? Fate Zan. Let me take a look. Little Sher flipped through the book that no one could see. Strange, why is it gone? What's gone? It was written in the book that you can obtain Destiny's inheritance if you gather all the Fate Zan, but that line is gone now. But that's normal. The contents of the book often change, and I'm used to it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Gathering all the Fate Zan to obtain Destiny's inheritance? Is that true? Little Sher replied, it's true if it's in the book, but it's disappeared now. I don't know either. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I got it. See you later. Brother Lu, think about it. A mushroom hairstyle is really romantic. Little Sher was unwilling to give up and wanted to try harder. Lu Yin hung up. Cutting a mushroom hairstyle. He might as well die. There was no point in asking, so Lu Yin could only remember the humanoid source box and leave it for later. He hurriedly checked his star essence, which had just been absorbed into the Yin Guai's body. It had been a long time, and he didn't know how much star essence had been consumed. After checking, Lu Yin relaxed. Fortunately, it wasn't much, just 300 million star essence. To others, this was an unimaginable amount, but to Lu Yin, it was still acceptable. After all, compared to knowing the secret of the Skymender Imperial Tutor, 300 million star essence was still acceptable. Lu Yin continued to roll his die. He raised his head and tapped out with a finger, causing the die to slowly spin before coming to a stop. Enhance, time stop space. Lu Yin had already entered this place several times, and he immediately rolled his die after entering. He wanted to roll enhance. He wasn't worried in the time stop space, as he could definitely roll enhance. Lu Yin rolled his die once every 10 days, and on his third roll, he finally rolled enhance. He looked at the two screens and tossed the origin dazzling stone up, but it was useless. This material was already in its most primitive state, and it couldn't be improved any further. He was a little disappointed, but he put it away and flipped through his cosmic ring. Many of the items that could be improved had already been improved. He then tossed the leaf up. This was an origin item, and he didn't know if it could be improved. He tossed out tens of millions of star essence, and they were all used up. It could be improved, but the leaf didn't drop at all. This was a bottomless pit. Lu Yin sheepishly put the leaf away. He didn't know how much it would cost to improve this item, but he had no money. What about the mother tree's bark? Lu Yin suddenly had an idea, and he gave it a try, but it was useless. The head referee's token. It was useless as well. He looked at the astral source pill, which he had upgraded a total of 8 times. It had cost him 1.9 billion star essence, but he hadn't continued to upgrade it. One reason was that he had run out of money, and the other reason was that he had sensed a life force within the pill that was staring at him. It had been a very strange feeling, as if there was an eye staring at him from within. Now that he looked at the astral source pill again, that feeling was still there. Lu Yin gripped the pill and thought for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing to upgrade it. He had already spent 1.9 billion star essence, and he couldn't bear to give it up. Otherwise, he would have wasted all of this money. He didn't care if there was any life force within the pill, so he might as well continue upgrading it. He wasn't afraid of anyone here, and even if Leaf King jumped out, he would still be able to suppress him. As he thought about it, his hands trembled. He threw the astral source pill onto the upper screen and began to crazily use star essence. The 9th upgrade cost him 1.8 billion, and Lu Yin wanted to vomit blood. This was too crazy. At this moment, the astral source pill had changed. Its surface now had a trace of green. No, it was a sprout. Lu Yin stared at the tiny green sprouts in the pill in shock. This thing wouldn't grow into a huge tree, right? Inexplicably, a strange feeling was transmitted to Lu Yin through the astral source pill. It was a kind of naive longing for life. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he was holding a newborn baby in his hands instead of a pill. If he wanted to upgrade it any further, he would need to spend about 3.5 billion star essence. Once he upgraded it, he would use up all of his money. Normally speaking, he wouldn't be able to upgrade it any further. For example, the extreme ice stone was rumored to be able to freeze injuries and grant immortality. However, he couldn't see the end of it, so he had stopped upgrading it. As for the astral source pill, it was related to Shamrock Enterprises, and he had only upgraded it because that gaze had piqued his curiosity. However, he wasn't willing to spend all of his money just to satisfy his curiosity. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. To upgrade or not to upgrade? That was the question. In his hand, the sprout emitted a faint glow that traveled along the astral source pill and made contact with Lu Yin's fingers. It was warm and comfortable, and at the same time, there was a soft call. It wasn't a real sound, but rather the throbbing of life that resonated with Lu Yin. Along with this call, Lu Yin mysteriously started to upgrade. He couldn't resist the desire for life. More importantly, along with the resonance, the black and white fog that had been blocked by the fate sand in his chest actually calmed down. Lu Yin didn't know what effect the astral source pill would have on the death aura, but he could still give it a try. No matter how much money he had, it was all for the sake of upgrading his power. He had only completed the Reaper transformation by chance, and he hadn't really inherited anything. Who could say for sure that such a coincidence had happened? This was his 10th upgrade, and it was also the most ridiculous upgrade Lu Yin had ever experienced. He had spent a total of 3.5 billion star essence, which was inconceivable. As the astral source pill fell from the first screen of light, the sprout began to grow. It broke out of the pill and formed a true life, a sapling. After the upgrade, the astral source pill disappeared, or rather, it had been completely absorbed by the sprout. The sapling was half a meter tall, and its top split into 2 branches. At the same time, it sprouted a few leaves that were a pleasant emerald green. It pierced through the lower screen of light and landed on the ground. If a normal person saw it, they would think that it was just an ordinary branch, except for the fact that it was glowing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1698. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. It couldn't be a normal tree branch, right? That was ridiculous, as he had spent 7.2 billion star crystals to upgrade this item. If it really was just a normal tree branch, then it would leave a psychological scar on him. On the ground, the sapling moved under Lu Yin's astonished gaze. It then suddenly stood up as if it had been awakened and faced Lu Yin directly. It should be facing him directly, as the little green leaf swayed and then stopped moving. Lu Yin blinked, raised his foot, and took a step forward. The sapling swayed again and retreated slightly, as if afraid. Lu Yin took another step forward, and the green leaf at the top of the sapling grew brighter and brighter, even forming a beautiful green halo behind it. Lu Yin approached the sapling step by step, and the sapling retreated at first. However, when Lu Yin placed his hand on the branch, it stopped retreating and instead moved forward. The branch rubbed against Lu Yin's hand, transmitting a happy, independent emotion. Lu Yin smiled when this emotion appeared, but it was not the smile of conquering the blazing mist flow zone or defeating an enemy. Instead, it was the warmest, most primitive, and happiest smile of all. The branch was hard to the touch, but it was also very soft. It felt very comfortable to the touch and exuded vitality. At the same time, within Intelligence Pass, the Origin Artifacts branch was also exuding vitality and interacting with the sapling. Lu Yin was surprised. Could this be an Origin Artifact? Impossible. The Astral Source Pill was mass-produced by Shamrock Enterprises, so how could an Origin Artifact be born? If it really was an Origin Artifact, then the Leaf King would be the mother tree. Lu Yin's expression changed as he suddenly thought of something and stared at the sapling. The sapling seemed to be able to sense Lu Yin's emotions, and when Lu Yin turned serious, it trembled and retreated slightly. Its forked branches also shrank back as if it was afraid. Astral Source Pill, Mother Tree, Germination, Leaf King. Putting all of these together, Lu Yin had a terrifying guess. Plants had seeds, and the Astral Source Pill contained the Leaf King seed. That was why the Astral Source Pill could allow one to enter the Astral Source universe, and because the Leaf King possessed such power. Yumu's death was unclear, and it was impossible that he had not been assassinated by Shamrock Enterprises. He had been killed by the Astral Source Pill, which was why Balsam had happily given him the pill. He had thought that he was the mastermind and had forced Shamrock Enterprises to lower their heads and hand over the Astral Source Pill, but in reality, Shamrock had beaten him at his own game. They had been eager to give him the Astral Source Pill so that he could counterattack. Lu Yin couldn't deny this conjecture. Lu Yin had seen the 9 clones technique and undying Yushan's spiritual energy sphere. Now, there was an additional Leaf King seed. It wasn't something that he couldn't accept, and it wasn't something that couldn't be established. Otherwise, why would a Celestial Source Pill have sprouted? It was because the Leaf King seed was here, and the seed could have sprouted. Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he looked at the sapling. This little fellow was the Leaf King, the newly born Leaf King. The sapling was frightened by Lu Yin's stare and retreated a little, its branches jumping up and down on the ground. He smiled and walked up to the sapling. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The sapling swayed its green leaves like a newborn child recognizing the first person it saw as its parents. It was naturally close to Lu Yin, and when Lu Yin smiled, it became happy as well. It extended a branch to rub Lu Yin's face before jumping into his embrace like a spoiled child. Lu Yin would never have thought that the first child he held would not be his own child, but a small tree. A sapling. The sapling's dependence and closeness to Lu Yin was very strong. Lu Yin could feel that this sapling had been born from the call of life, and it gave him an instinctive desire to protect it. At this moment, he treated the sapling as a family member since he had personally nurtured it. "How about I call you little sapling from now on?" Lu Yin smiled. The sapling grew even happier and swayed its branches like a spoiled child. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin brought the sapling out of the time-stop space. The sapling was a little afraid in an unfamiliar environment, and its branches wrapped around Lu Yin's fingers as it trembled. Lu Yin smiled and glanced at his cosmic ring. His mouth twitched, he was out of money. What a wastrel. He only had a little more than 100 million star essence on him right now. This was an astronomical sum to a normal cultivator, but to Lu Yin, it was just pocket money. Pocket money was nothing compared to his dye. With a sigh, Lu Yin brought the sapling out of the time-stop space. The sapling wrapped its branches around Lu Yin's fingers and hopped behind him. It was obvious that it was afraid of an unfamiliar environment, and it wrapped its branches tightly around Lu Yin's fingers, not wanting to shake him off. The moment Lu Yin brought the sapling out of the time-stop space, the Leaf King exited his seclusion in the Neoverse Shamrock Enterprises. The Leaf King had always been mysterious, and very few people had seen him. Balsam was the one who dealt with external affairs the most. However, no one had expected the Leaf King to be a devilishly handsome youth who was even more handsome than Yao Xian. It was a gentle kind of handsomeness, and he looked very young, about the same age as Lu Yin. Balsam was the first to know that the Leaf King had exited seclusion, and her expression changed. "Leaf King, why are you out now?" she asked when she saw him. The Leaf King stood in place with the astral origin pill in his hand, deep in thought. Balsam did not dare disturb him, and she just stood behind him. "Who has the astral origin pill?" he asked. Balsam immediately gave him a list of names. The Leaf King looked at the list and fell into deep thought once more. Not long after, the Leaf King said, "One astral origin pill escaped our control." Balsam was shocked. Escaped. Used it. She regretted it the moment she said it. How could using it be considered as escaping control? The Leaf King calmly asked, "Who on this list has the ability to cause the pill to escape our control?" Balsam looked at the list and scanned through it one by one. In reality, even though Shamrock Enterprises had kept the astral origin pill a secret for many years, that was only because they had concealed its uses. They had given out some of the pills themselves, including the Hall of Honor, the various powers of the Neoverse, and many important figures, including the 7 courts. There were quite a few people who had astral origin pills, and there had not been any problems over the years. The pills' effects had been reduced, and they were not enough to break through the astral source universe. Thus, no one really cared about them. It was not strange for someone to occasionally use them, as it was just tearing through the void. It was not as shocking as breaking through the astral source universe. However, to say that the pill had escaped control was different. This meant that someone had discovered the secret of the astral origin pill, which was a huge problem for Shamrock Enterprises. "Leaf King, if someone knows the secret, then..." Balsam was interrupted. "No one will know the secret, and it's impossible for them to know," the Leaf King said. Balsam felt uneasy, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of Lu Yin. The Leaf King had only given Lu Yin astral source pills recently. Lu Yin knew the pill's uses, so this person was the most likely to be the cause. This person had endless opportunities, and his background was as vast as the heavens. He should also have a mysterious master. Who knew what he could do? "Follow the plan and deliver the astral origin pills," the Leaf King said. Balsam was shocked. "The plan has been brought forward." The Leaf King fell silent as he held the astral origin pill in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Back in the Ross Empire's stronghold, Lu Yin left seclusion with the sapling, which surprised many. He wasn't afraid that the sapling would be exposed, as there were many strange creatures in the universe. There were astral beasts that could take human form, and there were also plants that had successfully cultivated their bodies. There were even some that had successfully cultivated black holes. There were all sorts of strange creatures out there, and the others were only surprised that there was a sapling that could jump around, but they weren't too surprised. The Second Night King and Lu Huang were even less surprised, as they had lived for so long that they had seen everything. Ku Wei came over and stared at the sapling in a daze. "Master, what is this?" His voice was too loud, and the sapling was afraid. It hid behind Lu Yin, revealing half of its branch as if it was trying to peek. "What is it?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei smiled. "Nothing, I just missed Master." He then looked at the sapling curiously. The sapling swayed its leaves, giving Lu Yin a similar feeling of curiosity. It was very curious about everything in the outside world. If you have nothing to do, then find me more strange plants that can move, Luin ordered. Ku Wei was curious why Luin was doing this, but he knew that Luin would not tell him even if he asked. He looked at the sapling curiously one more time before leaving. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped. The sapling jumped in fright and clung tightly to Lu Yin. Lu Yin patted it, and it finally calmed down. Alliance Master Lu, sorry to disturb you. I'm Balsam. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the sapling. What's the matter? Balsam smiled. Congratulations to Alliance Master Lu for conquering the blazing mist flow zone and stepping into the Interverse. Shamrock Enterprises sincerely congratulates you, and we're also gifting a batch of pills to the Great Eastern Alliance as a congratulatory gift. The blazing mist flow zone surroundings have been sealed off. How did you guys get in? Lu Yin asked. Balsam smiled. Shamrock Enterprises has been in the Innerverse and Outerverse for many years, so we still have the ability to do so. Alright, then I'll have to thank you, Lu Yin said. Balsam said a few more polite words before ending the call. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as his guess was becoming more and more likely. Shamrock Enterprises did not have a good relationship with him, and although they were not enemies, they were not friends either. It was too suspicious for them to be willing to offend the Interverse's great powers to seal off the blazing mist flow zone and gift him pills. If he was not wrong, then Balsam had personally come this time just to test out the astral source pills. As he thought about this, Lu Yin sent a message to Ku Wei and told him to find some strange moving plants as quickly as possible. At the same time, he also thought about some natural treasures that could help him avoid danger. He was looking forward to seeing Balsam's expression when she saw this. If no one had seen the sapling before, then he would be looking for trouble. When Balsam saw so many plants, her abnormal behavior would easily arouse her suspicions. However, he had just swaggered through the city with the sapling, and many people had seen it. He believed that his every move would be watched by countless people, and Balsam would know as well. He could only find some moving plants to fool her. As for the sapling, he looked at it and saw that it was swaying its green leaves. It was very adorable, so he decided to hide it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1699. Over the next few days, Lu Yin brought the sapling around the Ross Empire's stronghold so that the sapling would not be so afraid. At the same time, Ku Wei's propaganda had spread word of Lu Yin's hobby of collecting strange plants, and people were constantly sending strange plants to the Ross Empire's stronghold. The Ross Empire's stronghold clearly had more plants than before, and even the greenery was much better than before. Occasionally, there were even strange plants running around. At this point, more than half a month had passed since Shui Chuanxiao had started infiltrating the basin flow zone. Once Lu Xuanjuan's army completely infiltrated, the war to destroy the basin flow zone could begin. Rustle. The sapling swayed its green leaves, seemingly very happy. In front of them, a beautiful blue flower released a halo that resembled the ocean and surrounded the sapling. The sapling was very excited and constantly jumped about. Off in the distance, there were even small plants that spat out dew. There were also small birds flying in the sky. If one did not pay attention to the fact that these plants could move, it would be a rather harmonious scene. Alliance Master, the Sword Guard mercenaries sent someone over to deliver a large tree that can be used to escape, someone reported. Lu Yin replied, bring it over. The sapling was clearly more familiar with these plants. Ku Wei had visited twice over the past few days, and this was not the first time he had met the sapling. The sapling was still afraid, but it was different when it came to these plants. In particular, one of the plants was extremely aggressive, but it was like a mouse that had seen a cat. Soon after, the leader of the Sword Guard mercenaries, Qi arrived. He had a large tree tied to his back, and it was difficult for him to walk. Lu Yin had a deep impression of the Sword Guard mercenaries. The captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron, Shalash, was their vice-leader. At the same time, Ian, the commander of the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army, had been in the Sword Guard mercenaries for a long time. Qi greets the Alliance Master. Long time no see, Leader Qi. How's the Sword Guard mercenaries? Lu Yin smiled. Qi had a respectful expression as he faced Lu Yin. Thank you for your concern, Alliance Master. Everything is fine. He then put down the tree that had been tied to his back and cautiously grabbed a branch. He looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master, I heard that you're collecting these strange plants. This tree is rather strange. Do you want it? Lu Yin looked at the tree curiously. It was very ordinary, and there was nothing strange about it. In the distance, the sapling that was playing excitedly with the blue flowers suddenly jumped over to the top. The tree suddenly came to life, as if it had been woken up from its sleep. Lu Yin was surprised. Qi didn't even have time to react before two thick branches appeared from the roots of the big tree. Then, he ran, dashing into the distance. This guy had slipped away. Qi hurriedly chased after the tree, but Lu Yin was amused. His pupils transformed into runes as he looked at the tree. There were very few rune lines on the tree, and it was a very ordinary tree. It looked just like a blue flower or a grass that could produce water. However, the tree's strength was clearly much greater than that of other plants. Even though Qi was almost a cruiser, he was unable to move the tree at all. He was dragged along by the tree like a rag. In the end, it was Lu Yin who pulled the tree back. The sapling jumped around happily, and Lu Yin could feel its happiness. The tree was afraid of Lu Yin, and it wasn't willing to give up even after being dragged back. It tried to charge in another direction, but it didn't manage to do so. Instead, it changed directions as if it would not give up until it escaped. Qi was embarrassed and his face turned red. He had really lost face just now. Lu Yin laughed heartily. This place had been specially built for the sapling to play in. There were strange plants everywhere, and it wasn't bad to have this big tree around. Captain Qi, you're very considerate, Lu Yin praised. Qi smiled awkwardly. I've embarrassed myself in front of the Alliance Master. Lu Yin rewarded Qi with a few items and then dismissed him. The universe was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. Strange plants were constantly being sent in, and Lu Yin accompanied the sapling as if he was coaxing a child. The sapling was very happy, and when Lu Yin gave it another astral source pill, it became even happier after absorbing the pill and even grew a little bigger. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The sapling could actually directly consume astral source pills to grow. This was interesting. Some time had passed since Kuan-Ze had left, and Lu Huang and the Second Night King's cultivations were gradually recovering. At this point, the Second Night King's power level had recovered to around 700,000, while Lu Huang's was a little slower. However, his power level was still over 600,000. This was mainly due to Hell Overlord Kuan-Ze's fight with them, otherwise, his recovery would not have been so slow. Alliance Master Lu, when can I go to the Sword Sect? Lu Huang suddenly asked. Lu Yin calmly replied, it's not the right time yet. Wait until your power level is over 900,000 before we talk about it. Otherwise, there's no point in going to the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's current sect master, Lu Qianjue, is not a sword maniac like you who only cares about cultivation. He has both ability and ambition. Lu Huang was not the second Night King, and Lu Yin had never thought of tying him to his side as a bodyguard. Lu Huang's true purpose was to control the Sword Sect and join the Great Eastern Alliance, which had been the conditions set by Kuan-Zhe. With Lu Huang around, Lu Yin was not worried about the Sword Sect at all. Of course, Lu Huang could also refuse to accept this condition, which would give Lu Yin even more reason to declare war on the Sword Sect. However, there was no need to declare war. Lu Huang was secretly imprisoned by the Hall of Honor, and even he did not dare to reveal his identity. Lu Yin could use this to threaten him. Of course, this was only a threat. Exposing Lu Huang and damaging the Hall of Honor's reputation would not benefit Lu Yin at all, as his greatest backer was the Hall of Honor. Now that he thought about it, Madame Red's excuse of the Sea King being imprisoned in the Sword Sect seemed useless. Strange, why hasn't there been any news from Madame Red? Lu Yin had thought that Madame Red would cause trouble for Qinghua after his smooth return, but after such a long time, there had been no news from Madame Red at all. He almost could not help but want to contact Sun Jiong. As he watched the sapling jumping around at the top of the tree, Lu Yin's gadget beeped. He looked at it and saw an unfamiliar number calling him. He accepted the call and heard a voice. "This thing is pretty useful. Why didn't I think of using it more often in the past? This network isn't bad either, and it even has divination methods. They're even more detailed than Grandpa Joe's. I wonder if it's useful. I'll give it a try someday." When Lu Yin heard the person on the other end mumbling to himself, he knew who this person was: Xianzhou. "Xianzhou, the state tutor's position is still vacant. Why aren't you here yet?" Lu Yin asked. Xianzhou was startled, and then he replied in a low voice, "I'm not going." Lu Yin raised a brow. "You're not going to be the state tutor anymore?" "No. You were the one who made a fuss about being the state tutor before, so why did you suddenly change your mind?" "My Great Eastern Alliance is getting stronger and stronger." Xianzhou fell silent for a moment. "You've offended too many people, and..." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "You bring misfortune to others." Lu Yin grinned. "What do you mean?" "Literally, anyone who follows you will be unlucky," Xianzhou muttered. He was in a bad mood, as the position of state tutor was already in his grasp and he could enjoy a lifetime of happiness. This was especially so when he met someone as ambitious as Lu Yin, whose territory would expand without limit, and the state tutor's name would be forcefully spread throughout the entire universe. Everyone would be his grandson, and they would have to call him Grandpa Joe. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Xianzhou, we're old friends. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Why would I bring misfortune to others?" Xianzhou sighed. "The mystic heavenly mirror has divined an incredible future. Anyone who is close to you will be unlucky and die horrible deaths. This is not a curse, it's something that the mystic heavenly mirror has divined. I heard that your divinations are all backwards. That's because Grandpa Joe doesn't want to perform divinations for ordinary people, but you're different. You're on your own, kid. Grandpa Joe will never meet you again. You're too unlucky, and you'll cause the deaths of a bunch of people in the future." Lu Yin's heart sank. What did you divine? He had not believed Xianzhou in the past, but ever since Xianzhou had divined his family's future, he had started to believe him. Even the Starsabil sect master had admitted that Xianzhou had indeed learned the mystic heavenly mirror, so he had no choice but to believe him. Xianzhou was helpless. The mystic heavenly mirror is not a time machine, and it can't see the specific future. It can only divine good fortune and misfortune. In any case, you won't have a good life in the future. No, you won't have a good life right now. Do you know when it started? When you returned from that place, your entire future changed. It was too tragic, too tragic. Lu Yin sneered. My past was tragic as well, but I don't believe in the future. From the moment I stepped onto the path of cultivation until now, everything I've done has overturned the common sense of the world. This so-called divination is based on the current facts, and the facts are the common sense. I, Lu Yin, specialize in overturning such beliefs. Xianzhou laughed. That makes sense. Then give it a try. Grandpa Jiu won't keep you company any longer. He then ended the call. Less than 5 seconds later, Xianzhou's gadget connected again. We haven't gotten to the point yet. Kid, you must have obtained something from the ruins of the Frigid Immortal Sect. The ruins of the Frigid Immortal Sect. Something. Lu Yin was puzzled and thought about it. I've obtained quite a few things. What are you referring to? Something related to fate, Xianzhou said solemnly. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What makes you think that I've obtained something related to fate? Xianzhou replied, the aura of fate is something that only a few of us can sense. Right now, the aura of fate on your body is getting thicker and thicker, so you must have obtained something related to fate. What is it? Fate's in. Lu Yin did not hide it, as he wanted to learn more from Xianzhou. Xianzhou was shocked. Kid, how much fate's in do you have? 39, Lu Yin replied. Xianzhou gasped. So ruthless. There are a total of 108 grains of fate's in, and you've obtained 39 of them. Impressive. This thing is spread throughout the entire universe, and Grandpa Jiu only managed to collect 3 grains after much difficulty. How did you manage to do it? Lu Yin was astonished. You have fate's in as well. Fate's in was extremely precious, and not all of the 10 arbiters had it. Even if they did, it would be bestowed upon them by their elders, and it was extremely difficult for them to obtain it themselves. Hong Ying's fate's in had been bestowed upon her by Madame Red, and Lu Yin had never expected Xianzhou to have obtained 3 grains. Give me your fate's in, Lin Feng said. Give me your fate's in, Lin Feng said. The two spoke at the same time, but then they were stunned. Xianzhou hurriedly said, Kid, don't be so ungrateful. There's no benefit to having too much fate's in. It's just like a secret technique. Be careful that you don't explode. Thanks for your concern, but I want more. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1700. I'm not lying to you. Fate's in is related to fate, and you can't afford to offend fate. You obtained the Death God's inheritance and experienced his invincible power. Fate and the Death God are in the same legend, so you should know how terrifying it is. You'd better give it to me, or else you'll be in big trouble. Other people don't have that much trouble with fate's in. That's because it's rare. 1 or 2 grains of fate's in can't be sensed, but it's different if there's too many of them. These things will be tainted by fate. If fate wants you to live, you'll live, and if fate wants you to die, you'll die. I was wondering why your future was so miserable. Lu Yin was speechless. Why do you want fate's in so much? Is the legend of fate true? Is there really an ancestor of fate like the Death God? Do you want to obtain fate's inheritance? Inheritance my ass. Grandpa Jiu wants to bury it somewhere no one can find it. Then, it'll naturally turn into a source box and never come out, Xianzhou said sternly. Why? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianzhou snorted. Everyone wants to see the future and change it, but changing your own future will also change the futures of others. Do you want others to change your future as they wish? If fate is real, then it has such an ability. Would you dare to let it come out? Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Changing one's own future could be good or bad, but the worst would be someone else changing one's future. Do you really believe in fate? Lu Yin asked. Xianzhou answered, no, but you can't bet on it. Grandpa Jiu can divine the past and future. Lu Yin was helpless. Sorry, but I can't give you the fate Zan. I have a use for it. Xianzhou replied seriously, Alliance leader Lu, I'm not joking with you. Fate cannot be touched. Whoever touches it will be unlucky. I'm not joking either. It really is useful. Xianzhou sighed. If you don't give it to me, then don't give it to Starsabil and the others either. Some people are not what they seem on the surface. Remember that. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and fell into deep thought. Fate was a heavy topic. Did fate really exist? Could people control fate? What was fate? Was it time? Did the so-called ancestor of fate mean that time could be changed? Changing time meant changing fate. Did fate really exist? Did the Grim Reaper, Destiny, Martial Heaven, these ancient progenitors really exist? Wu Tian had left behind a sword steel, the Grim Reaper had left behind a deathly aura, and Destiny had the Fate Zan. From the looks of it, they had indeed existed before. However, aside from these, there were no other traces. If they had existed before, where were they now? Dead? Or alive? Thinking back to Xianzhou's words, Lu Yin felt that he was right about one thing: his own fate could not be changed by others. If the oldest ancestor of fate really existed, then he could change the fate of others at will. This meant that he was everyone's enemy. Regardless of whether their fates were good or bad, they were enemies to others. No one was willing to have their fates changed by others. From another perspective, if one could change the fate of others, wouldn't that make one a god? The sapling bounced around happily, as Lu Yin could easily change its fate. It didn't have any independent thoughts right now, and it didn't have the ability to resist. However, if it grew up one day and gained the ability to resist, would it still allow Lu Yin to change its fate? Lu Yin suddenly looked at the second Night King. Xianzhou could sense the aura of destiny, which was Fate Zan and the Frost Immortal. Why would there be so much Fate Zan in the ruins of the sect? The Fate Zan on the bronze door had obviously been added later. Also, when Mr. Feng had mentioned the Grim Reaper's inheritance, the second Night King had believed him without hesitation. Why would he believe that? You believe in the Grim Reaper? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he stared at the second Night King. The second Night King frowned. It's just a legend. I'll ask you one more time. Do you believe in the Grim Reaper? Lu Yin's tone was low, as Xianzhou's words had put him in a bad mood. If the second Night King continued to brush him off, he would do something. The second Night King met Lu Yin's gaze, and after a moment, he said coldly, I don't, but the Bai family does. The Bai family? The Frost Immortal Sect's Bai family? Lu Yin was astonished. The second Night King nodded. The Day-Night clan is willing to stay in this part of the universe, but we're also helping the Frost Immortal sect complete a task, which is to collect everything related to destiny. Destiny and the Grim Reaper both exist in the same legend, and the Bai family firmly believes in it. The Day-Night clan is helping the Frost Immortal sect collect items related to destiny. Fate Zan? Lu Yin asked. The second Night King replied, That's right, Fate Zan. This is a mission given to us by the Frost Immortal sect's Bai family. However, after the first Night King successfully rebelled against the Bai family's descendants, the mission to collect Fate Sand was stopped. Even if the Grim Reaper and Destiny are real, it's still too illusory. We're more willing to believe in our own strength. Lu Yin understood now. It was no wonder why there was Fate Sand on the bronze door of the Frost Immortal sect's secret vault. It had been collected by the Day-Night clan, and with the strength of an entire clan, it was impossible for there to be so little after so many years. The main reason was that the Day-Night clan had successfully rebelled against the Frost Immortal sect's Bai family. The Bai family firmly believed in Destiny and the Grim Reaper's existence. When Mr. Feng mentioned that Lu Yin had obtained the Grim Reaper's inheritance, even if the second Night King did not believe it, he would have believed it because of the Bai family's beliefs. Or rather, he would have preferred it to be true and believed that he could have stolen Lu Yin's inheritance at that time. The Fate Sand behind the bronze door had been collected by the Frost Immortal sect, so why hadn't they taken it away? Why had they left it behind in the vault? Lu Yin exhaled. A legend that even the Bai family believed in might not be a legend. If that was the case, then perhaps Destiny really did exist and was an incomparably ancient progenitor who could control the fate of others. Was the Fate Sand really related to him? That was truly exciting. If he could obtain both the Grim Reaper's inheritance and Destiny's inheritance, then what would it be like? Lu Huang watched the conversation between the two strangely. He did not believe in Destiny or the Grim Reaper. He was a sword fanatic, and he was more willing to believe that someone could create the 15th sword. When he thought of this, his eyes burned with passion. Wouldn't it be great if someone could create the 15th sword? A few more days passed, and it was not too long before the attack on Basin Flow Zone began. It was also not too long before Balsam arrived, and the two might arrive at the same time. On this day, a guest came to visit, and Lu Yin had to personally welcome this guest. Under the lamplight, a shiny bald head was particularly eye-catching. Lu Yin stared at the person in a daze, and then he became ecstatic. Brother Hui Kong. The guest who had appeared at the Ross Empire's stronghold was the bald old man, Hui Kong. Hui Kong saw that Lu Yin had arrived and laughed heartily. Brother Lu, long time no see. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin was excited, and he leapt in front of Hui Kong. Brother, you're out. Hui Kong laughed. What are you talking about? I wasn't locked up by anyone, so it's normal for me to come out. He then patted Lu Yin's shoulder and sighed. You've become sturdier again. You're much sturdier than you were during the Sovereign Tournament. Brother Lu, you're truly blessed, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin hurriedly invited Hui Kong to take a seat. Hui Kong looked at the second Night King and then at Lu Huang with a serious expression. Brother Lu, aren't you going to introduce these two? Lu Yin waved a hand and had the second Night King and Lu Huang leave. Hui Kong was shocked by Lu Yin's casual actions, and he looked at Lu Yin deeply. Brother, I don't understand what you're doing. Those two aren't simple at all. You weren't tricked, were you? Lu Yin smiled. Brother, come and have a seat. I'll tell you about it. Lu Yin was grateful to Hui Kong from the bottom of his heart, and he felt like a family member. Hui Kong had saved him, and the two had gone through thick and thin together in the technocracy. No, saying that they had gone through thick and thin together was an exaggeration. It had always been Hui Kong who had taken care of him, given him food, materials, and an oversized cosmic ring. In the end, he had even sent him out of the technocracy. Without Hui Kong, Lu Yin would have been trapped in the technocracy no matter how great his destiny was. Hui Kong gave Lu Yin the feeling that he was like Big Sis and the others. Aside from the dice, which was a secret that could not be shared with others, Lu Yin could tell Hui Kong everything else. Although Hui Kong represented the Hui family of the Seven Courts, Lu Yin trusted him and felt that way. After a long time, Hui Kong stared at Lu Yin, dumbfounded. Brother Lu. Lu Yin was very satisfied with Hui Kong's expression, and he was pleased. How was it? Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Yin was speechless. The second Night King, Lu Huang, you're really something. Brother Lu, you're really daring. Hui Kong exclaimed. Lu Yin shrugged. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Hui Kong slapped Lu Yin's shoulder. You're strong enough. You're worthy of being my brother. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin smiled bitterly as his shoulder hurt. Brother, why did you suddenly think of leaving the technocracy? Hui Kong's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Someone from that place has come for you. Lu Yin was stunned at first and did not react. But then, he thought of something, and his expression changed. The astral tree. Hui Kong solemnly replied, they call this region of space the abandoned lands. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Who's coming? The four-way scales, Wang Shang. Lu Yin frowned, as he had never heard of this person. It was an expert from the Wang family. They're not weak. If it weren't for the fact that I've accumulated some experience in the technocracy over the years, I would have been done for. That old bastard was forced to retreat, but he'll definitely come again. Hui Kong looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. What did you do? How did you provoke such an expert? I've been committing crimes in the technocracy for so many years, but I've rarely attracted such an expert. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Was there a need to describe himself as committing crimes? As for Lu Xiaoshuan's identity, Lu Yin did not want to reveal it. It was not that he did not trust Hui Kong, but rather that he was afraid of causing trouble for him. Brother, there are some things that are better left unsaid. At least, now isn't the time. In any case, I'm in big trouble, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I'm the public enemy of that region of space. Hui Kong subconsciously rubbed his bald head. I'm convinced. I've been in the technocracy for so long, but I'm still not the public enemy. You're amazing. He was speechless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1701. Hui Kong replied, It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Just let me know if you need anything. I don't have any other abilities, but I'm good at fighting. At the very least, I can hold the fort. Right, that's just me, not the Hui family. They're all cunning. Lu Yin smiled. Got it. Right, there's one more thing. Hui Kong took out 2 chips from his cosmic ring and tossed them to Lu Yin. Get a professional to analyze them. These contain some confidential information about a city in the technocracy and the Genesis Court. I spend a lot of effort to get my hands on them, but I don't know if they'll be useful. Lu Yin was curious. You stayed in the technocracy for so many years just for this. Of course not, this is just a bonus. I was forced out of the technocracy because of my battle with that old brat Wang Shang. I lost quite a bit of my savings over the years, and staying in the technocracy would be bad luck. Even if the technocracy doesn't come looking for trouble, someone from that region will. Lu Yin was apologetic. Thank you, brother. Hui Kong patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Let's not talk about this. Analyze it for me. I'm in a hurry to go home, and I haven't been back for so many years. I don't know how many of my grandchildren know their ancestors. Lu Yin raised his brows. Was this an insult? The Hui family was unlucky, and their ancestors had returned home. Among Lu Yin's subordinates, Huan Sha was the most suitable to analyze the situation, as her innate gift was simulated analysis. Lu Yin immediately transferred Huan Sha to the Ross Empire's stronghold. Even at his fastest speed, it would still take a few days. "Brother, let's go and eat something and drink some wine." "Right, I have some wine from the giants." "Giants' wine. Interesting. Try it." "It's not that good." "It's fine." Bang! There was a loud bang, and Lu Yin retreated. In front of him, Hui Kong waved a hand. Again. An enlighter with such power. Perhaps only progenitor Qin can do this. Lu Yin moved his arm. "Brother, go easy on me." "Come, I'll show you how the Hui family fights," Hui Kong laughed. Lu Yin stepped out of the astral source universe and unleashed an emptiness palm. Hui Kong didn't use his absolute power to suppress Lu Yin. Instead, he used a unique trajectory to redirect the emptiness palm. No matter how many strikes Lu Yin threw, it was useless. Hui Kong's power level. This was the first time his emptiness palm had been countered in such a manner. "Bro, how did you do it?" The Hui family's secret technique, the Hui secret character, breaking all things. It can see through all battle skills and techniques and find loopholes. Although your emptiness palm's power is peerlessly fierce, and its speed is so fast that it can't be seen, your palm movements are too obvious. Also, haven't you noticed that your palm technique never has a turn? Hui Kong said loudly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The emptiness palm was a firm and fierce palm technique. There was no way to turn it, and it relied on speed and power. He did not expect Hui Kong to see through his starting stance. Actually, many people could see through the starting stance, but not many could avoid it. Hui Kong didn't avoid it, but instead cleverly moved. He could always find the weakest point of the empty palm's power and use it to push the empty palm away. This was the fighting style of the Hui family. The Hui family of the Seven Courts was adept at defeating the strong. Lu Yin had seen Hui Santong many times in the Star Tower competition and the Sovereign Tournament, and had also fought against him. Hui Santong was nothing special, but he was a terrifying opponent in a battle of the same level. He could see through his opponent's weaknesses, and he could cultivate the Golden Meteor battle technique. This was also the key reason why Hui Kong had been able to defeat Wang Shang and leave the technocracy. The Hui family was very smart. Hui Santong had always been nothing special, but that was because Lu Yin and the others had been too strong. They had not given him a chance to defeat the strong. The difference was too great, and if their power levels were similar, it would be hard to say who would win. "Bro, the Hui family is the descendant of the Hui ancestor, right?" Lu Yin asked as he attacked. This time, it was the 13 swords. "That's right," Hui Kong said. He watched in amazement as the sharp sword slashed past him. "Bro, the sword sect didn't die of anger, did they?" "Almost," Lu Yin said. Hui Kong was speechless. "You learned all of the sword sect's 13 swords." He then glanced at the distant Lu Huang. "He doesn't mind." Lu Yin smiled. "He created the 14th sword, and I learned it as well." Hui Kong was stunned. "The 14th sword. He created it." When Lu Yin had introduced Lu Huang and the Second Night King to Hui Kong, he had not mentioned the 14th sword. He had only said that Lu Huang had been imprisoned in Earth's swamp. Only now did Hui Kong know that someone had actually created the 14th sword. "Hurry up and show it to me," Hui Kong said with interest. Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. Hui Kong said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. With your strength, you can't hurt me." Lu Yin said seriously, "Bro, the 14th sword is called Embittered. It's the embittered sword. Be careful." He then raised the sword formed from star energy in his hand and slashed from a distance. Because the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, Lu Yin knew that it was impossible for him to harm Hui Kong with the 14th sword. However, the 14th sword was not only terrifying in terms of its power, but also its sword intent. It was just like how Lu Tianmu felt that Lu Gui's 13th sword could make Lu Yin go crazy. Regardless of cultivation level, that sword could make people go crazy, but this sword could make people suffer. Hui Kong stood in place without moving. Whether it was the 13th sword or the 14th sword, the most terrifying thing about them was that they could not be avoided. The sword passed by, and Hui Kong had a complicated expression as he clutched his chest and exhaled. Lu Yin looked at him. In the distance, Lu Huang also looked at him. If he had used his peak strength, then this sword would have been enough to seriously injure Hui Kong or even kill him. However, Lu Yin's attack was too weak. Hui Kong looked up with a melancholy expression. I really shouldn't have left the technocracy. Lu Yin was helpless. Bro, it must have been hard on you. Hui Kong smiled bitterly. Yeah, I just remembered some things. Let me show you the sapling, Lu Yin suggested. Hui Kong shook his head. Let me be alone for a while. He then left. The sword formed from the astral source in Lu Yin's hand dissipated. This sword should have reminded Hui Kong of his persistence. Hui Kong had been in the technocracy for so many years, and Lu Yin did not ask why. Only a few people could understand the persistence that had made Hui Kong abandon the Hui family and stay in the technocracy alone for so many years. The second Night King had hidden himself in the frigid celestial pond to cultivate for two reasons. First, he wanted to avoid the attention of the Colossi in the Neoverse, and second, he wanted to be able to protect himself after leaving the frigid celestial pond. Now that he had been forced to leave the technocracy, he was definitely in a bad mood, but he did not show it. The next day, Hui Kong recovered and continued to spar with Lu Yin. Sparring with Hui Kong gave Lu Yin a novel experience. He rarely met someone who could truly use their intelligence to fight. Usually, he would either crush his opponent or his opponent would crush him. There were very few opportunities like this. Within Kuan's swamp, he had been beaten up by the Hell Overlords, but Hui Kong had helped him find the weaknesses in his battle techniques. 2 more days passed, and Huan Sha arrived. Lu Yin gave her the chip for her to analyze while he continued to spar with Hui Kong and occasionally went to check on the sapling. The tree had also become persistent, and that was to break out of the prison. It had done everything it could to escape, but unfortunately, it was destined to be unable to do so. The sapling liked it very much, and it stayed on top of the tree and hopped around. Many strange plants had appeared in that area over the past few days, and some of them could even eat stones, which was very difficult to understand. Hui Kong was very interested in Chen Huang. More accurately, he was interested in the giant, and he had deliberately sparred with Chen Huang. Just like when he had sparred with Lu Yin, he had suppressed his strength. No wonder some people say that battle force is the most suitable power for giants. The strength that a giant can display with battle force is quite terrifying, Hui Kong sighed. Humans can also learn battle force, Lu Yin said. Hui Kong smiled. But they can't do as they please like a giant. Even progenitor Qin looked up to a giant. One of his 9 clones was a giant, and the giant that he transformed into was the true giant. Lu Yin knew that he had seen progenitor Chen's memories in his tomb. His giant could play with planets like marbles. Right, to what extent had progenitor Qin cultivated his battle force? Was it also from the Warring States period? Or was it even higher? Lu Yin looked forward to it. Not long after, Huan Sha contacted Lu Yin, informing him that the analysis was complete. Lu Yin brought Hui Kong to meet Huan Sha. Hui Kong looked at her curiously. He was just curious about the information on the chip, but he did not think that it was very important. Besides, his goal in the technocracy was not to obtain this information, as he had just snatched it along the way. He did not know if it would be useful. Huan Sha returned the chip to Lu Yin and respectfully said, "Alliance leader, the information here is about First City and the Genesis Academy's consumption of materials over the years, war losses, research and development funding, and so on. The technocracy does not have as much trade or life as the human domain. They only seem to care about research and development and war." Lu Yin looked at Hui Kong. Hui Kong nodded. "That's right. I've been in the technocracy for many years, and whether it's First City, the Genesis Academy, or even the super large cities, the lives of the androids are very monotonous. The technology teams only know how to research and develop, and they lack a lot of life compared to the human domain. There's not much trade between them, and the mainframe controls everything. Some cities are very strange and difficult to describe. You'll understand if you go there. It's beyond your imagination. Ordinary people would not be able to stay in such a place for even a day. So you're saying that the resources here are not very useful, and that it's just a record of the technocracy's trivial matters?" Lu Yin asked. To the technocracy, research and development and the consumption of war materials were like the consumption of food and cultivation resources in human life. They were all trivial matters. Hui Kong felt that it was a pity. "I didn't have much hope when I snatched it. If it's useless, then it's useless." Huan Sha said, "Alliance leader, there's a problem with the information." Lu Yin and Hui Kong looked at her, and Hui Kong was surprised. "A problem? What problem?" Huan Sha answered seriously, "After analysis, whether it's First City or the Genesis Academy, there are discrepancies in the consumption of materials. Research and development, war, and especially war, will cause large amounts of materials to be consumed after the end of a war. However, these materials have disappeared, which is not normal. Even an ordinary country in the human domain would recycle the materials that have been consumed after a war. It's impossible for them to disappear into thin air. However, in every war between First City and the Genesis Academy, materials have disappeared." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1702. Hui Kong explained, "There's a machine in the technocracy called the scavenger. It's used to collect and process materials left behind by wars or research failures." Huan Sha replied, "It's recorded, but the missing materials I'm talking about are in the records of Ibn City and the Genesis Court, not the scavenger. The missing materials refer to the disappearance of data. Someone deliberately erased some information." "Every war?" Lu Yin asked. Huan Sha nodded. "Yes, every war." "Are there frequent internal wars in the technocracy?" Lu Yin asked Hui Kong. Hui Kong replied, "Yes. Ibn City and the Genesis Court are like two separate entities, and there are many conflicts. Ibn City was the one who attacked the human domain, but the Genesis Court is different. That's why I stay in the Genesis Court's territory all year round." "Can you calculate how many materials have disappeared?" Lu Yin asked Huan Sha. She shook her head. "Too many. This information is only recent, and it's not all of it." Lu Yin and Hui Kong exchanged glances. If only Ibn City or the Genesis Court's materials had disappeared, then it wouldn't be a problem, as it would be normal for someone to deliberately steal materials. However, if both sides had materials that had disappeared, then something was wrong. From the looks of it, the war was more likely to make some materials disappear rather than the materials disappearing with the war. Could it be that someone was controlling the war between Ibn City and the Genesis court from behind the scenes? Who? The mainframe. Ibn City was backed by the Sixth Mainland, while the Genesis court was backed by the Wang family. Lu Yin knew this. Now, he was even more curious about where the missing materials had gone. He suddenly recalled the mechanical ants that he had fused with before. They were densely packed and endless, and they were also in the technocracy. His scalp went numb when he thought about it. There were just too many of them. Who had built them? Did the information mention mechanical ants? Lu Yin asked. Huan Sha shook her head. No. Not long after, Huan Sha left. Hui Kong said, I'm leaving as well. Brother Lu, be careful of people coming from that region of space. Aren't you curious about where the materials went? Lu Yin asked. Hui Kong laughed. That's a matter for the technocracy. It has nothing to do with what you're looking for. Hui Kong only cared about what Lu Yin was investigating, but Lu Yin was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he wanted to lead the Fifth Mainland in a counterattack against the Astral Tree domain in the future. Regardless of whether it was the human domain, the Astral Beast domain, or the technocracy, Lu Yin was concerned about all of them. The technocracy was too mysterious, and there was no way for him to send anyone there. The disappearance of the materials that had been discovered this time could be an entry point. He wouldn't let it go so easily. Of course, there was also the possibility that it would be useless. His city and the Sky Founding Academy existed at the same time, so it wasn't impossible for someone to steal materials. Bro, can you stay for a few more days? I want to ask about the technocracy, Lu Yin said. Hui Kong nodded. Alright, then I'll stay for a few more days and tell you what I know. That night, Lu Yin activated his communicator in a sealed room. Four screens appeared in front of him: Wang Wen, Wei Rong, Qiong Shir, and Shui Chuanxiao. Appear together. Looks like something big happened. Wang Wen was astonished. Wei Rong bowed to Lu Yin. Alliance Master, the Sword Sex Elder Lian Xan has entered the Gu Flow Zone and has yet to appear. Lu Yin nodded. There's no need to worry about the Sword Sect. There's something I need to discuss with all of you, and it's something that concerns our lives. When they heard this, their expressions turned solemn. Lu Yin would usually discuss this matter with one of them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, now that all of them had appeared, it meant that something big had happened. Shui Chuanxiao was curious. His current mission was to infiltrate Lu Xianjun into the Basin Flow Zone, and he had almost succeeded. Could there be something more important than destroying the Neo-Human Alliance's Innerverse and Outerverse headquarters in the Basin Flow Zone? Lu Yin organized his thoughts and then glanced at the four of them. He then said, I have an enemy who is very, very powerful. Once he appears, even the Hall of Honor will find it difficult to resist, let alone me. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Qiong Shir was speechless. The Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen. I told you about him. Wang Wen's expression turned solemn. He's here. Lu Yin shook his head. They all relaxed. Even if they didn't know who their enemy was, it was fine as long as he hadn't come. That meant that they would have time to deal with him. I don't know, Lu Yin replied. Shui Chuanxiao couldn't help but ask, what enemy? Lu Yin solemnly replied, it's not convenient to reveal what enemy it is. In any case, this enemy will appear in the technocracy's Genesis courtyard. I'm here to discuss how to deal with this enemy. I want to know how obsessed this enemy is with the Alliance Master, Wei Rong asked. Lu Yin did not hesitate. Must kill him. Wei Rong's eyes narrowed. He had to kill Lu Yin. Even if he looked at Lu Yin's enemies in outer space, there weren't many who had reached the level of wanting to kill Lu Yin. Even the Sword Sept and the other major flow zones in the inner verse would not want to kill Lu Yin. At most, they would chase him away. Do you want to kill him, or do you dare to kill him? Shui Chuanshao asked. Lu Yin answered, both. Wei Rong's fingers twitched. This was troublesome. Lu Yin's background was as great as the heavens, and the Hall of Honor was right there. Even the Sixth Mainland had to be wary of him. If an unknown enemy actually dared to kill him, then it meant that the enemy was either staking everything or fearless. Wei Rong was leaning towards the latter, as Lu Yin would not be so serious about it otherwise. There are only a few ways to deal with this enemy. Resolve the hatred, Cheong Shir said. Impossible. Lu Yin. Cheong Shir replied, kill him. Can't do that. Conceal yourself. Can't do that either. Then there's only one way. Cheong Shir frowned. Divert the trouble. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he raised a hand to write in the void. He wrote down all of his enemies, and the first was the Neo-Human Alliance. He did not have much hatred for the Neo-Human Alliance, but he hoped to drag the Neo-Human Alliance into this mess. Next was the Sixth Mainland, and the various great powers of the Innerverse, including the Seven Courts and the Xia family of the Neoverse. Cheong Shir's expression became increasingly strange as she watched Lu Yin write down one enemy after another. Just how hateful was this? Out of the group, Wang Wen was the one who understood Lu Yin the best. He was not surprised, as he had long since known about this. Wei Rong was not surprised either, as he had even assumed that the Hall of Honor was his enemy. Shui Chuanshao and Cheong Shir were truly surprised, especially Shui Chuanshao, who looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. What kind of person could provoke so many enemies? Come on, let's analyze the situation and see who we can divert this enemy from the Genesis Academy, Lu Yin said loudly. He did not believe that if they worked together, they would not be able to find a way to delay the cosmic astral tree from pursuing him. No one knew the outcome of Lu Yin's discussion with Wang Wen and the others, as it took several days. After a few days, Lu Yin sent Hui Kong off. Hui Kong was rather reluctant to part with Lu Yin, as the two were friends that had transcended time. Before he left, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Hui Kong had drawn up a star chart of the technocracy for Lu Yin, as Lu Yin needed it. After Hui Kong left, Balsam arrived right after him. Balsam had brought many of Shamrock Enterprises' special medicines to Lu Yin as a congratulatory gift for the Great Eastern Alliance's takeover of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Are these the strange plants that you've collected, Alliance Master Lu? Balsam stood outside and looked at the plants running around as if they had come to life. The trees, in particular, were trying their best to escape. She was rather surprised. Lu Yin nodded. How is it? There's quite a lot, right? Balsam smiled. If Alliance Master Lu likes these, then Shamrock Enterprises can give you a lot of them. We've collected too many of these strange plants. Lu Yin was delighted. Really? Then I'll have to thank you. May I ask why Alliance Master Lu is collecting these plants? Balsam stared at Lu Yin. She had just observed the plants, and there was nothing worth paying attention to. Lu Yin felt a little awkward. Balsam smiled. If it's not convenient for you to tell me, then forget it. I'll contact my company and have them send some plants over. Lu Yin looked at her seriously. I won't hide it from you. I went to Earth's swamp and saw a prisoner there. He's been imprisoned because his research has harmed too many people. The direction of his research is immortality. Immortality, Balsam was shocked. Lu Yin nodded. He has some research results, but he offended someone important and was imprisoned for eternity. I'm looking for these plants because I want to use his knowledge in research. I think that his research results are pretty good. Immortality. Balsam was uncertain. Lu Yin nodded. Balsam's eyes flashed, as she didn't believe him. There were too many people in the universe researching immortality, and even Shamrock Enterprises had people researching it. After all, Shamrock Enterprises was a very good platform. However, she didn't think that Lu Yin's research was reliable, but she couldn't deny it. Immortality was a temptation to everyone, and no one was an exception. No one had ever been able to achieve immortality in history, except perhaps for the progenitor realm. However, the progenitor realm didn't exist in the fifth mainland, as that realm was too far away. If Shamrock Enterprises is willing, I hope to cooperate with you in researching immortality, Lu Yin said to Balsam. Balsam smiled. It would be Shamrock Enterprises' honor. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's great. I'll find time to visit Leaf King. There was a loud crash, and the two turned to look. Within the manor, a large tree had crashed to the ground. This fellow had jumped up and tried to escape. Although he had jumped high, he had also landed heavily. As the tree fell, a small tree walked out from its crown. It was a sapling. Balsam didn't know why, but she had a strange feeling when she saw the sapling. Lu Yin saw that her gaze had changed, and his heart sank. He hadn't expected her to be able to tell that the sapling was different. He had been careless, and if he had known earlier, he would have hidden it. Lu Yin suddenly raised a hand and patted Balsam's shoulder, startling her and causing her to subconsciously attack. I'm not joking with you. Immortality can definitely be researched. Do you know who the person who researched it offended? Balsam stared blankly at Lu Yin. Who? I can't say. Balsam's brows rose, and then she frowned. As the president of Shamrock Enterprises Interverse, she always had an elegant temperament and everything was under her control. However, she had just been startled by Lu Yin, and now, she had been choked. She didn't feel good, and her expression turned ugly. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1703. Although I can't tell you, I can tell you that this person's identity is rather sensitive. The average person, even an emissary, might not be able to offend her, but this person can. This proves that the results of his research are very useful, which is why I sincerely hope to cooperate with Shamrock Enterprises. Once the research on immortality is successful, the results will belong to both of us. Don't you think so? Lu Yin sighed in relief. Balsam turned around and looked at her shoulder, where Lu Yin's hand was still resting on it. More importantly, she was wearing an off-shoulder top, so Lu Yin's hand was directly pressed against her skin. Her skin was very slippery, and Lu Yin awkwardly put his hand down. Sorry, I forgot myself. Immortality is very important, and many people have failed in their research. You might not care, but I do. Balsam's expression quickly returned to normal, and she smiled again. I've seen Alliance Master Lu's attitude. Don't worry, I'll definitely persuade the Leaf King to cooperate with you. Lu Yin smiled. That's great. Rumor has it that the Leaf King represents creation and healing. I'm sure he has a unique understanding of immortality. It's good that I can help Alliance Master Lu. Right, did Alliance Master Lu use the Astral Origin Pill? Balsam asked. Astral Origin Pill? Lu Yin was stunned, but then he remembered. Right, the Astral Origin Pill. I almost forgot. There's also this. He looked at Balsam with a burning gaze. Shamrock Enterprises can even produce something like the Astral Origin pill. It'll definitely be very useful for research on immortality. Immortality, immortality, and immortality. From the moment they had met until now, Lu Yin had brought it up so many times that Balsam was tired of hearing it. Looking at Lu Yin's fervent gaze, she was starting to believe that this person really wanted to research immortality, and that he could connect anything to it. This made her look down on Lu Yin. Researching immortality was too empty, and it was better to focus on cultivation. However, if Lu Yin really did abandon his cultivation to research immortality, then that would be good news for many people. Alliance Master Lu, you haven't used the Astral Origin pill yet, right? Why don't you give it a try? Don't worry, I've transferred over 2 more Astral Origin pills that are on the way. After you try them, they'll be a supplement. At that moment, his gadget rang. Lu Yin looked at it and accepted the call. Alliance Master, the time has come. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at her with a sharp gaze. Miss Balsam, you've come a long way. How about I treat you to a show? Balsam was confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Ever since Shui Chuanshao became the Alliance's commander, the Alliance's army, be it in terms of equipment, combat terminology, or route, they had all improved significantly. And the Astral fleet. Looking at the densely packed battleships of the First Allied Army, Fragrant Ji was shocked. Who were they going to war with? The first person that came to her mind was the Sword Sect, as the current situation in the Innerverse was very clear. With the Sword Sect as the leader, the various great powers had joined forces to resist the Great Eastern Alliance in a futile attempt to trap the Great Eastern Alliance within the Blazing Mist flow zone. If the Great Eastern Alliance wanted to start a war, their first target would naturally be the Sword Sect. To his was to his. Lu Yin asked. Lu Yingzishan respectfully replied, yes, all of the equipment is being upgraded, especially the warships. The Ross Empire's modifications to their warships are much better than the Great Eastern Alliance's. Of course. Lu Yin smiled. The Great Eastern Alliance now had 4 allied armies, and any one of them had the strength to start a flow zone war. Lu Yin was referring to the 8 major flow zones, not the smaller ones. This war did not include enlighters, as if an enlighter took action, Lu Yingzishan would not be able to guarantee her own safety. However, if they encountered an enlighter, there was no need for the allied armies to be mobilized. The First Alliance's route was taken by the Giant Financial Group, and it was one of the routes that the Giant Financial Group controlled. They reached Blazing Mist Flow Zone and Fennel Flow Zone's tributary very quickly. When the people on the Astral River tributary saw the countless warships appear, they were so frightened that they immediately sounded the war alarm. The Astral River tributary ship was not on the shore of Fennel Flow Zone's tributary, but on the Northern Seal Flow Zone side. Even so, the Northern Seal Flow Zone's cultivators were still panicking. No one had expected the Great Eastern Alliance to start a war without warning, and the target of the war was actually them. Don't panic. The Great Eastern Alliance's army won't be able to cross the tributary so easily. Immediately dismantle the ship, an elder barked with a ruthless look in his eyes. He was an enlighter from the Northern Seal Flow Zone, and he was also one of the leaders of the Northern Seal Flow Zone's blockade of Fennel Flow Zone's Trident tributary. This person was from the Northern Seal Flow Zone's Grantmaster sect, and he was one of their elders. The Grantmaster sect ruled over the Northern Seal Flow Zone. Although the Northern Seal Flow Zone was only a small flow zone, it was still a flow zone in the Innerverse. The Grantmaster sect's strength surpassed the Vast Earth sect, the Moke Sword School, and other Outerverse powers. Their elders, in particular, had strength that exceeded 400,000, which was about the same as the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate Tice Way. Upon receiving the order, all of the Northern Seal Flow Zone's cultivators attacked the Astral River tributary ship. However, in the next moment, the void rumbled, and a violent tremor shook everyone's eardrums. Countless cultivators from the Northern Seal Flow Zone cried out in pain. In the distance, a visible shock wave passed through the Astral River tributary and slammed into the Grandmaster Sex Elder. The Elder spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was torn apart, and he died. This scene shocked all of the Northern Seal Flow Zone's cultivators, and they all stared blankly at the other side of the tributary. They saw the terrifying figure of a giant. It was Chen Huang, a giant who had reached the level of an emissary. Not only could he tear apart an enlighter with a single punch, but he could also destroy the Northern Seal Flow Zone's army that was blocking the tributary. These soldiers were not actually soldiers, but rather cultivators who had gathered under the Grandmaster Sec's summons. However, because of Chen Huang's punch, their will had crumbled, and no one dared to move. Bring the Astral River tributary ship over here. All of the Northern Seal Flow Zone's cultivators trembled. Some were unwilling, but the majority did not hesitate to move. Even though they were separated by the Astral River tributary, they did not feel that they were safe. A single punch from Chen Huang could kill all of them. The Grandmaster Sex Elder had met a tragic end. Lu Yin smiled as he watched. They're just a mob without any conviction. Have Chen Jian make a trip to the Grandmaster sect and destroy them as a warning. Yes, Alliance leader, Ian replied respectfully before turning to leave. The Universe major flow zones had sealed off the Great Eastern Alliance, but Lu Yin did not care. There was no one left in the Interverse who could stop him. The Second Night King's escape had given the Sword sect and the others hope, but if they found out that the Second Night King was now his bodyguard, they would probably go crazy. However, Lu Yin was not interested in using forceful methods. He needed to suppress the Interverse's various powers. He did not need to rely on iron and blood or an army. Instead, he needed to rely on the overall situation. Alliance leader Lu, what's the goal of this trip? Balsam asked curiously. Lu Yin looked at her. Just watch. It'll be a good show. Balsam nodded and did not ask any more questions. News that the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army had successfully crossed the Fennel Flow Zone, the Northern Seal Flow Zone, and the Gu Flow Zone's three forked tributaries immediately spread throughout the Interverse. The Sword sect and the other major powers were shocked, as they did not know who Lu Yin's target was. Erudite Flow Zone, First Flow Zone, Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and Beast Tamer's Flow Zone were all in the south. In the west, aside from the smaller flow zones, there was also the Chaos Flow Zone. Could Lu Yin's target be Chaos Flow Zone? Lu Qianjue looked at the star chart and fell into confusion. Even if the Great Eastern Alliance conquered Chaos Flow Zone, what would be the point? The battlefront was too long, and even if the Great Eastern Alliance had the support of the entire Outerverse, they would not be able to support such a long battlefront. Would they be able to send an Alliance army to Chaos Flow Zone? Lu Yin's actions puzzled many people. Lu Qianjue suddenly thought of something and immediately contacted the Mountain God and the others to warn them to be on guard. Lu Yin was adept at using the Sword sect as a cover to attack the Day-Night clan. Now, it was possible that he would use the First Alliance army as a cover to have the other Alliance armies attack other places. Lu Qianjue's warning immediately made the Mountain God and the others nervous. After some discussion, they decided that they might as well go all the way and destroy the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's tributary arcs to the other major flow zones so that the Great Eastern Alliance's army would not be able to travel smoothly. Although the tributary arcs could not stop the experts, they could still stop the army. Bosong Flow Zone was located in the western part of the Interverse, and it would take at least half a month for the First Alliance army to reach it. This was only possible because the Ross Empire had upgraded the Great Eastern Alliance's battleships. Otherwise, even a month would not have been enough. Shui Chuanshao and Lu Xianjun would need a month to infiltrate the Ba-Song flow zone, and the First Alliance army would need to travel for another half a month. This meant that the First Alliance army's plan to destroy Ba-Song flow zone would take 1.5 months. Before that, Lu Yin had left the First Alliance army and headed east. Under the Second Night King's lead, Lu Yin spent several days to reach Erudite Flow Zone's Lost Radiance Academy, where he found the Corpse King that had been monitoring the academy. The Corpse King had not expected Lu Yin and the Second Night King to suddenly appear, and he decisively attacked. However, in front of the Second Night King, he could not resist at all and was immediately captured. The Second Night King looked at Lu Yin strangely. "How did you know that the Corpse King was hiding here?" "It's none of your business," Lu Yin replied. The Second Night King's eyes flickered, as this person was becoming more and more unfathomable. If he knew that there was a Corpse King here, then why didn't he tell Lost Radiance Academy or the One family so that they could destroy it? Why did he insist on capturing it? Could it be that he was in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance? The Second Night King thought back to when Mr. Feng had stopped him from attacking Lu Yin twice outside the frigid immortal sect's ruins, and he felt that he had guessed something. After capturing the Corpse King, he left and headed towards Ba-Song Flow Zone. Lu Yin was glad that he had not killed the Corpse King back then, or else he would not have been able to carry out his current plan. Lava flowed across the broken earth, and a bewitching crimson moon hung overhead. In the dark night, the crimson moon illuminated the land, bringing with it a chilling crimson curtain that covered the land like a thin veil. The crimson moon resonated with the rivers of blood on the ground, as well as the numerous walking corpses. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1704. With a bang, the glass shards fell to the ground, making a light sound that was especially clear in the dark night. A pair of terrified eyes looked down through the broken window. Countless black shadows were gathered, and they were all zombies. The zombies all poured into the building, making it seem like it was on the verge of collapse. A young man jumped out from the broken window, crossing the entire street and jumping to the roof of the building across the street. This distance was over 50 meters, and it was clear that this man was not an ordinary person. Just as he jumped to the roof of the building across the street, a pair of scarlet eyes met his. The man's pupils shrank, and his face turned pale. He lost his grip and fell from the roof. What followed was a Corpse King that let out a fierce roar and jumped out, raising its claws to grab the man. The man was terrified and fell to the ground, making a loud sound. The Corpse King's claws fell, and the man subconsciously closed his eyes, already in despair. After waiting for a while, there was no movement, so he slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a pair of slender, snow-white thighs. He raised his head and saw a young girl wearing dark red clothes with a dagger at her waist. She held a long sword in her hand, and the most eye-catching part was the red moon carved on the hilt. This was the symbol of the Crimson Moon Dynasty. The man was overjoyed. The people of the Crimson Moon Dynasty had arrived. Roar! A roar rang out, and the Corpse King that had just chased the man down the building let out an unwilling roar. The man looked over and saw that the Corpse King's arm was twisted irregularly, and there was a scratch on its abdomen. Clearly, this girl from the Crimson Moon Dynasty had attacked. With a whoosh, the tip of the sword fell, tearing the ground in front of the man's eyes. The man was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated, looking on in horror. The Corpse King approached step by step, and countless zombies walked out of the building across the street. Sensing the man and the girl from the Crimson Moon Dynasty, they quickly ran over. "Quick, run," the man said fearfully. The girl did not even look at him. She turned the tip of her sword and slashed horizontally. In the next moment, the countless zombies that were running were all cut in half at the waist. Blood splattered onto the ground, and even more terrifying was that the building was split in two. The man was shocked. Was this the power of a cultivator? The Corpse King was afraid, and it let out a roar as if it wanted to attack again. Footsteps came from behind him. "Junior, you're not done yet." The man looked back and saw silhouettes coming from afar. Some were walking on the ground, and some were shuttling through tall buildings. Finally, they arrived behind him. There were a total of 7 people, and all of them were dressed in martial attire, holding the Crimson Moon Empire's sword in their hands. With so many cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire arriving, the Corpse King was afraid and turned to flee. However, the cultivators of the Crimson Moon Empire did not give chase and allowed the Corpse King to escape. At this moment, the young girl turned around. When the man saw her face, his eyes were filled with amazement. The young girl was very beautiful. Her face was delicate, and the sword in her hand added to her heroic spirit. He hurriedly stood up to express his gratitude, but the girl's gaze was filled with disdain. Is there really any value in saving someone like him? The man stared blankly as the girl walked past him. That disdainful gaze made him lower his head, not daring to look directly at her. It doesn't matter if he's valuable or not. He's already extraordinary. If we bring him back, we'll definitely be rewarded, just like that woman from a few days ago. That woman should be the most beautiful person on this planet. How many times have you toyed with her? Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. I don't understand you. English, all right, let's go. Are you guys done yet? Someone in the distance urged. The man listened to their conversation and was then taken away. However, no one paid any attention to him. Bringing him along was more like bringing along an animal. They dragged him away directly. The man also witnessed the strength of the Red Moon Empire. Those endless zombies and the terrifying Corpse Kings couldn't even withstand a single blow. After following them for a few days, other than the man, many other people were rescued by them. They were all extraordinary people, but they ignored the ordinary people and allowed them to be bitten by the zombies. They even jokingly made bets on how long they could live. The young girl with the delicate face was the same. They did not treat ordinary people as humans at all. The strangest thing was that these people did not kill the Corpse Kings. They let any Corpse Kings that they encountered go. This filled the man with doubts, but he did not dare to ask. Over the past few days, he gradually understood the origins of these people, and he also understood the position of the planet that he had been born on in the universe. The planet that he had been born on was called Planet Ancho, and it was located in the Basin Flow Zone. He did not know what a flow zone was, but he knew that the Crimson Moon Empire was the master of the entire Basin Flow Zone. Every once in a while, they would cause an apocalypse on a planet to select extraordinary people to join the Crimson Moon Empire and become their soldiers. Their planet was the chosen one. After learning about this, the man's eyes were filled with hatred. The Crimson Moon Empire had deliberately caused an apocalypse in order to select soldiers. They did not care about the lives of the ordinary people on the planet, especially when the young girl had said, "If we can obtain cultivators with extraordinary innate gifts, sacrificing 100 planets like this is worth it." This sentence would appear in the man's dreams every day. That young girl's delicate face was filled with malevolence, and he swore that if he had the chance, he would destroy the Crimson Moon Empire and take revenge for his hometown, his parents, and his unborn child. He hid his hatred deep in his heart. On this day, the man followed the cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire to a huge spacecraft. "We're finally here. Get on the spacecraft. The moment you get on, your fate will change," someone said loudly. Someone asked in a low voice. Then, what about our hometown? The cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire sneered. Hometown. This planet. It's going to be destroyed soon and will never exist. The man and all the others who had been rescued felt their hearts sink. They remained silent and quietly boarded the spacecraft. Not long after, the spacecraft flew into space. The man was arranged to stay in a dormitory for 20 people like an animal. Fortunately, there was a small window that allowed him to see the starry sky. This was the universe's starry sky. His hometown had developed technology and tried all means to find aliens, but what they found was an apocalypse. His hands gradually clenched. Not long after, another person was arranged to enter. It was a woman dressed in rags and curled up in a corner, trembling. Her head was lowered, making it difficult to see her face clearly. Only her eyes were filled with fear and hatred. The man looked over and coincidentally saw the spacecraft shaking, causing the woman's hair to sway. When he saw her appearance, his pupils shrank. She was Yunfei, the woman who was known as the most beautiful woman on Onchio planet. How had she become like this? Thinking back to the day when he had been rescued and what the cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire had said, the man clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Those bastards. To them, the people from the Crimson Moon Empire were like the heavens, and they were really like animals. A few days later, the spacecraft landed. The man was driven away and saw a huge planet that was entrenched in space like a monster. It was surrounded by space stations, and he saw the majestic crimson moon above his head as well as the luxurious palace in the distance. This was the Crimson Moon Empire. The cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire flew through the air like gods. The people around the man subconsciously knelt down, and then they all knelt down one by one. In the end, only the man, Yunfei, and another person who had kept his head down all this time remained. In the sky, the cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire glared at the man. Impudent. Kneel. The man's legs trembled, and his fear defeated his courage. Just as he was about to kneel, a chuckle came from beside him. The Crimson Moon Empire will disappear today. Then, the head of the cultivator who had ordered them to kneel fell to the ground. The man stared blankly as the scarlet blood splattered. Then, an alarm sounded throughout the Crimson Moon Empire. The man did not know what was going on, and he turned around in a daze. He saw another person who had not knelt down either, and a white smoke swirled around his body. That person then said, Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Xianjun has been ordered to eradicate the Crimson Moon Empire. Then, chaos ensued. Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Xianjun has been ordered to eradicate the Crimson Moon Empire. Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Xianjun has been ordered to eradicate the Crimson Moon Empire. Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Xianjun has been ordered to eradicate the Crimson Moon Empire. Boom! The spacecraft that had brought the man and the people from Onchio planet to the Crimson Moon Empire exploded violently. The explosion then spread until the entire space station was destroyed. The man hurriedly fled, and in the distance, the people from the Crimson Moon Empire who had saved him were also panicking. The man had not expected that these high and mighty cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire would be panicking as well. No, they were even more panicked than he was. This was especially so for the young girl with delicate features. Her face was deathly pale. Great Eastern Alliance. Why? Why is the Great Eastern Alliance attacking us? We're just a small flow zone that poses no threat at all. Those who surrender will be spared. With a stern shout, the young girl instinctively raised her sword and slashed out, but her attack was easily blocked by a puff of white smoke. The young girl turned around, and the white smoke drifted past her. She stood there in a daze. In the distance, the spacecraft exploded once again, and a shockwave swept past. The young girl's body was swallowed up, leaving nothing behind. The man was aghast. The young girl had destroyed a building with a single slash, but now, she was unable to resist at all. In the sky and on the ground, white smoke drifted up, filling the air with battle. Overhead, the crimson moon suddenly flickered, and a loud voice resounded through the heavens. Why is the Great Eastern Alliance attacking my Crimson Moon Empire? My Crimson Moon Empire has never had any contact with the Great Eastern Alliance. Why? The voice came from the Crimson Moon Empire's Imperial Palace, and a terrifying soundwave shook the void. The man could not believe his eyes as the space around him began to crack. How could a human do such a thing? Was this not the power of a god? Even if Ancho Planet's technology developed for another 1,000 years, it would still be impossible to tear through space. This was the power of the Crimson Moon Empire. What was even more terrifying was that the words of this god were filled with panic. It was the same panic that he had felt when he had been brought to the Crimson Moon Empire as livestock. Could gods also panic? For the Crimson Moon Empire, today was also their doomsday. In outer space, Luin quietly stood within a spacecraft and looked at the enormous Crimson Moon in the distance. The Crimson Moon Empire's power was rather strange, or rather, their battle techniques were rather strange. With the help of the Crimson Moon, their might was even greater. There were countless cultivation methods in the universe, and the Crimson Moon Empire was just one of them. Balsam did not understand. Alliance Master Lu, why are you attacking the Crimson Moon Empire? They're just a small flow zone's power. Just watch quietly. This show won't disappoint you. Luin smiled. On a planet belonging to the Crimson Moon Empire, a middle-aged man rushed out. His cultivation level was over 400,000, and his expression was sinister and filled with despair. Why is the Great Eastern Alliance attacking my Crimson Moon Empire? My Crimson Moon Empire has never offended you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1705. As the ruler of the Crimson Moon Empire, he had watched as Lu Xianjun massacred his people, but he had not retaliated. He did not dare to kill even a single soldier of Lu Xuanjuan's as he was afraid that the Great Eastern Alliance would retaliate. Luin walked out of space and faced the ruler of the Crimson Moon Empire. When the middle-aged man saw Luin appear, he had a respectful expression. So Alliance Master Lu has personally come. May I know why Alliance Master Lu has attacked my Crimson Moon Empire? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he slowly raised a hand before slamming down. His target was the Crimson Moon Empire's Imperial Palace. The empty palm swept past, and the middle-aged man did not even have time to react. The void trembled, and the Crimson Moon Empire's Imperial Palace was shattered. Not only that, but the void was also torn apart, and the entire planet was pierced through. Following that, pairs of scarlet eyes opened from underground. The middle-aged man turned around fiercely and saw the scarlet eyes below. Despair filled his eyes. He had been discovered. How could this be? Colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. From now on, the Crimson Moon Empire will cease to exist in the universe, Luin said. Exterminate them. Corpse kings rushed out from underground one after another, and Lu Xianjun attacked together. The planet could not withstand their attacks and was immediately torn apart. There were more than 100 corpse kings hidden beneath the Crimson Moon Empire, and most of them were Lemeters. There were more than 20 explorers, and less than 5 hunters. 3 of them were enlighters. Within Lu Xuanjuan's army, Yigue, Steelbone Day Knight, and Shadow appeared and faced off against the enlighter corpse kings. In Lu Yin's eyes, terrifying rune lines extended from underground. There were corpse kings here that surpassed the emissary level. After all, this was the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse. The ruler of the Crimson Moon Empire, the middle-aged man, gritted his teeth and attacked Lu Yin. As he attacked, the Crimson Moon dimmed, and all of its power seemed to have been extracted, transforming into an attack that was infinitely close to the power of an emissary. However, this attack was laughable in Lu Yin's eyes. He raised a hand and used his empty palm to shatter the middle-aged man's attack and shatter his body. The palm force passed through the middle-aged man and continued towards the emissary-level corpse king underground. At the same time, the surrounding planets were also under attack. Lu Xuanjuan's army, the first allied army, and the giant's bloodline were attacked as well. There were corpse kings hidden on many planets in the basin flow zone. The first allied army spacecraft swept across the basin flow zone. In the starry skies, another corpse king at the level of an emissary appeared. It smashed hundreds of warships into pieces, and Chen Jian's abdomen was pierced through. Fortunately, Chen Huang had arrived and unleashed his battle aura to resist the corpse king. One corpse king after another appeared in the bassoon flow zone. Inside the spacecraft, Balsam watched on in shock. Lu Yin was actually going to exterminate the Neo-Human Alliance. How did he know that there were so many corpse kings here? The first allied army had encircled basin flow zone, and when the corpse king appeared, the news quickly spread throughout the Innerverse. The Hall of Honor was the first to find out. The expeditionary army was immediately mobilized, and the Board of Governors held a meeting. The Neo-Human Alliance was humanity's greatest enemy, not just the human domain, but also the astral beast domain. Once they appeared, no matter the reason, no matter when or where, they had to be eliminated. The Pine flow zones surrounding flow zones also received orders to seal off the Astral River's tributaries and assist the Great Eastern Alliance in exterminating the Neo-Human Alliance. A war that engulfed the entire basin flow zone had begun. Back in Earth's swamp, Lu Yan had warned Lu Yin that the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse should have powerhouses with power levels in the millions. Now that he had seen it, a pair of scarlet eyes opened beneath the Crimson Moon dynasty. At the same time, the heavens froze as an extremely terrifying aura spread out from the bottom of everyone's hearts. At this moment, some people felt as if a sharp blade was hanging over their necks, as if they were being targeted by their natural enemy. The Second Night King and Lu Huang looked at each other and frowned. If they had been at their peak, they would not have been afraid of a powerhouse with a power level in the millions. But now, even if they worked together, they were no match for such a powerhouse, let alone a corpse king. The Neo-Human Alliance's corpse kings had always been terrifying, especially those that had undergone a corpse king transformation. A black line extended from the ground and split the heavens in two. Everyone looked over in fear, and when they saw the scarlet eyes, a chill rose from the depths of their hearts. Whether it was Lu Xianjun, the giant bloodline, or the cultivators from the Crimson Moon dynasty, they all felt a chill run down their spines. The man from Onchio planet hid under a rock and lowered his head as he trembled. Just one look was enough to make him feel fear. Was this what a cultivator was like? How could a person cultivate to such a level? The appearance of a corpse king with a power level in the millions was enough to change the entire situation. This was a common occurrence in the universe, and the strong determined everything. Lu Yin's expression remained the same. Forget a corpse king with a power level in the millions, he had even faced a half-progenitor corpse king before. This corpse king looked like a normal person, and if not for its scarlet eyes, it would be impossible to tell. Facing Lu Yin, the corpse king raised a hand, but Lu Yin raised a brow. Your enemy is not me. As he spoke, a figure walked out from behind the corpse king with a solemn expression. The corpse king suddenly turned around and punched out, shattering the void and striking the astral source universe. The figure's eyes widened. Lu Yin, get away. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he began to move. The person who had appeared to block the Corpse King was Master Yuan. Lu Yan had already warned him, so how could Lu Yin not be on guard? If a Corpse King with a power level in the millions was facing him, then he would have to ask a powerhouse with a power level in the millions to deal with it. In the past, Master Yuan had attacked many times, but Lu Yin had never been able to see him clearly. Master Yuan's battles had always been in the astral source universe, but this time, Lu Yin could see clearly. Regardless of whether Master Yuan and the Corpse King had entered the astral source universe or were in normal space, Lu Yin could see them clearly. This Corpse King with a power level in the millions had not undergone a Corpse King transformation, but it had a strange innate gift. It could release snowflake-like objects to block Master Yuan's attacks, but they were not as sturdy as Wen Sanxi's barrier. Master Yuan did not use any unique battle techniques, but he was still able to easily dodge the Corpse King's attacks. The heavens exploded, and phantom images of Master Yuan and the Corpse King appeared in all directions. They gradually spread out from the Crimson Moon Empire's planet and towards the entire Basin Flow Zone. To them, Basin Flow Zone was too small. There was a loud boom as one of the first Allied army's battleships exploded. Following that, several other battleships exploded one after another. This was all caused by the aftershocks of Master Yuan and the Corpse King's fierce battle. Within the astral source universe, the Corpse King stared at Master Yuan as its fist and palm collided. The snowflake-like objects extended from Master Yuan's arm, but Master Yuan's expression turned solemn. His arm trembled as he broke free from the snowflake-like objects. He struck out with his palm, causing multiple palm images to appear. The snowflake-like objects extended endlessly in front of the Corpse King, and each collision pierced through the astral source universe and into the real universe. The Corpse King's snowflake-like innate gift could cover all directions, but it still could not trap Master Yuan. Even if he was trapped, Master Yuan could still break free, leaving the Corpse King helpless. Snowflakes fell everywhere in Basin Flow Zone. Regardless of whether it was planets, spacecraft, or celestial bodies, anything that came into contact with the snowflakes would shatter. The entire Basin Flow Zone shook. "That's the Hall of Honor's martial enlightenment technique," the second Night King said in a low voice. "That must be Master Yuan." Lu Huang looked up. "The most respected senior from the Hall of Honor. Have you seen him before?" "Yes, of course. He's from the same generation as the first Night King," the second Night King replied. "I've also heard of the Hall of Honor's martial enlightenment technique. It's a technique that requires great willpower to cultivate. Once it's mastered, it allows one to see through an opponent's weaknesses, just like the Seven Courts Hui family's secret technique. However, I've never heard of anyone successfully cultivating it. This is the first person to do so, and he's extremely difficult to deal with," Lu Huang sighed. Above the Crimson Moon Empire, Lu Yin frowned. It seemed that Master Yuan would not be able to easily restrain the Corpse King. When he thought of this, he glanced at Lu Huang. "Attack." Lu Huang's eyes narrowed. In his current situation, he would be finished if he provoked the Corpse King to attack. Lu Yin took out the Head Inquisitor's decree and shook it. In the Lamita realm, the battle between Master Yuan and the Corpse King had come to a standstill. Even the second Night King, who was at his peak, could not withstand the Head Inquisitor's might. Under the suppression of the Head Inquisitor's decree, the first to awaken were Lu Yin, the Corpse King, and Master Yuan. The moment Master Yuan awakened, he immediately took out Progenitor Wushang's hide and pointed it at the Corpse King. This was something that he had discussed with Lu Yin. The moment the Corpse King awoke, the first thing it saw was Progenitor Wushang's hide, but it was suppressed again. Lu Huang took this opportunity to transform his astral source into a sword and unleash the 14th sword. The sword swept past the corpse king. Lu Yin watched closely. However, the corpse king did not react. Lu Yin's heart sank. Lu Huang's strength had yet to recover, and he could only display a power level of 700,000 at most. He had hoped that the 14th sword would be able to affect the corpse king, but the corpse king was still a corpse king, and it was even more emotionless than Lu Yin had imagined. The 14th sword did not affect it at all. Master Yuan slapped the corpse king's chest and sent it flying. Lu Huang was helpless. My apologies, Alliance Leader Lu. It's ineffective. Lu Yin frowned and glanced at the second Night King. After some thought, he decided to forget about it. Spiritual force was not as effective as the 14th sword in dealing with the corpse king. The second Night King was unhappy, as he had been underestimated. He glanced at the corpse king that Master Yuan was fighting fiercely with. So what? With his current strength, he really could not do anything to that corpse king. At the border of Ba Song Flow Zone, a warship shot out a beam of light. In outer space, two corpse kings were pierced through and torn apart. Even further away, a fleet from the Crimson Moon Dynasty appeared and attacked the First Allied Army. A hunter walked out from the First Allied Army and destroyed the Crimson Moon Dynasty's fleet. Ian looked at the screen with a solemn expression. The First Allied Army had cut off all of Ba Song Flow Zone's escape routes, which meant that they had completely surrounded Ba Song Flow Zone. Aside from Enlighters, the rest of the cultivators would find it very difficult to cross the Astral River. There were only a few Enlighters in the Crimson Moon Dynasty, and Lu Xianjun had long since targeted them. The First Allied Army did not need to worry about them, so Ian was worried about the corpse kings. No one knew how many powerful corpse kings there were. In the distance, snowflakes danced in the air as Ian shouted, "Serial number 792, retreat." As soon as he spoke, a warship in the distance hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding the snowflakes. Ian did not know where these snowflakes came from, and he could not find their source. He only knew that if they touched the spacecraft, it would definitely shatter into pieces. A hunter from the First Allied Army tried to stop them, but he was also smashed to pieces. Suddenly, the spacecraft trembled, and Ian almost lost his footing. A red light flashed in the command room, and an alarm sounded. "General, the spacecraft has been invaded by enemies," someone shouted. Ian sternly ordered, "Find the enemy's location and request for reinforcements." Bang! There was a loud bang, and Ian turned around to see that the door to the command room had been knocked open. He met a pair of scarlet vertical eyes. It was a corpse king. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1706. The Corpse King did not have emotions, but that did not mean that it did not have intelligence. The First Allied Army had sealed off the Basin Flow Zone's tributaries, so the Corpse King naturally wanted to eliminate the commander first. Ian was one of those commanders. Although Ian was the commander of the First Allied Army, second only to Luiying Zishan, and he was also a general. However, his personal strength was not enough, and he had relied on his excellent military training to stay in his position. He did not have the ability to resist a cruiser realm Corpse King. The Corpse King raised a hand and grabbed at Ian. Ian could not even see the Corpse King's movements, let alone dodge. Fortunately, the command center was protected by hunters all year round. The First Allied Army had a total of 6 hunters. 2 were protecting Luiying Zishan, 1 was protecting Ian, and the remaining 3 could fight. A middle-aged hunter wielded a strange blade-like weapon and slashed at the Corpse King. The Corpse King raised a hand, and its arm turned black. It shattered the blade-like weapon with a clang, and its other hand swatted at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man kicked the Corpse King and sent it flying. Ian heaved a sigh of relief and looked back at the screen. 6-2, retreat. 9-5, 9-1, make up for it. Don't let any of the Corpse Kings escape. The spacecraft continued to tremble as the middle-aged hunter and the Corpse King battled fiercely. When the Corpse King used its Corpse King transformation, the middle-aged hunter could no longer withstand its green eyes and was heavily injured. The Corpse King's arm was also cut off, and it attacked Ian again. Ian raised a hand and faced the Corpse King. A money bomb appeared in his hand. There was a loud bang, and Ian stepped into another warship with the heavily injured middle-aged hunter beside him. The warship and the Corpse King had turned into a sea of flames. Thank goodness for His Highness's money bomb. Otherwise, we would have been finished today, Ian muttered to himself as he looked in another direction. The commander should be in danger as well. Ian had only encountered a cruiser realm Corpse King, while Liu Yingzishan had encountered a hunter realm Corpse King. However, as the commander of the First Allied Army, his status was extremely high. Besides 2 hunters protecting him, he also had an enlighter protecting him in secret. Liu Yingzishan watched the enlighter and the hunter realm Corpse King battle fiercely, and she heaved a sigh of relief. A cruiser realm Corpse King could challenge a hunter realm powerhouse, but a hunter realm Corpse King would find it difficult to challenge an enlighter realm. This enlighter was famous for being cautious, and with his protection, Liu Yingzishan was safe. More and more snowflakes appeared in the bassoon flow zone, and aside from the bassoon flow zone itself, the First Allied Army suffered the heaviest losses. Nearly 100 of their battleships had been destroyed, and even if they had engaged in an intense battle with the Crimson Moon Empire's fleet, they would not have suffered so many losses. Liu Yin didn't have the time to care about Master Yuan's battle. He killed the envoy-level Corpse King and went deep into the ground to release the Corpse King that could be fused with. He then entered a blind spot and placed the camera on the ground. He was only 5 meters away from the Corpse King, and he fused with it. Liu Yin controlled the Corpse King's body to stand up and move a little. When he looked up, he saw Liu Xianjun kill a Corpse King with his white smoke. He then lowered his head and took out a scarlet eye that allowed him to communicate with other Corpse Kings. Return to the Genesis Court. After saying these words, the Corpse King leaped up. 5 meters away from Liu Yin, the Corpse King suddenly regained consciousness. It turned around, only to be greeted by an empty palm. Its body was sent flying, and it was completely dead. Liu Yin walked out, picked up the camera, and disappeared. In the end, Master Yuan wasn't able to kill the Corpse King. The Corpse King, which had a power level of 1,000,000, fled into a tributary of the Astral River and disappeared. I'm ashamed of the Hall of Honor and the Fifth Mainland for not being able to kill the Corpse King, Master Yuan said guiltily as he returned Progenitor Wushang's hide to Liu Yin. Liu Yin replied, Senior, there's no need to blame yourself. It was this junior's fault for not thinking things through. Senior's power level was similar to that Corpse King's, and with the Corpse King's characteristics, it would have been difficult for Senior to kill it even with Progenitor Wushang's hide. This junior should have contacted the Interstellar Tribunal and asked for the head Inquisitor's help. Master Yuan sighed. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful Corpse King here? This time, Liu Yin had indeed not thought things through. He had thought that with Progenitor Wushang's hide and the head Inquisitor's warrant, Master Yuan would be able to kill the Corpse King that was on the same level as him. In the end, however, the Corpse King had still managed to escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to contact the Interstellar Tribunal, but if the head Inquisitor came, then his plan might not be able to proceed smoothly. It would be the same even if the other experts from the Hall of Honor came. Only one powerhouse could delay the Corpse King and allow Lu Yin's plan to proceed smoothly, and the most suitable person for that task was Master Yuan. However, it did not matter. The Neo-Human Alliance would not be able to hide for long, and Lu Yin would eventually have a way to find them. If there was no other way, he could just roll possession and find some clues. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked down. He had been so focused on his plan that he had not explored the underground. This was the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse, and he would not believe that there was nothing important here. The war had only lasted for a short time, and the Neo-Human Alliance might not have had the time to destroy or take everything away. Lu Yin said, "Senior, there's no need to blame yourself. There might be clues about the Neo-Human Alliance here." He then leaped down. Master Yuan's eyes lit up, and he followed suit. The Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse were located beneath the Crimson Moon Empire. Rather than calling it underground, it was more accurate to call it the planet's core. On the surface of the planet was the Crimson Moon Empire, which ruled over the Basin Flow Zone and flourished for a time. However, at the core of the planet, there was a deathly stillness that resembled the Eternal Kingdom. There were walking corpses everywhere, and there were even some very weak corpse kings. There were even cities built here. Lu Yin had been to the Eternal Kingdom before, so he was not surprised, but rather disgusted. Master Yuan frowned. The entire planet should be destroyed. Let's search for clues about the Neo-Human Alliance before we destroy it, Lu Yin said. The planet's core was very large, and Lu Yin released his domain to sweep through every inch of land. Master Yuan also used his astral source to sweep through the area, but in the end, they did not find any clues about the Neo-Human Alliance. It was obvious that they had either been taken away or destroyed. They could only find some resources. Lu Yin did not need the Neo-Human Alliance's resources, as they were not of much value to him. What surprised him was that there was a scarlet vertical eye left behind in the planet's core. Similar to the scarlet vertical eyes that he had obtained from Silver and Wushang, this thing could be used to contact the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin had not known about this at first, but he had learned about it later. Otherwise, it would have been meaningless for the Redbacks in the Astral Tree domain to have left those eyes behind. He looked at the scarlet vertical eye in his hand and wondered who it could be used to contact. Master Yuan left, as he had an important mission, to guard the border between the Outerverse Sixth Mainland and the Great Eastern Alliance to prevent the Sixth Mainland from suddenly attacking the Great Eastern Alliance. With Master Yuan's strength, it was impossible for him to stop the Sixth Mainland, but he could still send a message to Lu Yin. Above his head, the surface of the planet cracked open. Lu Yin evacuated Lu Xianjun and took away all of the ordinary people from the Crimson Moon Empire. The planet could be considered to be abandoned. Lu Yin also obtained the resources of the Crimson Moon Empire, which were a total of 300 million cubes of star energy. Star essence. With the strength of a small flow zone like the Pine Flow Zone, it was already quite good that it had managed to accumulate 300 million star essence. The next step was to eliminate the remaining evils, whether it was the cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire or the Corpse Kings. They would either be eliminated or captured, especially the cultivators from the Crimson Moon Empire. There would definitely be people who knew that there were Corpse Kings hidden here, but they had not reported it. This was equivalent to colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, and such people were even more detestable than the Corpse Kings. The Great Eastern Alliance had eliminated the Pine Flow Zone's Crimson Moon Empire and the Neo-Human Alliance. This news had shaken the Fifth Mainland, and the moment the news had spread, the Hall of Honor had immediately sent an expeditionary force over. However, the war had ended before the expeditionary force had even arrived. The war had ended, and the Great Eastern Alliance was only responsible for cleaning up the Pine Flow Zone. The expeditionary force was responsible for the Corpse Kings that had escaped from the Pine Flow Zone. Shui Chuanshao had initially suggested opening up a few gaps, but he had not actually done so. He had only done so on the surface, and he had purposely spread the news that many corpse kings had escaped so that he could borrow the Hall of Honor's strength. In reality, not many corpse kings had escaped, and the ones that were still hidden within the Pine Flow Zone would be cleaned up by the First Allied Army. Luiying Zishan was currently conversing with Shigu, the commander of the expeditionary force. What? Many corpse kings escaped. Didn't your Great Eastern Alliance encircle the Pine Flow Zone? Why are there still corpse kings escaping? In this vast universe, where do you expect our expeditionary force to find them? Shigu's tone was unpleasant, and he glared at Luiying Zishan. This woman was only a cruiser and was completely unremarkable. If she had been placed in the expeditionary force, she would not even have had the right to speak to him. Luiying Zishan's expression was cold. The Great Eastern Alliance's First Allied Army has limited military strength, and it is impossible for us to seal off the entire Pine Flow Zone. We will give you a list of names, and you can search for them yourselves. What's with your attitude? You want Luiying to talk to me? Shigu was furious. Luiying Zishan did not care. You don't have the right to speak to the Alliance Master. Shigu was furious. Luiying Zishan calmly replied, I've already sent you a list of names and their locations. Whether you find them or not is up to you. The Alliance Master will directly negotiate with the Board of Directors and the Interstellar Arbitration Office. The Crimson Moon Empire has already been executed for colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, and I don't know who else is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. The most likely ones, Luiying Zishan stared at Shigu, are those who know where the corpse kings are but don't look for them. Shigu's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me? Luiying Zishan immediately cut the call. The expeditionary force. What was the point of that? The giants were enough to deal with them. The reason why Luiying had contacted them was because he wanted to borrow the expeditionary force's name to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. Luiying had asked Luiying Zishan to give Shigu a list of those flow zones, and the locations of the gaps in the Pine Flow Zone were also those flow zones. No corpse kings had escaped from the Pine Flow Zone, but whether or not there were any was up to Luiying. If he said that there were, then there were. Wherever he said that the corpse kings had escaped, that was where they had escaped. The North Seal Flow Zone, Ragger Flow Zone, Coil Flow Zone, and other small flow zones had responded to the call of the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan. They had sealed the tributary arcs and isolated the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Now, the corpse kings had escaped to these small flow zones. Shigu quickly received the list from Luiying Zishan, and he immediately recognized the relationship between these small flow zones and the Great Eastern Alliance. Ever since he had agreed to help Zhongning eliminate the giants and failed, he had been paying attention to the Great Eastern Alliance's situation. These small flow zones had clearly responded to the call of the Interverse's 8 great flow zones to resist the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's border powers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1707. When he thought of this, Shigu immediately contacted the council. He wanted to use this as evidence to accuse Luiying of abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. He had intentionally released the Corpse King so that he could use the expeditionary army to take revenge on his enemies. However, this proposal was rejected before the council could even make it to the council. For the Hall of Honor, the most important thing right now was to eliminate the Corpse King. This was not just for the Hall of Honor, but also for the entire human race. Eliminating the Corpse King had always been the Hall of Honor's goal, and nothing else was important. Even if Luiying had intentionally released the Corpse King, his contribution in destroying the Neo-Human Alliance's Interverse headquarters was still real. No one could afford to offend him at this time. Even the South Wellspring Council's director, Mr. Wright, and the others who were hostile to Lu Yin did not want to cause trouble at this time. This was not looking for trouble, it was looking for trouble. Shigu did not want to become Lu Yin's sword, but he had to follow the list that Lu Yin had given him. Otherwise, even if Lu Yin did not cause trouble for him, the entire Hall of Honor would. Shigu could only sullenly follow the list. As for the smaller flow zones, they could only count themselves unlucky. Regardless of whether there was a corpse king or not, the expeditionary army would still go through them. During this time, the Blazing Mist flow zone's tributary ship was sealed off. No, everyone would be inspected, including the tributary ship. This was just a small lesson that Lu Yin had given to the smaller flow zones. Coupled with the Crimson Moon Empire's and Seal Pavilion sex fates, Lu Yin believed that after this battle, no small flow zone would dare to take the lead and help the Sword Sect resist the Great Eastern Alliance. It would be too easy for Lu Yin to deal with them. In outer space, Lu Yin quietly stood there, waiting for something. Not long after, his gadget rang. Lu Yin glanced at it and accepted the call. Video. Where did you get this? An old voice asked. It was Elder Chan, and Lu Yin passed the video to him. I accidentally discovered it. That Corpse King did not notice that it was being filmed. Who else saw it? No, I sent it to you after I saw it. Elder Chan was silent for a moment. The Genesis Court should not have cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance. Why? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan did not answer. Instead, he said, don't give the video to anyone else. Destroy it. Lu Yin said, Elder Chan, if you know about the cosmic tree, then you must know about the Eternals. Elder Chan quietly and did not seem surprised. The Eternals are humanity's greatest enemies. Even Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Zera. Since we know their whereabouts, why don't we cant to the Genesis? Elder Chan sighed. The technocracy is very special. If you want to enter, you have to force your way in. The Eternal Sky Island's disciple assessment is to force your way into the technocracy. You should know that once you force your way in, how will you be able to find out if the Genesis Court is working with the Neo-Human Alliance? That would alert the enemy, but if we don't force our way in, we won't be able to enter. I have a way in, Lu Yin said. Elder Chan was surprised. What method? The Luo Emperor is the ruler of the Ross Empire, and he's from the technocracy. He knows that there's a route between Ironborn City and the Genesis Court that allows one to enter and exit the technocracy. I've already locked him up in Kuan Swamp, and as long as we bring him along, we'll be able to enter the technocracy. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Elder Chan was excited, as he had never thought that Lu Yin would actually be able to find a way to enter the technocracy. But the Hall of Honor did not know about this. In the end, Emperor Luo's status was not high enough to attract the Hall of Honor's attention. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Elder Chan, I have a request. I want to go to the technocracy personally. Elder Chan was shocked. Personally? Yes, personally. Why? Do you know how dangerous the technocracy is? Of course, Lu Yin knew, as he had gone there once. If not for Huikong, he would not have been able to return even if he had not died. But there was no other choice. The cosmic tree was a threat, and he had to deal with it personally. Others could not do it, nor did they have the ability. He did not want to be alarmed and afraid that a half-ancestor would one day come to the cosmic tree and destroy him. Half-ancestors were not rare in the four cardinal scales, and it was not impossible for them to send one to the fifth mainland to secretly destroy him. They could do it, and they were willing to pay the price. After all, the first to arrive was an expert who could defeat Wukong. Lu Yin could not ask a half-ancestor to protect him, as that was unrealistic. Even if his senior brother, the head inquisitor, was present, Lu Yin would not feel safe against a half-ancestor from the four cardinal scales. The second Night King and Emperor Lu were like ants. Lu Yin could not wait passively, he had to take the initiative. He had to take this risk, or else he would only face terror and death. If the four cardinal scales could even banish the Lu family, then there was no need to mention him. No matter how dangerous it is, I still have to go. Emperor Luo is cunning, and he might still be connected to the technocracy. That's why I locked him up in Kuin's swamp. Only I can control him. Even Elder Chan might not be able to control him. The human heart is unpredictable. Lu Yin gave a very far-fetched reason. How was that possible? Elder Chan muttered to himself. Lu Yin waited for a while, but Elder Chan did not reply. He continued, "Senior, I'm willing to take the risk. Please let me go. I've stayed in the technocracy before, and I'm not unfamiliar with that place. I don't know why you insist on going to the technocracy, but I have to remind you of something." Elder Chan's tone was solemn. The technocracy has a power that even us old fellows have no choice but to retreat. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Us old fellows were referring to half-ancestors. The technocracy had a power that even half-ancestors had to retreat, which was within Lu Yin's expectations. Otherwise, the technocracy would not have been at war with the human domain for so many years. At the same time, he was also certain that the power that even half-ancestors had to retreat from could not be casually released. Otherwise, Wukong would not have been fine after staying there for so many years. Heizij Lian, Heizij Shenwei, and the other disciples of Eternal Sky Island would not have been tested in the technocracy. Lu Yin had no other choice. If he had a choice, he would naturally want someone else to take his place in going to the technocracy. However, he might not trust anyone who was qualified to take his place, and those he trusted might not be qualified to go. He was not the kind of person who would scheme against his own people and send those he trusted to their deaths. He could only take this risk on his own. If he succeeded, then even if he could not stop the four cardinal scales from coming to this region of space to kill him, he would at least be able to immediately know that someone from the four cardinal scales had come. "I've decided to go to the technocracy," Lu Yin said with certainty. Elder Chan muttered to himself for a moment. "I will allocate some people for you. At the same time, this will be considered a mission for the Hall of Honor. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, the Hall of Honor will remember your contributions." Lu Yin replied, "Thank you, Elder Chan, it will take time to allocate people. Think about it again. With your innate gift, your passing of the 3 stages, and your obtaining of the origin item, your chances of becoming a half-ancestor are extremely high. I do not wish for you to die because of this senseless risk. Regardless of whether it is for the 5th mainland, yourself, or your loved ones, it will be a loss. Think about it carefully." Elder Chan ended the call. Given his status, the fact that he had repeatedly dissuaded Lu Yin was enough to show how important he was to Lu Yin, but that was all he could do. He would not stop Lu Yin from going to the technocracy to investigate, as Lu Yin's attitude showed that even if he did not cooperate with the Hall of Honor, he might still go there himself. If that was the case, then it would be better for the Hall of Honor to transfer some experts to work with him. Although Lu Yin had a high chance of becoming a half-ancestor, and Elder Chan and the others would protect him in the 5th mainland for the sake of the greater good, they would not become his babysitter just for the chance of him becoming a half-ancestor. In the end, it was just a possibility, and they could not see the future. If they could see the future and confirm that Lu Yin would definitely become a half-ancestor, then things would be different. Even Elder Chan would personally protect him, but unfortunately, they could not see it. They themselves had origin items, and they also had the possibility of becoming a half-ancestor. Luin was at most the same as them, just younger. It was not enough for them to put down their dignity and cultivation time to protect him. Cultivation was just like that. Everyone had their own path, and no one would be responsible for others. No matter how great one's innate gift was, no matter how high one's expectations were, there would still be dangers that one would have to experience. Without experiencing these dangers, how could one become a half-ancestor? This was a trial that Luin had to go through. Elder Chan could not stop him, and he would not stop him. Luin put down his gadget and looked to the west. In the end, he would have to make another trip to the technocracy. This time, his target was the Genesis Court. Within the Basin Flow Zone, the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army had taken over and was frantically searching for corpse kings. Luin returned to his spacecraft, where Balsam praised him. Alliance Master Lu, the Great Eastern Alliance has contributed greatly to the human domain in this battle. The Neo-Human Alliance has suffered heavy losses. Luin laughed. Not really. We just took care of a few corpse kings. The Neo-Human Alliance didn't lose anything at all. They didn't even leave behind a corpse king that had a power level of 1,000,000. Balsam smiled. Any huge object needs to be operated in coordination with various components. This is the most important place for the Neo-Human Alliance to plan for the Innerverse and Outerverse. If I'm not wrong, then this should be their headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Not only did they lose a few corpse kings, but they also lost countless years of the Neo-Human Alliance's plans for the Innerverse and Outerverse. With this place destroyed, it should be very difficult for the Neo-Human Alliance to obtain new corpse kings from the Innerverse and Outerverse. Luin looked up at the sky, as this was not bad. According to statistics, more than 1,000 corpse kings had been killed in the Basin Flow Zone. This number was insignificant compared to the Eternals on the other side of the Astral Tree domain, but this was the fifth mainland. How many corpse kings could the Neo-Human Alliance possibly have? A stable flow zone that could provide corpse kings was incomparably important to the Neo-Human Alliance. Luin had basically destroyed the Neo-Human Alliance's method of producing corpse kings in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even if the Neo-Human Alliance had other strongholds, they would not be able to compare to this one. This loss would indeed be great. However, when it came to experts, the Neo-Human Alliance had not lost anything at all, which was what gave Luin a headache. He had not forgotten about the 3,000 major realms within the Glory Realm, nor had he forgotten about that drop of water. One major realm had been destroyed by the life poison. The Neo-Human Alliance had not only acted against the Innerverse and Outerverse, but they had also interfered with the 3,000 major realms. Their method of producing corpse kings was not limited to just the Innerverse and Outerverse. Only by completely destroying them would the Neo-Human Alliance be able to deal a serious blow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1708. Since ancient times, the Neo-Human Alliance has been humanity's greatest enemy. Miss Balsam, do you think that we humans will be able to completely destroy the Neo-Human Alliance one day? Luin suddenly asked. Balsam replied, with Alliance leader Lu's personality, it's impossible for the Neo-Human Alliance to exist in the Innerverse or Outerverse. This question depends on Alliance leader Lu. Wherever you go, there will be no Neo-Human Alliance. Luin looked at her. You have that much confidence in me? Balsam Ji smiled. I've seen Alliance Master Lu's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance very clearly. She then changed the topic. Actually, Shamrock Enterprises can work together with the Great Eastern Alliance. The astral source pills that we produce will be given priority to the Great Eastern Alliance. Alliance Master Lu can try using the astral source pills and see their effects. Lu Yin suddenly raised a hand and spread his fingers. Balsam was confused. Lu Yin seriously said, 5,000. Give me 5,000 astral source pills first. Balsam was stunned. 5,000. Alliance leader Lu, you haven't tried them yet. Lu Yin waved his hand. No need, I have money. Give me 5,000 to equip the Lu Xianjun army and the giant bloodline. Right, I'm also planning to form the Heavenly Sin army, so 5,000 might not be enough. Give me 10,000. 10,000 is too much. Alliance leader Lu, this. Balsam wanted Lu Yin to test the astral source pills in person, and Lu Yin fully displayed the attitude of a rich person. He did not care about the quality of the pills as long as they were brought over first. Money was not an issue. Balsam was interrupted multiple times by Lu Yin, but he finally remembered that he should leave the financial matters to Chongxier. Thus, he recommended Balsam to her with only one request, to buy as many astral source pills as possible. Balsam had no intention of discussing business at this time, she had only come to confirm the situation with Lu Yin's astral source pills. Lu Yin's actions left her confused, and at the same time, she was suspicious. Could the disappearance of the astral source pills really be related to Lu Yin? Lu Yin knew that his actions would arouse Balsam's suspicions, but he had no other choice. He had 2 astral source pills. One had been raised into a sapling, and the other had been fed to the tree. He could not produce any more astral source pills, and it would be easier to find out if he faked them. Thus, he might as well make a fool of himself. Although Balsam was suspicious, she could not be completely certain. With his current status and ability, he had no need to fear the mysterious Leaf King. However, it would be best if he could hide in the dark. He was still unsure of the true meaning of the Leaf King and the celestial source pill, and he did not wish for the sapling to be discovered and be in danger. He didn't have time to deal with Leaf King for now. Once he returned from the technocracy, not only would he have to go to Shamrock Enterprises, but he would also have to go to Aurora Enterprises and the Sword Sect. In his mind, his greatest enemy was the Eternals, followed by the scales of the 4 cardinal points. That was the most threatening enemy. Everything else could wait. While Lu Yin was cleaning up the basin flow zone, the board of directors was also holding a meeting. Their only goal was to reward Lu Yin. The Neo-Human Alliance had always been the Hall of Honor's greatest enemy, and it was even stronger than the Astral Beast Domain, the Technocracy, and the 6th Mainland. This was especially true for Elder Chan and the other demigods who knew about the Eternals, which made them even more determined to kill the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin had destroyed the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse, which was a great contribution. Several directors were discussing what kind of reward to give. This wasn't just a reward for what Lu Yin had done, but also to encourage others to do the same. Exterminating corpse kings was very important, and Elder Chan had even specifically mentioned it, which was why the board of directors had been convened. The Great Eastern Alliance that Lu Yin belongs to isn't a subordinate organization of the Hall of Honor. Actually, we shouldn't be the ones to give out rewards. The Neo-Human Alliance is the enemy of the entire human domain, and the Great Eastern Alliance is duty-bound to exterminate them. Giving out rewards that are too great will only make others think that the Hall of Honor is biased. Before the Great Eastern Alliance, there were organizations in both the Outerverse and Innerverse who exterminated corpse kings. When have we ever given out rewards? That's not fair, Nan Yuan said. He represented the 7 Court Xia family and viewed Lu Yin as an enemy. Elder Chan retorted, How can the Corpse Kings exterminated by the Outerverse and Innerverse compare to the Great Eastern Alliance? That's the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse. The Great Eastern Alliance claims that the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse are the headquarters of the Neo-Human Alliance, but that might not be true. Perhaps it's just a stronghold where many Corpse Kings gather, Mr. Yu said. Sam Liang was dissatisfied. Since that's your attitude, then what's the point of holding this board of directors meeting? Could it be that we're discussing whether or not we should give out rewards? Mr. Yu and Nan Yuan exchanged glances, but they could not refute Elder Chan's words. This board of directors meeting had been instructed by Elder Chan to clearly state the rewards. They wanted to discuss what to give out, not whether to give out rewards. Yang Ji suddenly spoke up. Why don't we give out a great realm? No. No. Nan Yuan and Mr. Yu refused at the same time. Great realms could only be found in the Glory Realm, and they were not allowed to appear in the Outerverse or even the Cosmic Sea. If they were given a great realm to the Great Eastern Alliance, it would mean that the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to legitimately bring their armies into the Glory Realm. Wouldn't that be the same as entering the Neoverse? Although Nan Yuan did not believe that the Great Eastern Alliance had the power to threaten the Seven Courts, everyone had seen Lu Yin's ambition. Nobody knew what would happen once Lu Yin entered the Seven Courts. Even if Lu Yin could not threaten them, it would be enough to disgust them. In particular, Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor was deep. The closer they got to the Realm Mountain, the more flustered they became. Yang Ji was just making a suggestion. As the master of the Radiance Realm, he naturally believed that a great realm was the most important. Furthermore, he wanted to use this board of directors meeting to get closer to Lu Yin. Elder Chan had taken the initiative to offer Lu Yin a reward, which meant that Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor was even deeper than Yang Ji had imagined. There was no harm in trying to establish a good relationship with Lu Yin. They discussed for an entire morning, but they still could not come to a conclusion. Zijing spoke up, which was a rare occurrence. Doesn't he like money? Give him some money. The board members were stunned. Money? Since when had such a vulgar thing appeared in the board of directors, which represented the Human Supreme Council? Still, it seemed feasible. Everyone who understood Lu Yin knew that he loved money, and his obsession with star essence was well known throughout the universe. Even San Liang was momentarily speechless. He wanted to help the Great Eastern Alliance obtain a great realm, but when it came to money, he did not know how to refute. What if Lu Yin really wanted money? It was a dilemma. Then give the money, Nan Yuan said decisively. Money was just a number to them, and it was better than having the Great Eastern Alliance directly enter the Glory Realm. Mr. Yu also agreed. The others found it difficult to object. In the end, the board of directors decided to reward Lu Yin for leading the Great Eastern Alliance in exterminating the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse with 1 billion star essence. This was not much to the Hall of Honor, but even the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire's combined resources did not have that many star essence, which was already a considerable amount. Lu Yin was delighted when he heard the news, as this was an unexpected windfall. He had never thought that the board of directors would reward him with 1 billion star essence, which was not a small amount. The Great Eastern Alliance had suffered some losses in exterminating the Basin Flow Zone, especially the First Allied Army, but it was still far from 1 billion star essence. 10 million star essence was more than enough to make up for their losses, and that was even more than 1 billion. The board of directors really knew how to conduct themselves. Lu Yin thought to himself, as this was the reward for exterminating the Basin Flow Zone. Once he returned from the technocracy, regardless of whether or not he discovered that the Genesis Court had collaborated with the Neo-Human Alliance, Elder Chan's reward would definitely not disappoint him. Speaking of which, this mission had been a sham from the very beginning. The Corpse King had been under Lu Yin's control, so this mission had not been established at all. Lu Yin did not know who Elder Chan would send to accompany him to the technocracy. The Hall of Honor greatly rewarded Lu Yin, and the Great Eastern Alliance's image in the Fifth Mainland became much more upright because of this battle. In contrast, the Eternal Kingdom remained silent. The Corpse King with a power level of over 1 million returned to the Eternal Kingdom a few days later and met with Mr. Feng. Under Mr. Feng's guidance, the Corpse King entered the tower and met with the Witchling God. A piece of skin that can make you lose your mind in an instant? That brat really has everything. If I'm not wrong, it should be progenitor Wushang's skin, the Witchling God said as he floated in the air. A cold and stiff voice sounded out. Witchling God, I hope that the Eternal Kingdom will still exist before your plan succeeds. The Witchling God coldly replied, What? Do you think that brat has the ability to destroy my Eternal Kingdom? He captured the Corpse King that was monitoring Lost Radiance Academy, so he must have discovered something. He has the Death God's inheritance, the Lu family's bloodline, and the Rune progenitor's civilization. No one can predict his future. The more powerful he is, the better. Do you think that the four-way scales are pushovers? The more powerful this brat is, the more unlucky the four-way scales will be. However, I'm curious as to how he knew that the Innerverse and Outerverse headquarters of the Neo-Human Alliance were located beneath the Crimson Moon Empire. He's been to Earth's swamp. Lu Yan is in Earth's swamp. Lu Yan knows about the basin flow zone. It's possible. If I had known, I would have destroyed him back then. It's not too late now. This price must be paid. 10 days later, while Lu Yin was still in the basin flow zone, the people sent by the Hall of Honor to meet up with him and head to the technocracy had already arrived. Lu Yin looked at the ordinary-looking old man whose eyes were filled with curiosity and bowed respectfully. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior. The old man sized Lu Yin up. You're Lu Yin. The Lu Yin who unified the Outerverse and now wants to unify the Innerverse. You look quite ordinary and not as exaggerated as the rumors. Lu Yin smiled. In front of Senior, this junior is naturally more ordinary. The old man smiled. Kid, I'm not being derogatory when I say that you're ordinary. What do you think of me? Lu Yin was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Senior, you're hiding your strength. Ha 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 ha, you're just ordinary. Just say it directly. You're as ordinary as I am, which is why I'm praising you, the old man explained seriously. Lu Yin bowed again. This junior thanks Senior for the praise. The old man nodded. I'm the head of World Mountain, and you might not have heard of me. Let's put it this way, I specialize in protecting World Mountain, and I don't care about anything else. Lu Yin was shocked. Specialize in protecting World Mountain? Sam Liang is your subordinate. Thank you for your support, brothers. It's the end of the year, and I'm too busy. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, so I'll update no matter how busy I am. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1709. The old man smiled. Not bad. That kid is quite promising to be able to become a director. This isn't the first time we've met. When Overlord Woody wreaked havoc in the Realm Mountains, I was watching from the side. It was very interesting, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin was speechless. This expert, who was supposed to protect the Realm Mountains, had actually watched as others wreaked havoc there. How unqualified. Alright, let's cut the crap. Elder Chan has asked me to go to the technocracy with you. This is a tough job. Are you confident? I don't want to die there, the old man said nervously. Lu Yin found it strange. This old man was truly nervous, and he wasn't faking it. This left Lu Yin confused. Was the head of the Realm Mountains really this timid? But then again, Elder Jiu Shin had also been nervous when facing the frigid immortal sect's ruins. Were these cultivators who grew older and older afraid of death? Was it because they were afraid of death that they had been able to live for so long? Lu Yin said, Senior, I've been to the technocracy before, but my cultivation was too low at the time. I only managed to escape by chance, so I don't know much about that place. This time, I'll be led by the Ross Empire's Emperor Luo. He's from the technocracy, and there's a route that leads directly to Eben City and the Genesis Academy. It's relatively safe. The old man relaxed. That's good. It's good that you have some confidence. I didn't want to come, but I had no choice. Elder Chan has already spoken, and the head inquisitor doesn't have time. He has to oversee the interstellar arbitration, or I would have let him come. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as he had obviously hoped that the head inquisitor would come. The scene outside the frigid immortal sect's ruins was unforgettable. The head inquisitor had easily judged Mr. Feng and the second Night King. The head inquisitor's strength was unfathomable, especially since he had the qualifications to become Mr. Mu's disciple. Lu Yin guessed that no one in the same realm was a match for the head inquisitor, and he was far more reliable than this old man. Lu Yin even suspected that the head inquisitor might not be able to challenge a half-step ancestor. With the head inquisitor's protection, the trip to the technocracy would be much easier. Both Lu Yin and the elder felt that it was a pity, as they were both afraid of death. The technocracy was too mysterious, and no one knew what they would encounter upon entering. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had specifically contacted Huikong and asked him more about the situation in the technocracy. However, he did not tell Huikong that he was going to the technocracy in case Huikong wanted to tag along. Based on his understanding of Huikong, that was a possibility. Although Huikong was familiar with the technocracy and was very strong, he was still too big of a target. No one knew if the technocracy had any way of identifying Huikong. It would attract too much attention and not be suitable for the implementation of the plan. The experts from the Hall of Honor had already arrived, and Lu Yin did not have much time to consider the matter. He immediately headed to the technocracy. Lu Yin left the second Night King and Emperor Lu behind. Under the protection of the old man in the seat of honor, he accompanied the three expressionless envoys towards Kunz's swamp to bring Emperor Luo out. The three envoys did not have names, as the elder had only said that they were traveling together. Lu Yin did not know the elder's name, so he could only refer to him as Senior. Although this elder seemed to be afraid of death, his strength was not for show. After conversing with him, Lu Yin was shocked to discover that this elder was of the same generation as Elder Jiu Shin, and he did not seem to care about Elder Jiu Shin at all. He was probably an expert on the same level as the Sixth Mainland Celestial Imprint. This was the foundation of the Hall of Honor. Experts of this level were considered a foundation, whether in the Seven Courts or the Sirius sect, and there was more than one such expert in the Hall of Honor. The head inquisitor, the head elder, the unfathomable Lu Yin, and the celestial inscriber. There might even be more experts scattered throughout the Fifth Mainland. The Hall of Honor was slowly unveiling its mysteries to Lu Yin. At the border between the Cosmic Sea and the Innerverse, not long after Lu Yin left Kunz's swamp, Mu Wen left as well. The investigation into the riot in Kunz's swamp was still ongoing, but they could not find anything on the surface. Kunz's swamp was as dusky as ever, and the sourcebox array had been restored. From the outside, Kunz's swamp did not seem any different from before. On this day, a woman walked over from outside Kunz's swamp. She was as beautiful as a flower, and she had a smile on her face. Step by step, she arrived outside the sourcebox array and raised her hand. The next moment, the entire Kunz's swamp surged with deathly energy, and the world turned upside down. Within the castle, the Hell Master suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he looked around. Lord Pig opened his eyes and saw the surging deathly energy. He was terrified. Miasma, what's going on? Lord Hell Master, save me. Green Tea looked up. Someone was controlling the deathly energy. Not good. There was a boom, and the 3,000 chains of the sourcebox array shook. All of the imprisoned prisoners were torn apart, and the deathly energy twisted as if it had a life of its own. The entire Kunz's swamp came to life. The Hell Master looked outside Kunz's swamp and barked, "Who goes there?" He stepped into the astral source universe, and Sengoku appeared on the surface of his body, burning the void. He raised his hand and slapped at the woman outside Kunz's swamp. The woman looked up, and her eyes turned golden. Above her head was a cloud of deathly energy that the Hell Master's palm could not penetrate. Lu Yen, die, the woman smiled as she spoke in the most horrifying voice possible. Beneath Kunz's swamp, Lu Yan's expression changed. How could this have happened so quickly? When he had told Lu Yin the location of the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse, he had already expected this to happen. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had originally wanted to turn himself in to atone for his crimes, but he had implicated his daughter. Now, his daughter had not been able to enjoy a single day of her life because of him. He would rather die than let Xiao Cha escape this abyss of suffering, but not so quickly. Muan had investigated the Kunz's swamp uprising, and Lu Yan had already reported this possibility. The Interstellar Arbitration Office should have been prepared by then, and Lu Yan would have been able to make another contribution and pave the way for Xiao Cha. However, he had not expected the Neo-Human Alliance to act so quickly. The 3,000 chains of Kunz's swamp snapped, and the sourcebox array protected Kunz within. Even a powerhouse with a power level in the millions would not be able to break through. This sourcebox array had been specially set up for Kunz. However, the woman had controlled the deathly energy within Kunz's swamp and shattered the sourcebox array from the inside out. The chains shattered, and Green Tea immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The Hell Master was similarly unable to withstand the attack of the deathly energy, and he was sent flying while spitting out blood. No matter how strong he was, he could only withstand a powerhouse with a power level of around 800,000 at most. The woman herself had a power level in the millions, and she could even control the deathly energy within Kunz's swamp. Kunz's swamp. What a joke. This is where my specter race cultivates, but it was stolen by the Hall of Honor and turned into a prison. Humph, the woman said indifferently before stepping into Kunz's swamp. She did not even look at the Hell Master as she directly walked over to Lu Yen. Lu Yen raised his head and met the woman's gaze. Her golden eyes instilled fear from the bottom of one's heart. The entire Kunz's swamp was under her control. Darkness, Arbitration Office, Vice Arbiter, language, Lu Yen said hoarsely, emphasizing each word. The woman looked at Lu Yen. I'm here on orders from the 7 sky gods to kill you. Lu Yen smiled bitterly. From the moment I brought Xiao Cha into the Eternal Kingdom, today's fate was already sealed. The woman's lips curled up. It's not just you. Your daughter will die as well. Lu Yan's eyes went wide, and he sent a palm towards the woman. He used the Hall of Honor's secret technique, exile. Deathly energy wrapped around the woman's body, and Lu Yan's secret technique was unable to do anything to her. What can you do with this body of yours? the woman mocked. Lu Yan roared and glared at the woman. Don't hurt Xiao Cha. This has nothing to do with her. The woman shook her head. Former arbiter, you should understand the Neo-Human Alliance's style of doing things very well. Your daughter must die. Lu Yan roared madly as nine-line battle force imprinted itself onto his body. However, due to his previous heavy injuries, it quickly faded away. The woman grabbed him by the neck, and deathly energy wrapped around him before finally invading his body. Betraying the Neo-Human Alliance means death. The woman smiled as she watched Lu Yan die in pain and despair. After killing Lu Yan, the woman looked in Green Tea's direction and walked over. From the moment she attacked to the moment she killed Lu Yan, the entire process had taken less than half an hour. Kunza's swamp had been unable to resist at all. The woman walked over to Green Tea and smiled. It's a pity that you're so beautiful. Her gaze then turned bone-chilling as the deathly energy seeped into Green Tea's body. It was exactly the same as Lu Yan's death. Suddenly, the void around the woman began to fold, forming red walls that wrapped around her. The red walls extended from the center to both sides, forming the shape of 4 wooden rods. One of the rods was parallel to the other, and the entire structure resembled a red palanquin. The woman was trapped within the red palanquin, and the deathly energy around her transformed into a scythe that swept out. The interior of the palanquin cracked open, but it did not completely shatter. The palanquin slowly rose up and began to sway. With every movement, the woman felt an irresistible pressure spread throughout her body. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her gaze turned sinister. Zhang Yuan, captain of the undead regiment, when did you, Zhang Yuan, become the Hall of Honor's prison keeper? The deathly energy in Kuin's swamp began to boil once more. It whistled past, forming a tide of deathly energy that submerged the palanquin. The palanquin suddenly shattered, and the void returned to normal. The woman's mouth was covered in blood, and she quickly appeared outside Kuin's swamp. She looked back, but she could not see anyone. She coldly snorted and then disappeared. Kuin's swamp also returned to normal. Whether it was the prison master, the guards, or the prisoners, they had all fainted, and there was not a single sound. That strange red palanquin had also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. A day later, Jie Shan's chief brought Lu Yin and 3 other envoys to Kuin's swamp. When he approached, his expression changed. Not good, something's happened. He took a step forward and appeared outside Kuin's swamp. Lu Yin and Jie Shan's expressions turned ugly when they saw the deathly energy that was still boiling and the shattered chains. The prison master was still unconscious, and Jie Shan's chief pressed down on his body with one hand. The prison master's body trembled as deathly energy floated out of his body. He coughed and opened his eyes, but they were still in a daze. What happened? Jie Shan's chief asked in a low voice. The prison master saw Jie Shan's chief and frowned. He slowly sat up and clutched his chest. Who are you? Hall of Honor, Jie Shan's chief. The prison master was shocked. Jie Shan's chief. The #1 expert who guards Jie Shan, Lu Yin said. Only then did the prison master realize that Lu Yin had also arrived, and his expression softened. Why are you here again? To bring the Luo Emperor out. What happened here? Lu Yin asked. The prison master coughed again and wiped the blood from his mouth. The Spectre clan is attacking. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1710. Spectre Race. World Mountain's first seat and Lu Yin exclaimed at the same time. The two of them had different feelings about the Spectre race. One was wary, while the other was curious. The Hell Overlord looked at the swamp and saw a broken chain beside his hand. He slammed his palm on the swamp, and the swamp of Kuan shook. Many of the prison guards, including Master Pig, Green Tea, and the prisoners woke up. Many prisoners discovered that the chains were broken and were overjoyed. They rushed out of the swamp and tried to escape. However, with a glare from the chief of Jiashan, a terrifying power swept through the void. These prisoners were unlucky and fainted again. Lord Hellmaster, are you all right? Lord Pig shouted. He had already seen the Hellmaster sitting there, but he still shouted on purpose. Lu Yin released his domain and swept past the prisoners one by one. Suddenly, his face froze. Within his domain, he saw Lu Yen, who was already dead. Out of all the prisoners in Kuan's swamp, only Lu Yen had died, which made it obvious that this was the Neo-Human Alliance's revenge. The Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse had been destroyed, which meant that their losses were not small. However, they had not taken revenge on Lu Yin directly. Instead, they had eliminated Lu Yen. Green Tea also found out about her father's death and wept silently. The Hell Overlord was silent. World Mountain's first seat frowned as he looked around. It's not just the aura of the Spectre race. Is this a burial garden? The Hell Overlord was astonished. A burial garden. Jia Shan's chief nodded. There's no mistaking it. It's Burial Garden's aura. It's one of the Dead Man Regiment's commanders, but I don't know which one. Burial Garden was one of the 3 Dark Hands, and it was also the most mysterious dark organization. Lu Yin had only come into contact with them a few times, and he hadn't even heard a single word about them in the astral tree. Burial Garden. Burial Garden. It was like a garden where the dead were buried. The cultivators there were all strange and unfathomable. For example, a burial garden cultivator had once appeared in the cosmic sea. He could transform himself into a blade and was 5 meters tall. His strength was close to that of the 10 arbiters. There was also Quiet Weep, who had an innate gift that allowed him to borrow the power of the dead, including the 13 swords. And the leader of the Dead Man group mentioned by the first seat of Jia Shan was one of the few experts in Burial Garden with a terrifying reputation. There were 4 of them in total. Swona in the Netherworld, the Dead Man carries the litter. My life is inlaid on paper. Mausoleum of the Ancestors with straw. Every sentence represented a regiment commander. What is Burial Garden doing here? Are they working together with the Spectre clan and the Neo-Human Alliance? Hellmaster asked. The chief of World Mountain shook his head. No, although the Burial Garden is also one of the 3 Dark Hands, it's impossible for them to work together. Their ideals are different, but I don't know why they're here. Lu Yin looked at the Hell Overlord. Has the Burial Garden been to Earth's swamp before? The Hell Overlord shook his head. Never. Senior Chief, how strong is the captain of the Dead Man Regiment? Lu Yin asked curiously. The old man at the head of the table said in a low voice, 1 million combat power. Lu Yin's face twitched, as this was much more powerful than he had expected. Fortunately, no experts from Burial Garden had appeared during the previous riot, or else they would not have been able to take away the Second Night King and the others. But why would people from Burial Garden appear in Kuan's swamp? Coincidence? Or had he come with an expert from the Spectre race? The Hellmaster did not know why the people from Burial Garden appeared in the swamp of Earth, and the rest of the people did not know either. The Hellmaster had already reported what had happened in Kuan's swamp to the Hall of Honor, and Jia Shan's chief had contacted someone with a solemn expression. Lu Yin guessed that it was Elder Chang Green Tea was the most saddened by Lu Yan's death. She had been willing to stay in Kuan's swamp for Lu Yan's sake. Lu Yin sighed, as Lu Yan's death was related to him as well. However, when Lu Yan had told Lu Yin about the bassoon flow zone, he should have guessed that this would happen. Lu Yan did not care about his own life, and he had only wanted to escape prison because of green tea. He had also turned himself in because of green tea. He had joined the Neo-Human Alliance for green tea, betraying the Hall of Honor, and betraying his own beliefs. Perhaps he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had sacrificed too much for green tea, but he had also become her burden. This fatherly love was too heavy. Since Lu Yan was dead, there was no need for his corpse to remain in Kuan's swamp. After the Hell Master checked and confirmed that Lu Yan was dead, he agreed to Green Tea's request to bring Lu Yan's corpse back to his hometown, where Green Tea had been born. Green Tea did not say whether or not she would return. Perhaps she would, or perhaps she would never return to Kuan's swamp again. Lord Pig was rather reluctant, as he had spent too much time with Green Tea. If she did not return, then there would only be him and the Hell Master in Kuan's swamp, and it would be too lonely. Lu Yin was not worried that Lord Pig would reveal the truth about the riot, as he had already peed on the Hell Master's head. The other prisoners were fine. It was just that the damage to the sourcebox array was very taxing. President Shangyang of the Interverse Lockbreaker Society has already rushed over. She will repair the sourcebox array, and it should be fixed soon, the Hell Master said. Kuan's swamp had not experienced such a change in a very long time, and whether or not it was his fault, he would still be blamed. But it did not matter, as no one was willing to suffer in Kuan's swamp. With his strength, he would be promoted anywhere, so it was unlikely that he would be transferred. Alliance Master Lu, are you going to take Luo Huang away? The Hell Master asked, as he finally had the time to converse with Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. I'm here to take Luo Huang away to complete a very important mission. But Luo Huang is an emissary, and he might have seen the Spectre clan member who attacked. He's under the Hall of Honor's investigation. The Hell Master was troubled. Among the remaining prisoners in Kuan's swamp, the only one who might have seen the appearance of the person who had attacked Kuan's swamp was an emissary. Ask him about it now. The mission related to Luo Huang is very important, and it cannot be delayed. We've already been delayed in Kuan's swamp for a while, and the chief of Boundary Mountain only appeared because of this mission, Lu Yin said. The Hell Master knew the severity of the situation, and he immediately had Lord Pig bring Luo Huang over. Lu Yin had imprisoned Luo Huang in Kuan's swamp for two reasons. First, Lu Yin did not trust him, and second, he was afraid that Lu Qianjue and the others would secretly kill him. However, he had not expected that he would have to bring Luo Huang out again so soon. The Hell Master questioned him, but Luo Huang did not see anything. Just like the Hell Master and the others, he had been struck unconscious by the death energy. Since you didn't see anything, you should leave with Alliance Master Lu, the Hell Master said. Luo Huang was astonished. Leave? So soon? He had thought that it would take at least a few years, as the greatest value of his existence was the route to the technocracy. That route would not be used in the short term, and even if it was, it would take a long time. He had been prepared to be imprisoned for a few decades, or even a few centuries. Kuan's swamp was located at the border between the Cosmic Sea and the Interverse, to the west of the Interverse. The technocracy's original border with the Interverse was too close to the Starfall Sea, which was the border of a horizontal black hole. The fifth mainland, sixth mainland, and even the three progenitors were outside, so it was impossible for Lu Yin and the others to enter the technocracy from there. The other route was to connect to the Outerverse endless weaves, but there were no longer any endless weaves. When the sixth mainland had invaded, Endless weaves had been completely annexed by the technocracy. Now, the outerverse border with the technocracy was the southern weaves, where the sixth mainland's Dowsource sect was located. Even the chief of Boundary Mountain had to be cautious when facing the sixth mainland's Dowsource sect, as the sixth mainland had too many absolute powerhouses. The chief of Boundary Mountain led Lu Yin, Luo Huang, and the three envoys through the West Astral River and into the outerverse western weaves before heading towards the southern weaves. Along the way, Luo Huang had drawn out the route to the technocracy. Lu Yin had not taken out the technocracy star chart that Hui Kong had given him at the start, as he wanted to verify Luo Huang's star chart. Although there were some differences between the two, their approximate locations were similar. This is the route that the technocracy's first city and the Genesis court have been at war all year round. Both sides control half of the technocracy, and they frequently go to war. However, their strength is similar. I've participated in a war before, and I represent First City, Luo Huang explained as he pointed at the star chart. Because of the constant war, this route is different from the rest of the technocracy. As long as we observe carefully, we should be able to avoid surveillance. Are you confident? The chief of Boundary Mountain asked with a solemn expression. Luo Huang shook his head. I was lucky to have escaped in the past, but it could have happened after the war, and many of the surveillance cameras were destroyed. I'm not completely confident if I try again. The chief of Boundary Mountain frowned. Lu Yin asked, why are First City and the Genesis court at war all year round? Luo Huang shook his head. I don't know the exact reason. It's just like when the Blaze Realm was destroyed and when my Ross Empire went to war with the Sylvan Dragons. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The two sides had divided the technocracy, and both sides wanted to monopolize it. First City has the support of the sixth mainland, so how can the Genesis court contend with First City? Lu Yin asked. He had been holding this question in his heart for a long time, but of course, he had his own guesses. Luo Huang shook his head. I don't know. The sixth mainland shouldn't have directly sent anyone to interfere, the chief of Boundary Mountain said. Lu Yin looked up. That's unlikely. If I were the sixth mainland, I wouldn't have given up on the technocracy. A unified technocracy is enough to threaten my fifth mainland. If it wasn't just First City that attacked the outerverse, but also the Genesis court, then the outerverse wouldn't have been able to hold on. With the sixth mainland's attitude towards my fifth mainland, they wouldn't have shown any mercy. That's strange. The chief of Boundary Mountain was curious as well. Lu Yin guessed that it had something to do with the cosmic tree or the Wang family. First City was backed by the sixth mainland, while the Genesis court was backed by the Wang family. Wang Yun had represented the technocracy in the Astral Combat Academy's Tournament of the Strongest, while Wang Yi had represented the technocracy in the Sovereign Tournament. They had both passed through the Genesis court, and Wang Shang had also entered the technocracy through the Genesis court in order to hunt down Lu Yin. The Genesis court was backed by the Wang family, which was the main reason why Lu Yin had come to the technocracy. First City was very clear, but the Genesis court was very murky. However, the fifth mainland was more willing to trust the Genesis court, as the Genesis court had never been too hostile towards the human domain. Lu Yin and the others quietly passed through the southern weave, and they all relaxed. It was best not to attract the sixth mainland's attention. They weren't confident that they could escape from the Dowsource sect's four sovereigns, and the Dowsource sect definitely had hidden powerhouses. A new year has arrived. I wish my brothers all the best. Thank you for your support. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1711. After passing through the southern weave, Jia Shan's chief led Lu Yin and the others directly into the endless weave. With Jia Shan's power, there was no surveillance system in endless weave that could detect him. However, that was only an endless weave. As long as he officially entered the technocracy, no matter how strong he would be detected by the mainframe. The route that Emperor Luo had chosen could be reached directly from Endless Weave. It was the route between First City and the Sky Creation Court, and it was also the route that was least likely to be discovered. Back then, the Arcane Emperor had traveled from the technocracy to the Endless Territories without a hitch. It had been a long time since then. The route of the Starry Sky didn't change, but the battlefield did. Ichigen City was at a disadvantage in the battle against the Genesis Court, and the battlefield had shifted in Ichigen City's direction. The Arcane Emperor did not know about this, and neither did Lu Yin and the others. Thus, not long after entering the Arcane Emperor's escape route, they had been attacked. The mechanical claws that covered the Starry Sky were all destroyed, and Jia Shan's chief had a serious expression. "The route is wrong. We've been discovered." The Luo Emperor's eyes flickered with red light. "There's nothing wrong with the route, but there's a lot of surveillance going on. This level of surveillance is similar to the normal surveillance in the technocracy. Has the battlefield changed? You better find a safe route immediately. Otherwise, we will attract the attention of the mainframe sooner or later," Jia Shan's chief shouted. Luo Huang stared at the star chart. Lu Yin frowned. So many years had passed, and it was normal for there to be problems with the route. "Let's find an ordinary planet first. There are planets where ordinary people live. We can't do it here. It'll be troublesome if the mainframe catches on to us, and will even implicate the people from the ordinary planets," Jia Shan's chief said. He then led Lu Yin's group back the way they had come and left the technocracy. In the technocracy, he would be monitored, but in the Endless Weave, this was very difficult. On a barren planet in the Endless Weave, Lu Yin was deep in thought. If he couldn't go to the Genesis Academy, then his plan wouldn't be able to be carried out. If he tried to force his way in, then he would alert the enemy. He did not care about alerting the enemy, as the Sky Founding Court's collusion with the Neo-Human Alliance had been fabricated by him. He hoped to alert the enemy and complete his plan, but Jia Shan's head would not agree. His mission here was to investigate whether or not the Founding Heaven Court was cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance. Once he alerted the enemy, there would be no point for him to go. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the technocracy. It seemed that this plan would not work, and he could only wait for the Second Night King and Lu Huang to recover their strength so that they could take him and force their way into the technocracy. One day later, Jia Shan's chief was about to lead Lu Yin and the others back the way they had come when he suddenly sensed a group of people heading in the direction of the technocracy. The cultivators who had appeared in the occupied Endless Weaves should have been from the Sixth Mainland. The first seat of Jia Mountain did not plan to get involved. He only wanted to leave this place. However, Lu Yin stopped him. "Senior, the Sixth Mainland has collapsed, and all of the cultivators have moved to the Outerverse, which just so happens to border the technocracy. This is not a good thing for my Fifth Mainland, and I feel that we should understand the situation." World Mountain's chief seat rolled his eyes. "This has nothing to do with me. My mission this time was to investigate the Sky Genesis Court." Lu Yin replied, "With Senior's strength, you should be able to easily control those people. Our mission to investigate the Genesis Academy has already failed. If we can obtain some information from these people, then we'll be able to account for it." World Mountain's chief seat was tempted, and he looked in the direction of the technocracy. It was too early for them to return, and it was obvious that they had just entered the technocracy. If they left now, then it would not be good for them to report to Elder Chan. Furthermore, this was the first time that World Mountain's chief seat had left to carry out a mission in many years, so it would not be good for them to end things so hastily. He looked at the cultivators from the sixth mainland. They were just emissaries, and they had been captured and then silenced. No one would know that they were the culprits, and they could even obtain some information. This was a pretty good idea. Senior, why is the sixth mainland cooperating with the city? My fifth mainland still does not know. If Senior can find some clues from these people, then it will be a great contribution to my fifth mainland, and it will be enough to be recorded in the annals of the Hall of Honor. World Mountain's chief seat sneered. Don't try that, kid. Being recorded in the annals of history has nothing to do with this old man. However, it's fine for me to capture a few people and ask them for some information. He then reached out. There was no change in the calm heavens, and the only difference was that the cultivators from the sixth mainland had disappeared. On a barren planet, more than 10 people fell down, their expressions blank. The leader of the group tore through the astral source universe the moment he fell, attempting to enter, but he was blasted out by World Mountain's chief seat. You're quite fast. The cultivators from the sixth mainland stared at World Mountain's chief seat, Luin, and the others in a daze. One of them suddenly exclaimed, Luin. Luin. The leader of the group, who was an emissary, also stared at Luin as if he had seen a ghost. Luin. What are you doing here? World Mountain's chief seat glanced at Luin. You're quite famous. Luin smiled and walked over to the emissary. Identity, name, and destination. Tell me everything I want to know. The emissary stared at Luin and suddenly attacked. He used his finger as a sword that pierced through the void. Luin did not dodge the attack, as his miniature armor was enough to block it. This person was not very strong and was far from Zhang Zhou's power level. He had a power level of around 500,000, so Luin could not break through his defenses. Luin placed a hand on the man's shoulder. I'll ask again. Tell me everything I want to know. He then exerted some force with his palm, using overlaying stacks to invade the emissary's body. The man coughed up blood, as his body could not withstand the pressure, and his blood vessels began to rupture. Luin, the sixth mainland and your fifth mainland have long since stopped fighting and coexisted peacefully. Why are you here? And why are you attacking us? The emissary growled through gritted teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? World Mountain's chief seat grew impatient, and he stared 3 inches below the man's left shoulder. How will breaking your astral source cyclone affect you? The emissary was shocked, and his face went pale. Are you trying to start a war between the sixth and fifth mainlands? You're not qualified to start a war, Luin said coldly. The emissary gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. Luin frowned. He was not the one who wanted to break this person's astral source cyclone, so why was the emissary staring at him? It was not good to be famous. I'm a swordsman from the martial immortal realm, Valley Master Yungu, the man said in a low voice. Luin was astonished. You're from the martial immortal realm. That's rare. World Mountain's chief seat asked, what's your purpose in going to the technocracy? The emissary hesitated, and his eyes flickered. At my level of strength, I can easily tell if you're lying or not. If you say one wrong word, your astral source cyclone will be broken, World Mountain's chief seat barked. The emissary struggled for a moment and then sighed. I'm going to discuss with Ibn City to bring their androids to the outerverse. Why? World Mountain's chief seat hurriedly asked, as he had a premonition that he had discovered something important. Ibn City and the human domain had always been enemies, and bringing their androids to the outerverse was obviously not a good thing. With the sixth mainland's current situation, they should not start a war against the fifth mainland. However, if they joined forces with the technocracy and brought the androids to the outerverse for a long time, then the human domain would be at an absolute disadvantage if a war broke out in the future. They would not be able to stop this, as the endless weaves bordered the southern weaves, and the Hall of Honor could not interfere. The emissary shook his head. I don't know the exact reason. I only know that I've been ordered to discuss this with Ibn City and bring back as many androids as possible. You really don't know the reason? World Mountain's chief seat did not believe him. The emissary's face went pale. I really don't know, and I don't have the right to know. Lu Yin's right hand suddenly tightened. Are you guys discussing how to attack the Great Eastern Alliance? The emissary looked pained as he met Lu Yin's gaze. The outerverse was originally gifted to the sixth mainland, so it would not be excessive for us to attack the Great Eastern Alliance at any time. Alliance Master Lu, you should be building good relations with us instead of causing conflict or even war. World Mountain's chief seat was considering the entire fifth mainland, but Lu Yin was more concerned about the Great Eastern Alliance. After all, if the sixth mainland joined forces with the technocracy to plot against the fifth mainland, then the Great Eastern Alliance would be the first to bear the brunt. There was one thing that Lu Yin was certain of, and that was that the sixth mainland was definitely plotting against the fifth mainland. Qing Tan had been arranged to enter World Mountain, and she had even taken control of a director. The sixth mainland had never relinquished its control over the fifth mainland. After trapping the sixth mainland's cultivators, Lu Yin had a private discussion with World Mountain's chief seat. Senior, our opportunity has arrived. World Mountain's chief seat was puzzled. What opportunity? Lu Yin excitedly replied, disguise yourself as a cultivator from the sixth mainland and control that Valley Master's sword attendant to enter Ibn City. Then, through Ibn City, we can cross the technocracy's battlefield and head to the Genesis courtyard. World Mountain's chief seat was shocked. Are you crazy? Enter Ibn City. Do you know what that means? Ibn City is one of the technocracy's core areas, and even Elder Zen is wary of it. Otherwise, why do you think we humans have been unable to reclaim the technocracy for so many years? That place is definitely not as simple as you think. Lu Yin replied, this junior knows, but as long as we don't expose ourselves, it will be fine. Besides, even if we do expose ourselves, will senior really not be able to charge out with your strength? The Seven Courts Hui family's elder, Hui Kong, has been in the technocracy for many years. World Mountain's chief seat immediately refused. We can't go. Ibn City is too dangerous, and it's not realistic to head to the Genesis courtyard from Ibn City. Do you think we're spreading rumors? That's the technocracy. How about this? Before we reach Ibn City, we'll have the sixth mainland's cultivators lead the way for us. We'll find the battlefield between Ibn City and the Genesis courtyard that Emperor Luo mentioned, and then head to the Genesis courtyard through that battlefield. This has been our goal from the very beginning, Lu Yin said. World Mountain's chief seat still wanted to refuse, but Lu Yin was right. Elder Zen's mission from the very beginning was to head to the Genesis courtyard to investigate. Of course, the premise was that the route provided by the Luo Emperor was correct. Otherwise, going to the Genesis courtyard would not be an investigation, but an invasion. If Hui Kong could survive in the technocracy, then they might be able to as well. However, they would not be able to complete their mission, and it would be meaningless. Now, there was another way to get them back on track, and World Mountain's chief seat could not refuse. Otherwise, if Lu Yin mentioned this to Elder Zen, then he would be in big trouble. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1712. Controlling the Sixth Mainland's cultivators and using their identities to enter the technocracy will be very easy. All we need to do is find that route, and even if we can't find it, we can just kidnap the Sixth Mainland's cultivators and return. We won't be in any danger, and the worst-case scenario is that we'll be exposed. I was able to leave the technocracy alive, and Everlasting Sky Island's disciples also barged into the technocracy. With Senior's strength, as long as you don't attack a city or attack the mainframe, you'll be fine, Lu Yin said. When he saw that Jia Shan was still hesitating, Lu Yin continued, even if we're exposed, as long as the Sixth Mainland doesn't want to start a war with the Fifth Mainland, they'll protect our lives. Our identities aren't simple. Jia Shan looked at the Sixth Mainland's cultivators in the distance and then back at Lu Yin. I'm curious. Why do you want to go to the Genesis Academy? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Because I've seen the Eternals. Jia Shan's eyes widened. With his status, he naturally knew about the Eternals. The Fifth Mainland's Eternals were taboo, and the more they were taboo, the more the Fifth Mainland feared them. If not for Ancestor Huey's scheme, then the Fifth Mainland would have been the one to suffer. I've seen the Eternals, the endless battlefield, and the sorrow of humanity. I don't want the Fifth Mainland to repeat the same mistakes. If the Neo-Human Alliance really is colluding with the Genesis Academy, then the threat will be too great, Lu Yin said. Jia Shan's chief did not understand Lu Yin. If it had been the head inquisitor, Elder Chan, or the Elysian Heavenly Master, they definitely would not have believed Lu Yin's words. However, Jia Shan's chief was different. He rarely left Jia Shan and spent most of his time in seclusion. He did not care about worldly affairs, and he did not know much about the internet. What he knew about Lu Yin came from Elder Chan's descriptions. Elder Chan had a good impression of Lu Yin, and Jia Shan's chief had a good impression of Lu Yin as well. Now, he was looking at an elite youth who was willing to take risks and infiltrate enemy territory for the sake of humanity's future. Even though he did not want to take the risk, Jia Shan's chief could not refute Lu Yin's suggestion, so he finally agreed. The most troublesome part was how to control the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. If they did not do well, then they would be sold out in a city. Senior, is there a way to control those people? Lu Yin asked. Jia Shan's first seat turned around and came to the front of the Valley Master's sword attendant, looking down from above. The Valley Master's swordsman's eyes flickered. What are you trying to do? I have an innate gift called spinning a cocoon and getting caught in my own cocoon. To put it bluntly, I can place astral sources into my opponent's body in the form of a cocoon. If my opponent's cultivation doesn't surpass mine, they will be instantly devoured by the cocoon. Regardless of whether it's their astral sources, their cyclones, their flesh, or even their clothes, they will all be devoured. As he spoke, he casually slapped the shoulder of a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland. The cultivator was confused at first, but then he suddenly screamed as white threads appeared on the surface of his body and wrapped around him. The white threads then turned red and gradually shrunk until they finally solidified into something the size of an ant. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a vicious innate gift. That white cocoon seemed to be able to devour everything, and it seemed to be extremely painful and cruel. Lu Yin had never thought that Jia Shan's innate gift would be so vicious. He had used a living person as an example in just a few sentences without any change in expression. This was a true cultivator. They were ruthless, decisive, and ruthless. They believed in the rule of the strong and treated life as grass. At that moment, the way Lu Yin looked at Jia Shan's chief changed. He was no longer as casual as before. There was a strong sense of fear in the depths of his eyes. This old man was not easy to talk to. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who was frightened. Even Luo Huang and the other cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were frightened. The Valley Master's swordsman went deathly pale as he stared at the ant-like red object on the ground in horror. That was a living person, and he had been dealt with just like that. He had killed many people in his cultivation journey, but only when faced with such a situation did he truly understand what fear and despair were. What do you want? The swordsman was aghast. Jie Shan's chief smiled and then slapped the swordsman's shoulder. The swordsman was shocked. Stop. What are you doing? Relax, I'm not doing anything to you. I'm just planting a cocoon in your body. Be obedient, and the cocoon will definitely be fine. If you try anything funny, I'll just think about it and you dash. Jie Shan's chief pointed at the red object on the ground. The swordsman's eyes flickered, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. On this barren planet, even with his strength as an emissary, he found it difficult to breathe. I don't mind telling you that a half-progenitor once tried to forcefully break through my innate gift, but he failed. Jie Shan's chief sneered. That test subject was just like the one on the ground and was completely devoured. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Sixth Mainland's 4 sovereigns to take action and see if they can break through my innate gift. Right, it would be best if a progenitor could do it. What exactly do you want? The swordsman roared, looking at Jie Shan's chief in horror. Lu Yin stepped forward. We're going to Ibn City. The swordsman was shocked. Ibn City. What exactly do you want? Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. We just want to borrow Ibn City's route to the Genesis Academy. Once we reach Ibn City, we'll think of a way to leave. All you need to do is promise not to say anything. Otherwise, with just a thought, you'll die no matter how far away you are. This is the Hall of Honor's Chief Jie Shan, and his power level is... Lu Yin looked at Jie Shan's chief, as he did not know how powerful this old man was. Jie Shan's chief's lips curled up. Only the Daosor sect's 4 sovereigns can fight against me on your Sixth Mainland. The swordsman's fingers trembled. How do I know that you won't kill me after you leave? You can write down this information and hand it over to someone else. If anything happens to you, then make it public. We don't want to be surrounded by Ibn City and the Genesis Academy in the technocracy. Contact me when you return to the Sixth Mainland. I, Lu Yin, will not change my promise. Regardless of whether we return safely or not, we will not act against you. The swordsman hesitated. You don't have the right to consider it, Lu Yin said coldly. The swordsman closed his eyes. What about them? He was referring to the people who had followed him to the Sixth Mainland. Of course we're going together. Whether or not they'll tell anyone else is up to you. In any case, if we're exposed for no reason other than ourselves, then you're dead, Lu Yin threatened. Deal with a few of them first, Jie Shan's chief said. He then pointed at a few of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Deal with them. The cultivators who had been pointed at were shocked. No, we won't say anything. We won't say anything. The swordsman clenched his fist and turned around. With a sweep of his hand, the cultivators who had been pointed at were decapitated, and they died on the spot. The rest of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators trembled and fell to the ground in fear, not daring to watch any longer. Jie Shan's chief smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. Lu Yin looked at Jie Shan's chief deeply. The longer one cultivated, the more ruthless their methods would become. If one thought that these old fellows were slow, then they would be truly foolish. The frozen immortal sect's ruins were currently being pursued by the Second Night King, and Elder Jioshin had long since made preparations to deal with them. Every single one of them had more tricks up their sleeves than anyone else. Lu Yin raised his guard, as he could not underestimate these old fellows. Jie Shan's chief suddenly waved his hand, and one of the 6th mainland's cultivators was sent flying while still holding onto a yellow prayer mat. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. A prayer mat. He waved his hand, and the Yu's secret art prayer mat disappeared from that cultivator's hand and reappeared in his own. Isn't that a secret technique from the 7 Courts Yu family? Jie Shan's chief was astonished. Lu Yin smiled. The Yu family is hiding in the outerverse, and it was taught to me by them. He then picked up the prayer mat and looked up at that cultivator. The cultivator's face was ashen, and he looked at the prayer mat with unwillingness. What makes you think that you can escape? Do you think that we don't understand? Lu Yin smiled at the cultivator. The Valley Master's swordsman's eyes flashed, and he stared at the cultivator with a sharp gaze. He suddenly attacked and easily killed the cultivator. This person joined my Sword Valley not too long ago, and he was previously a wandering cultivator. His thoughts are unstable, and it's hard to guarantee that he won't say anything, the Valley Master's swordsman explained. He had revealed the 6th mainland secret, and he had also been caught in a trap of his own making. He naturally wanted to eliminate all unstable factors, as this concerned his own life and death. Lu Yin looked at the prayer mat in his hand. That person had thought things through very well. He had sat on the prayer mat and left, heading towards the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect. If Lu Yin and the others did not understand the prayer mat, then they might not have waited for him in the same spot, and he might have been able to escape. Wandering cultivators competed with the heavens and the earth, but they were even more adept at competing with others. The disciples of large sects had an advantage in resources and battle techniques, while wandering cultivators had an advantage in intelligence and methods. After obtaining another prayer mat, Lu Yin's gaze swept past Luo Huang and then back to Jie Shan's chief. He could now ask someone to help him enter the 9 cauldron space. The 6th mainland had definitely sent experts to stand guard, and they did not want him to come into contact with the 9 cauldrons. If he could bring Jie Shan's chief in, then he would be able to absorb the cauldron qi again unless the 6th mainland sent 4 great elders. Absorbing the cauldron qi was becoming more and more difficult, and it was very troublesome. Following the Valley Master's sword servants, Lu Yin and the others disguised themselves. Jie Shan's chief did not need to worry, as the only person in the entire technocracy who could sense his true cultivation was probably the power that Elder Chan was afraid of. However, that power could not possibly keep an eye on them, as even the machines that could monitor the entire technocracy would not be able to sense Jie Shan's cultivation. What worried Lu Yin was the envoys who had followed him. You really haven't thought of anything. One wrong step and we'll be in danger. Let me tell you something, if we run into any danger in the technocracy, I'll first protect my own life, Jie Shan's chief said. Lu Yin smiled. Senior is here, so everything is up to you. How can this junior's thoughts compare to senior's? Jie Shan's chief rolled his eyes. I want to return to the glory realm even more. He then added, it's fine even if they find out. Lu Yin was flabbergasted and did not understand. Why? Ask them yourself. Jie Shan's chief gestured. Lu Yin looked at the 3 envoys who had followed Jie Shan's chief here. From the moment they had met until now, they had not spoken at all. Lu Yin had asked them a few times, but they had not responded. They're androids, Luo Huang said. Lu Yin was shocked. Androids. Happy New Year, brothers. Thank you for your support. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.